We got some breaking news. The Las Vegas Raiders are trading a third-round pick to the Seattle Seahawks for quarterback Geno Smith. I'm Mitchell Renz. You're watching the Raiders Report, and I'm telling you this right now. We're about to turn up here on this show. I know that this is a trade that not everybody is totally sold on for the Raiders. Here's the way that I'm going to look at it. We upgraded at the quarterback position. We basically traded Devontae Adams for a quarterback in Geno Smith. I know that when you're looking for Matthew Stafford and you settle for Geno is a little bit of a settle. It's not nearly the type of settle, though, that we had to deal with last year with Cliff Kingsbury settling for somebody like Luke Getsy. You might not love the Geno Smith pick, but for anybody out there that wants a reliable bridge quarterback that has the faith of Pete Carroll with a regime that has been able to show that they can get the most out of journeyman quarterbacks, this is a QB that Pete trusts a lot to groom the future of the Las Vegas Raiders. I wanted to be able to sit up here this year and say that, hey, Geno Smith is going to be a quarterback that we can win a Super Bowl with. I don't really know if Geno's that guy, but I do think if we build a complete team around Geno, we have a shot to make the playoffs. But we also got to be able to face the facts here. Look at the contract that the Raiders gave Max Crosby. They gave him a contract where if we're not winning football games by 2027, it's easy for them to move on. By going out and trading for Geno Smith, who right now is only costing the Raiders $14.8 million to go out and do that deal. Yes, that is expected. They're going to give him a brand new deal on top of it. But I think the way that it's going to look something like Geno Smith, 2 years, let's say, hold your breath, $80 million on top of that 1 year that he has remaining, but it's really only going to be a 1 year type of deal with a lot of front money loaded. What that does then, it allows the Raiders to draft a Shedeur Sanders, a Jalen Milroe, maybe a Jackson Dart, a Will Howard, a Kyle McCord, a Tyler Shuck. Let that quarterback learn underneath Geno Smith, and then you hand the keys to the car to that young man in 2027. This move by the Raiders, I think, outlines exactly what Pete Carroll and Tom Brady and John Spytek are going to do. They trust Geno Smith to be a bridge, and I do think that they overpaid a little bit giving up a third-round pick. But sometimes you overpay when you have confidence in somebody if that person is going to be a big reason for your future. And Geno Smith is going to be that person for the future, which, honestly, I'm almost looking at it as like Geno Smith is the dog that a young man gets in preparation for the son he's about to have. Alex isn't pregnant, but that's the way that I'm thinking about it. Now, man, what's going on? You were right. You called it yesterday. We're live here on the Raiders Report. We got 5,000 people tuned in right now to our live show, and here's the thing. When breaking news happens, I'm going to be delivering the content for you. If you want to celebrate, you want to throw around some bangs, I'm going to be here all night long. My fiance, she is in Los Angeles celebrating her bachelorette party. So you know what? Let's get a little bit wet and wild, and I know that this is not the quarterback that everybody wanted, but Geno Smith makes us better. Geno Smith will help our team in the future. I don't know if we're a Super Bowl team, but with Geno Smith, it also could mean we could draft a guy like Ashton Genty. It could also mean we draft a guy like Shedeur Sanders. It's also going to come down to what we do in free agency, what we do in the NFL draft. But Geno Smith is a quarterback Pete Carroll trusts. If you want to get your questions, comments here on the show, it is hashtag Raiders, or you can super chat. I also am very excited to say that we have Cullen here, who also has been able to beat Chugs in a boot race, by the way. But why I love the fact that Cullen is here with us tonight, Cullen is a Seahawks fan. So Cullen is a great person to ask a lot of questions also around Seattle. Like, does this mean a DK Metcalf thing's going to happen? Is a Tyler Lockett move about to go down? What up, Raider Prime? Hey, Betta, not right, back again this season. I don't know what that means. He bet not right, back again this season. All I know is this. I want the Raiders to go and win football games. Also, if anybody wants to ask me questions around Andre James, let him fire away. I said it earlier. I think that the Raiders are talking to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they're trying to trade Andre James. I say that because you already know. I love the saying, where there is smoke, there is fire. And I would wonder, hear me out, let's paint the picture here. The Jacksonville Jaguars lost Mitch Morse, their center. He retired from the NFL. Then the Jacksonville Jaguars announced that they are moving on from Christian Kirk. Little do we know, the Houston Texans make a trade, sending Kirk to Houston. Jacksonville gets a 2026 7th-round pick. I would imagine that Liam Cohn and John Spytek have a good relationship. The Raiders, they end up announcing that they're going to move on from Andre James. My point is this. The Jags said they were going to move on from Christian Kirk, ended up acquiring a 2026 7th-round pick. I am a believer that before free agency starts, Andre James is going to get traded to the Jacksonville Jaguars for that 2026 7th-round pick that the Jags acquired from the Houston Texans. I know, we're getting off tangent, but that's what happens sometimes on this show. Let's go to the next one. Coming in here from Gutierrez. What do you got for me, Colin?
I got a little breaking news from Albert Breer.
Hit me.
The Seahawks and Geno Smith were far apart in negotiations, with Seattle closer to $35 million per year and Smith's camp around $45 million. That precipitated the trade to the Las Vegas Raiders.
So the Geno Smith contract issue was he didn't have any money guaranteed on his deal, and he was only scheduled to make he was still scheduled to make a good amount of money. But for the Raiders, by them trading for him, it's only $14.8 million. Again, a new contract's going to happen, and it sounds like Geno wants 40 to 45. I would imagine the deal he's going to get for the Raiders is probably 2 for 80, 2 for 85, maybe 2 for 90 with that 1 year left on the back end of it. But there's going to be a lot of front-loaded deals, so it's going to be a 1 year contract with a opportunity to get another year. Oh! See! Raider! Bang! If you want to get your questions, comments on the show, it's hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. And if you want to skip the line like Disney Fast Pass, you throw in a hundo. We're banging here on the Raiders Report. Let's go, OC Raider! Steven Gutierrez says the Las Vegas Seahawks. We got a head coach in Pete. He brought in his guy, Geno Smith. I hear you loud and clear, but if Geno Smith goes back and he plays the way that he did in the first year underneath Pete Carroll, that looked like a 30-touchdown, 11-interception guy. Brock Bowers, Jacoby Myers. Are we about to add DK Metcalf on top of that? Because I think if you are able to add a T-Mac, maybe at pick number 6, if you're able to add an Ashton Genty right there, maybe you go out and sign somebody like Chris Godwin. You could do a lot of different things with Geno Smith. And I think Geno is a quarterback, like, again, Pete Carroll trusts. Did someone say, let's get giggity? I hope we can trade back in the first, collect another 2 and third. What are your thoughts? I love that you bring this up. And this is exactly my thought process. I tweeted out the moment that the Raiders made the deal for Geno that, to me, this means Shedeur Sanders. And I still think that this is a team that wants to draft Shedeur. But when you look at the latest reports, I actually think that the Raiders wouldn't take Shedeur at 6. I believe now Las Vegas could absolutely, positively be a team that tries to trade back a little bit. Maybe you're able to just get that 3rd-round pick in return. Like, I know the Raiders have a lot of different holes to fill, but this Geno Smith move, I think that this makes them, honestly, a more of a candidate to try to trade back from 6, because 6 is not as pretty as what it once was, I think, when the whole NFL draft process ended up going down. Let's go to New Doles. What up, my man? A few words. Chip Kelly and PC new regime. Like, I'll tell you this. I think Chip Kelly has got to be excited about the fact that he's going to get to work with Geno Smith. On top of that, Max Crosby is fired up about the opportunity to have Geno Smith at his quarterback, because I bet there was a lot of people out there who were like, man, Max was talking about Aaron Rodgers the other day. I mean, I thought about it too. But Max Crosby is fired up that Geno Smith is the quarterback. And if that fires you up, hit that like button right now. I want to get to 1,000 likes here on the Raiders Report. Once we get to 1,000 likes, we're going to get the beer bongs out. Let's freaking go. Let's rally, man. Gutierrez, Geno Smith is a mobile Derek Carr. I don't really think that that's actually a fair comparison to either of these quarterbacks, where, yeah, there's some ups and downs. Geno, to me, is much more accurate. I think Derek Carr is a better deep ball thrower when he has time to throw. Geno is a little bit more of an athlete, better with play action. Derek's not nearly the play action quarterback, but Geno can also, I think, work out a shotgun a little bit better. Geno is a better QB right now than Derek Carr. I'll admit, it's close. And Geno is a fringe top 20, just like I would say Derek Carr is a fringe top 20 quarterback. What up, David Ruiz? 500 quarterback, by the way, and wants $45 million. Not going to lie, Aaron Rodgers or Sam or Fields would have been better. I don't care what anybody else says. I have a graphic for this. Can you go into Raiders graphic sheet? It is a player to comp, and it is Geno Smith before and after Pete Carroll. We're going to go back to this one, Rubio, because I hear you loud and clear. And anytime a quarterback gets brought up, people will always say wins and losses. But I want you to look at the quarterback Geno Smith is with Pete Carroll. Because I think a lot of people look at Geno Smith and they tie it into the guy at the New York Jets. I don't know if y'all know this. I used to work for the New York Jets, and I get trolled for it all the time. But when I worked there, Geno was on that roster. And the way Geno Smith played then, I saw it up close and personal all the flipping time. Also, Michael Vick was a part of that roster. Oh, that was a crazy one. Chris Johnson, it was wild, wild, wild. Anyway, he's such a different quarterback now. And this is a dude that's going to be able to deliver the ball quickly, quick release. Like, I also think about what type of quarterback Tom Brady wants. And he wants a decision maker. All right, so to the Seahawks, I don't know. I believe it is the Davante Adams pick. Yeah, Mike Garafolo, who, you got to unblock me, by the way, Garafolo, put out, it was pick 92. But Raiders don't have pick 92. So now he's saying that the Jets listed it wrong on their website. The third-round picks that the Raiders have was pick 68 and pick 73, Garafolo. Let's get it together here a little bit. If it's Davante, it's 73. If it's not, it's 68. But still, at the end of the day, I'm looking at this trade as going, we traded away Davante Adams for Geno Smith. Just think about that in a nutshell. That is a win. Whether you want Geno Smith as a quarterback or not, I want the Raiders to draft a QB, and I want that young QB to be their future. So you know what? I'm going to be patient this season. And that's what this move is. It is a patient move that they believe in. We got 6,000 people tuned in right now. You're watching the Raiders Report. When breaking news happens, we got you covered. Also, I don't want to be the guy where I'm going to be live also next week, Monday through Friday, every single day, breaking news just like this. If you're having a good time today, then I'm telling you what, you're going to have a hell of a time tomorrow. Also, all I got is Miller Lights, which I don't really like drinking Miller Lights, but you know what? Sometimes once in a while, we're going to crack a few open. It's Friday. My fiance is in L.A. She's celebrating her bachelorette party. She actually just sent me a picture. Her and her girlfriends are on a little boat. It is pick 73. Geno Smith for Davante Adams is a win, baby. Cheers to the nation, and can I get a Raiders? Let's go to Jose.
He says, C- grade, bridge quarterback, definitely not in win-now mode.
The Raiders are in win-now mode, and that's what they're going to be all offseason. Again, you don't try to trade for a quarterback that is a veteran like Geno Smith unless you're in win-now mode. I don't think that he's near the caliber of a QB like Matthew Stafford is, but I do think what you have to consider, again, is Geno is somebody Pete Carroll and this regime trusts to be able to develop the next guy. That's the plan, and that's why I think Max Crosby's money is structured the way it is. When you look at the Crosby deal now, and actually bring up maybe a player bio on Max, or if you can make a List 5 logo of his cap hit, I have a tweet on it. I now, when I think about the way that they structured Max Crosby's contract, making a move for Geno does make more sense. Because again, I want the Raiders to win a Super Bowl. If you want the Raiders to win a Super Bowl, type me down below. We'll give some shout outs here. Everybody should want the Raiders to win a Super Bowl. But at the exact same time, I think Geno's not a Super Bowl caliber quarterback, right? Seth, Venom, Seth again. What up, Kirby, D? I see you, DJ Smooth. We want the Raiders to win a quarterback. But what gives you a better opportunity? Max Crosby at $28 million per year 2 years from now? 3 years from now? Or Max Crosby at $38 million right now? The reason why now I think that they front-loaded Crosby's contract and gave him $0 million guaranteed, they're putting a 2-year window out to try to win right now, but then also to be in their ultimate win-now window, the final year of Pete Carroll's contract. He does have that 4th-year option, and then it puts you in a great position in 2027. You know what quarterback I think is going to be available in the year of 2027? Arch Manning. I'm just saying, sometimes people play chess when everybody else is playing checkers. You want to play checkers? I'm ready to play chess. I think it's interesting, man. Let's go to Paul. What up, Paul? He led the NFL in total and red zone interceptions. I get it. That was last season. And we see it all the time. Different regimes can have a major impact. Like Geno Smith had an opportunity where he got to go to the Seattle Seahawks, and he was never really all that great of a quarterback. Pete Carroll helped him turn into the quarterback that he was. And then he loses Pete, gets a brand new regime, gets a brand new offensive coordinator. Like, you can't be a Raiders fan and act like getting a brand new head coach and getting a brand new offensive coordinator and getting a brand new quarterback coach doesn't impact the quarterback. Shit, man, that's all I've been hearing from the Aiden O'Connell, Derek Carr stands out there. Like, Geno Smith is our quarterback now. If you don't like it, let's get on board with it. I get we might not love it, but we also have to realize his situation changed so much last year. And that's a cold, hard fact. Let's go to Dawson Drake, but first, Kilo! Cuz! Bang! Come on, Kilo! Pick 73 was way too rich for Geno. I don't disagree with you, bro. Like, I really do not disagree with you. But if it sounds like that's what the Seahawks wanted to do, or if it sounds like the Raiders, I think we're willing to overpay because it's the long game. It's the long game for this move for Geno, where I get it. I want to win right away, right now. And, you never know. Crazy shit can happen all the time. But this Geno Smith move is a move of, we got to be patient for a year or two. And this tells me that our window is going to be in 2026, or I think it's going to be in 2027. That's the Raiders' mentality of when they're going to try to win a Super Bowl. They're getting ready to do it. I hope that everybody, though, is ready for the ride. Shout out to my man, Kilo. That was not it, but close. Oh, man. What up, Mitch? Congrats on the wedding. Love the trade. What do you think about the kid from Arizona at wide receiver 1? I think T-Mac is spectacular. He reminds me of a receiver where he can go down the field and he glides like super easily. Somebody like a Mike Evans. He's a really solid athlete with good hands. Somebody like a Drake London. When I watch T-Mac play, in my mind, he is a combination of Mike Evans and Drake London. If you don't want that type of combination at young receiver on top of Jacoby Myers, on top of somebody like Brock Bowers, like, dude, that is a really solid trio that's going to be tough to cover. Plus, you got Trey Tucker who can take the top off. I hope that the Raiders are able to hang on to somebody like Michael Mayer. Mayer is a good 2 tight end. He is a really good 2, and I hope that we're not actually shopping him. I know there's been some conflicting reports around it, but, dude, T-Mac, I think he's solid. Chris Godwin, I think would be also a really solid fit. You know who else would be a solid fit? DK Metcalf. If you want the Raiders to trade for DK Metcalf, let's get some DKs down below. One deal that I think is guaranteed going to happen, though, Tyler Lockett is a Raider. Tyler Lockett has never been more a Raider than he is right now. Ow! Nathan Wolf! Bang! Ow! The Wolfman! Let's go! The Raiders just traded for Geno Smith. We essentially traded Devontae Adams for Geno Smith. Coming up here on today's show, I do have an entire segment around the breaking news. I'm going to talk about what it looks like now for the Raiders salary cap, what it does exactly for somebody like Max Crosby, what that window looks like, and the move of Geno Smith has confirmed. It confirms the Raiders are drafting a quarterback this year, which we all expected. But I was also in the camp of, I don't know if the Raiders are going to draft a quarterback high. I think now this tells me that this is a team that's going to try to draft a quarterback in the first 3 rounds of the draft. Maybe they wait on day 5. I know they met with Quinn Ewers. They met with Kyle McCord. They met with Tyler Shuck. Jalen Milroe's an intriguing prospect to me. He's got all the talent in the world. But, I mean, the Raiders' plan all along has been Shedeur Sanders. And I said on the video today, if they go out and they trade for Geno Smith, that tells me that they're all in on Shedeur Sanders. I think the Raiders are a candidate to trade back to try to get Sanders wherever he falls and recoup that 3rd-round pick that they just got Geno Smith for. That's what I think the Raiders are trying to do. Who do you want the Raiders to draft? Let me know down below. Nathan Wolf, bro, cheers to you. Oh, let's go to Breeze Visual. What up, Breeze? Do you think we will draft a quarterback to sit underneath Geno? No doubt about it. I know it's everything I just said, but the Raiders were always going to draft a quarterback. I just didn't know where they were going to do it. Like, if they trade for Matthew Stafford, you don't draft a quarterback in the first 3 rounds. They draft somebody a little bit later on, honestly, maybe like a Quinn Ewers. If you're able to get somebody, though, like a Geno Smith, then I think you've got to invest in the quarterback spot a little bit more. And it wouldn't surprise me if they tried to go get a 3rd-round pick because, that's where Pete ended up getting somebody like Wilson. Let's go to Bad Driver. Is this my wife? Man, it is what it is, and we're going to ride together this year. Sometimes we got to remember Rome wasn't built overnight. Let's evaluate in 3 years and scream, Raiders! You're right, though. But Pete also said, though, that, well, this is really interesting. According to Jordan Schultz, Geno Smith requested a trade Thursday night from the Seahawks after the two sides were unable to find common ground on a long-term extension. Pete Carroll with Tom Brady fully on board spoke to his old buddy, John Schneider, about the framework of a deal. Maybe it was a part of that hour-long flight where he was standing, nodding coach, about the framework of a deal. Seattle wanted significant draft capital in return and felt satisfied with a 3rd-round pick in next month's draft. Unbelievable, man. Also, another one! Nathan Wolf! Bang! Ow! Wolfman! Nathan frickin' Wolf, dude. Spam the Wolfman down below. I got Raider Rub. I got Nick, Jimmy Hall, Freddie Roybal. Let's freaking go. If this move on a Friday night doesn't fire you up a little bit, then you got to wake up. You're not ready for March. This is March. You're not ready for March on the Raiders Report. I'm telling you that right now. Nathan Wolf, cheers to you. Let's go to my man, Rainmaker. Dude's making it rain. The Rainmaker. Next one. Also, reminder, we will get into a whole show around Geno Smith in just a moment. I do want to break down some more of these super chats. Friendly, also reminder on top of that. I want to give a huge shout out to everybody that always supports this show. We've been able to grow up to 189,000 subscribers. We do a lot of crazy stuff all the time. But I mean this. This is my family. I appreciate y'all to the moon and back. I hope you see the hard work we do. I also want to say a big thank you to everybody that participated in our show the other day.
Oh,
what?
The Seahawks opened trade discussions with the Raiders with a blockbuster proposal. Geno Smith and DK Metcalf to Vegas for Max Crosby. Vegas quickly shot that down and told Seattle that Crosby was not available. Wow.
So the Seahawks tried to trade for Max Crosby, and the Raiders said no. Oh, my goodness. So it was DK Metcalf, Geno Smith for Max Crosby. Raiders said no. According to Albert Breer, that is unbelievable.
Max Crosby, you're a Raider, baby. You're a Raider.
What I was saying, though, was we ended up raising $2,200 a few days ago for Mount Raider Moore's Brandon Jasper, who just passed away. I thank you, everybody who was a part of that. If you were a part of that, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. His family could not thank you enough as well. We are now, that money, I want y'all to know, that money is helping us figure out a way, we are in communication right now, to have his ashes spread over the Oakland Coliseum. If that didn't give you chills a little bit, then you got to check your pulse, but that's because of every single person that was here that helped us raise that money for Brandon Jasper's family. That's freaking really cool, man. What up, Eva? Forget the draft this year. Get Arch Manning next year. I'll be real. I actually don't think Arch Manning comes out in 2026. I think his plan is 2027, just based on a lot of the things that have been reported around Arch Manning. But, oh, my goodness, dude. That trade, according to Albert Breer, the Seattle Seahawks offered the Raiders Geno Smith and DK Metcalf for Max Crosby. The Raiders said no. I'll tell you what, that's not an easy trade to say no to. And if anybody calls the Raiders the Las Vegas Seahawks or the Seattle Raiders, you show them that trade, and that tells you no. We want our own. We love our own more, which I am glad they did not do. Because if this new regime would have traded away Max Crosby, which I get it for a quarterback, and I get it a wide receiver, But I'm telling you right now, that would have lost a lot of faith in this organization. So John Spytek, Pete Carroll, Tom Brady, you did the right thing as far as I'm concerned. Another one! Nathan Wolf! Bang! 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 Come on, dude! My man is on fire right now. You know when you sink that first cup in Pong, and then you get it back and you hit another and you're like, I'm heating up. That next shot, when you throw another and you sink it again, biggest dick at the whole party. Right there, that feeling. Love it. Let's go to Francisco Diaz. Or we just go back to Nathan. Add this to Tuna's ashes. Hey, man, Tuna's looking down right now. I don't know if he would have loved the Geno Smith move, but I know he would have loved the fact that we're rallying together. Tuna was always down for a good time. Cheers to you, my man, Nathan Wolf. Oh, you know what? Let's have a little bit of fun. I saw a few people asking about Raiders Report hats. If you bang on Venmo, at Mitchell Renz 365, I'm sending you a Raiders Report hat. Beer Bong, sending you a Raiders Report hat. If you do it, though, you got to send me your first and last name, and you got to send me your shipping address. It's the only way. So as soon as you send it, put it in there. We're sending some Raiders Reports hats out. I don't have a lot, though. I have a limited amount that I'm saving also for free agency next week. But you know what? Let's go, man. If you want a Raiders Report hat, $100 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. I need your first and last name and your shipping address, and we'll throw some back. Let's go to Francisco Diaz. Win now doesn't necessarily mean only making splashy moves. If you're laying a foundation, Max is extended. Geno is a great bridge quarterback. Can't wait to see what free agency in this draft has in store. And I agree with you. And I think that this is like that. The Raiders are trying to get that bridge. And it does not surprise me that the quarterback that the Raiders want to groom their future, whatever QB the Raiders draft this year, I think in their mind, that's the future of this franchise, which I think it's going to be Shedeur Sanders. I'm just telling you. So you you trade for Geno Smith, you allow Geno to work with Shedeur, and then when Geno leaves, you're hoping Shedeur's ready, and then at that time, Max Crosby's not making as much as what he would have been if you won the front load of his contract like you're referring to, and then you keep the ball rolling. Again, it's not. I was surprised by Max's contract, but now seeing what the Raiders did and how everything's structured, I'm okay. Like, they have a plan, and now I know what that plan is. Their plan is to try to win a Super Bowl in 2 to 3 years, but they got to get there. We'll see. DJ, what's up, DJ? That's my DJ. Peace, blessings, and congrats on the wedding, Mitch. Keep doing your thing. DJ, I appreciate you, Newmark. I can remember when you sent me a DM, and it was right around when the Raiders were looking at the GM candidate, Newmark, and he messaged me. He's like, probably not the Newmark you wanted to hear from, but I appreciate what you do. Yeah, honestly, that's why I love when people hit me up on IG, Twitter, Mitchell Renz 365. It's one of those things where, you know, sometimes like we interact obviously with a lot of people, but it is amazing when I can put 2 to 2 together. I can start putting some faces to names, some pictures, because I don't think that everybody is named the Raider fan 111, right? That's hard to pick out who you are. So DJ Newmark, shout out to you, bro. I appreciate you. We've been playing the long game for 20 effing years. You're not wrong, dude. You know, you're not wrong. But at least you have to admit, this plan makes some sense. It might not be the plan that you want if you wanted the Raiders to go out and win right now, but it's the plan that the Raiders are trying to do. And I respect the plan. You got to put the wheels in motion. And I think the Raiders are going to try to trade back now. I really do. What up, B1 G-Max Zaddy? Tell me how Cam Ward is the top quarterback, but looks like a worse famous Jameis. No way he's the top QB. Sanders and Dart are the only QBs that I want. Well, then it's not going to matter. I mean, Cam Ward's not going to be available to you. If that's the only quarterbacks you want, then I'm happy that those are going to be the guys that you're going to potentially end up getting. Cam Ward's just my favorite quarterback. I think he's the most talented out of the bunch. I think he's a great processor. I don't think he gets rattled easily. I think he can spray the ball all over the field, but For the Raiders, I think they want a high-level decision maker. Shedeur Sanders is a high-level decision maker. The Raiders also want somebody who's very smart up here. I'm telling y'all right now, Jalen Milroe impressed the Raiders at the Combine. And Milroe is a quarterback that you should give 2 years, where Milroe has that athletic ability where you can do everything right, and it's just not going to matter. He can beat you. If they think that they can develop him as a passer, where I know it's going to scare some people, but if they can develop him as a passer with Greg Olsen, Chip Kelly, Pete Carroll, John Spytek, Tom Brady, and you let him learn for 2 years, I'll tell you this right now, that's interesting to me.
I'm going to read this next super. All right, can I get a Raiders? Thank you for all you do for the nation. I'm pumped for the season. Raider Nation for life. JJ Rivera 21, we appreciate you guys. I'm trying to get to all these super chats. It's been crazy. We're working behind the scenes, making sure we get the cut and making sure we get the show, the best show here for the Raiders. We appreciate your patience. I see all the super chats. We're going to try to get to them as quick as we can. We, again, appreciate your patience. Uriah, does this rule out trading up for Cam Ward? I think at this point, like Mitch was saying, the Raiders are looking to add another quarterback. I don't think Geno Smith's going to be the one quarterback that they add this offseason, whether that is Cam Ward, whether that's Shedeur Sanders.
It's not going to be Cam Ward now. I think this totally puts them out of the Cam Ward contention because they would have had to trade up to go get him, and Cam Ward was the only quarterback that the Raiders thought was good enough to play in year one. To me, the Raiders are going to go after a quarterback that they believe is a 2-year window. The quarterbacks that I've heard the Raiders talk about a 2-year window, it is Shedeur Sanders, it is Jackson Dart, it is Jalen Milroe. Those would be the QBs that I would anticipate the Raiders try to draft. So be ready for it. Ryan James, what's up, man? I would like to get DK, but he will be expensive as far as trade compensation and contract. I'd rather sign Godwin. Also, do you think Najee or Aaron Jones would be a good grab and keep Sincere McCormick and Amir Abdullah? All right, so I'll try to run through this one quickly. I personally think DK Metcalf is a better fit than Chris Godwin, though I think Godwin at 22 and DK at how good he is, I can make an argument for both, but I hear you where Godwin maybe the route that I would want to go now since we used that third-round pick. I'm not interested in Najee or Aaron Jones, quite frankly. This running back class is so flipping deep, and now because we use one of those third-round picks, I want to use one of those other picks because you're going to need a good running game. Like, there is also a part of me that wonders if this team's going to go out and they're going to try to draft now a Quidshawn Junkins maybe in the third round, maybe an Omari Hampton in the second if he's still there. Maybe they want to go out and get Ashton Genty and rock a Marshawn Lynch type of old FU type of style of running game with JPJ at center. Like, I think that they're going to keep Sincere. We'll see what ends up happening with Amir Abdullah. A lot of different ways that this organization could go. Also, load a Cameron Abbott. Bang! It's fun to stay at the LCA. Come on, Cameron. Bong for Geno. Was one of my top quarterbacks to pair with Chip Kelly. Now it's happened. I'll catch it out now. With this regime doing what they're doing, we will make the playoffs this year. I expect this offseason to be the best team that we've seen. I mean, I'll tell you this. I've already liked a lot of the things that the Raiders have done this offseason, and I agree with you. This is the most confident that I have been in a regime in a long time. And I know that Geno Smith, again, I feel like is a little bit of a downgrade from Matthew Stafford, which is true. But Geno also is the best quarterback that this team has had probably since, you can make an argument with Derek. I know, I got people out there looking at me, Derek Carr. It's probably since Derek Carr, the first year or second year, not first or second year, probably 2021. The year they went to the playoffs was probably Derek Carr's best year, 27 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. And then 2016, 2015, Geno's the best guy that we've had since then. He's better than 2022 Derek Carr, no doubt about it. Better than Jimmy, better than Brian, better than Aiden. Even for the Aiden truthers out there, Geno is an upgrade over Aiden. And I think for when you're a football team, you got to look at improving on every single one of your spots, okay? You got to look at trying to improve at every single one of your spots. Quarterback, they improved on. That's a tip of the cap. I mean, if I would have told you the Raiders traded Devontae Adams for Geno Smith, nobody would believe me by saying that. People would go, there's no way the Seahawks would agree to that. And it just happened, man. Lord, cheers to you, man. Oh, Yodes, Super Bowl 60 or bust. Agree. What was this past year? 59? See, I think the Raiders are thinking more Super Bowl 61, Super Bowl 62. I think that's more what the Raiders' plan is after making this deal. But they are a playoff team. They're a playoff caliber team. With the amount of money they have in salary cap and the amount of draft picks, now only 9, that they have, this is a team that's going to try to make the playoffs. Let's go to the next Super Chat coming up here on today's show. Reminder, hashtag Raiders, or you can Super Chat to get those questions and comments on the show. What up, Wesley? Where do we go now in free agency now that we got our quarterback? I'm looking at offensive line, and I'm looking at some wide receivers. Now, I did do a show, which I think ended up going out this morning. I've put out so much content recently that I'm losing track. No, it was yesterday morning, where I talk about my low tier, my mid tier, and my high tier wide receivers that the Raiders could potentially look at. If you're going to go low tier, I'm looking at dudes like Matt Collins, a freaking tough mother effer that can block. He's a great gunner on special teams. Sure, he's 31 years old, but it's somebody that can stretch the field a little bit, which is what Geno wants. Like, if you can't trade for DK, go get a cheap field stretcher in Matt Collins. And I know we have Trey Tucker, but Mac is a little bit more proven, as a little bit bigger of a receiver. I also think, Tyler Lockett's got to be on your radar. Lockett's probably going to cost you somewhere at about $7 million. He'd be a great bridge wide receiver to Trey Tucker. I think also another mid-tier wide receiver you can look at, Keenan Allen. He's got a lot of relationships with Chris Beatty, the Raiders wide receiver coach. Beatty was with him with the Los Angeles Chargers. Then Beatty ended up going to the Chicago Bears. Now he's here with the Las Vegas Raiders. Keenan followed him, and I know Keenan's a Charger to a lot of people, but Keenan also grew up a die-hard Raiders fan. So that makes me think of Keenan Allen. On terms of other players you can look at, you might be able to trade for Brandon Ayuk. I know it scares people, but it only costs you $1.2 million that would be Brandon Ayuk's salary cap hit. Probably going to cost you another third-round pick, but he's 27 years old. Maybe that works out. You could maybe trade for DK Metcalf still. I think the top wide receiver that you would look to go out and get is Chris Godwin, and I do think Godwin and Geno would be a really good pairing. Obviously, Spytek and Godwin. Godwin won a Super Bowl with Tom Brady, but like Nick Westbrook, another low-level receiver, good blocker, had 9 touchdowns last year for the Titans. Those are some of the names that I would throw out there at the wide receiver spot. We also, though, got to build our offensive line, no doubt about it. Rebel, I believe in the Raiders. Marsh is punching air right now. I'll tell you this, Marsh and even myself, I was hurting really bad this morning. I'm not kidding you. It's been a while since I've done that many boots. Y'all kicked our ass. Like, I'm telling you right now, y'all kicked our ass last night. It was a wild, wild time. Let's go to Justin McDaniel. Do we draft a wide receiver at 6 now? How does this change your draft opinion? I would say T-Mac is available there, no doubt about it. I think also, like, you could now convince me that the pick number 6 could be a trade back because the Raiders want to try to get an extra pick in the 3rd round. I could see Ashton Genty at 6. I could see, I hate to admit it, Shedeur Sanders now at 6. I could see Will Campbell, T-Mac. I think those are all options there at pick 6. But real talk, I think the Raiders are going to try to trade back. That's what I would do. I would try now to trade back to fall to maybe, 9. Maybe the Saints want to move up. 12, maybe the Dallas Cowboys. But if you can move back a little bit, get an extra 3rd-round pick that you just lost, and get another first where some of those players in the middle of that 1st round, I'm okay with that idea. But you better be ready to hit that home run, though, on that 1st-round pick. Let's go to Blink. What up, Blink? Since we're getting I think you mean rid of James. If he's behind a solid O-line, I'm a fan of this trade. The money after this year, not so much. I mean, Andre James was a move that we all expected, right? And the Raiders announced today that they're expecting to move on from Andre as a release. But I said, I think that they're still going to get a trade done. Personally, I think Andre James is going to get traded to the Jacksonville Jaguars for a 2026 7th-round pick. But yes, the Raiders do need to upgrade their offensive line, and they will. I would say at the moment today, right now, it's Colton Miller, Dylan Parham, JPJ, Alex Kappa, DJ Glaze. If it was up to me, I would keep Dylan Parham at right guard. I would put Jordan Meredith at left guard, and I would put Alex Kappa kind of in a Cody Whitehair role where I'd rather him be as the 6th overall offensive lineman. But we got to be able to protect Geno. But also what's really important to Geno, having a running game. Like, offensive line, having a running game. Somebody asked earlier about Aaron Jones. I do think actually Aaron Jones is an intriguing option if it's like $6 to $7 million on a 1-year prove-it deal because you're not in your window and you want to go out and get Aaron Jones and then maybe you draft a running back. But again, you draft a running back to hope that you're in win-now mode because then if it's 2 or 3 years down the road when you're trying to compete, well, then you might have to pay that running back if he's really good. Let's go to RWMG. Yo, Shedeur Sanders, Geno Smith, and AOC. Let Sanders learn under Geno for a year. Next Mahomes. I'm not going to say next Mahomes just because Shedeur doesn't have the athletic ability that somebody like Geno or like somebody Patrick Mahomes has. But I'll tell you this right now. Geno Smith makes me think that they're going to keep Aiden O'Connell unless a team like the Patriots comes a call and says, hey, we're going to give you a 4th-round pick or something like that. Then now I think that they try to keep Aiden, who's been working with Tom Brady. You bring in Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders working next to Aiden O'Connell. That should fire you up. And then also you're able to bring in somebody like Geno. I actually still think that there's a chance that the Raiders sign somebody like Zach Wilson, which is going to be an eye roll for some people, but he's only 25 years old. He was drafted number 2 overall by the New York Jets, and I bet you there's a little part of Pete Carroll that wonders. Geno Smith was a dumpster fire with the Jets. We fixed him. Can we also fix a 25-year-old Zach Wilson? And that could be another way where if you don't love the quarterbacks in this year's draft, but you want to compete, you sign a Zach Wilson for 1 year, that's your quarterback room, and then in 2026 you go try to draft your future. I kind of just talked myself into that one. Let's go to Cast Joey! Bang! My man, Cast Joey! What is up, Buttercup? The man, the myth, the legend. I hope you had a safe flight. Cast Joey needs 17 more flight hours to get his pilot's license.
Oh, that's huge.
Dude, he was telling me about it. If I looked at you right now and I said, I'm 17 hours away from getting my pilot's license, but I offered you a free flight to anywhere in the country, would you take it?
So you're the pilot then?
I'm the pilot. Well, small plane, about 4 people in it.
Ooh, little Cessna or
You're
something?
going to feel it.
Yeah?
I'm telling you right now.
Hey, if you're not taking risk in life, what are you doing, man?
If the pilot farts, it feels like turbulence.
Start shaking? I'm down, man.
You're down?
I'm down.
Cast, you got right there. I said I wouldn't do it. I don't have the balls to do it. Cast, though, you got somebody right there.
I got you.
Hey, bro, cheers to you. Solid move. Not what I wanted, to be honest, but it makes sense. Shout out to my little guy, turns 4 today. So happy for Jax. Yo, real quick. Can everybody real quick sing happy birthday with me? Spay up some HBDs down below. Cast Joey's little man turning 4 years old. Shout out to Jax. Happy birthday. You ready? You ready? I don't have Chug, so I'm going to do the heavy lifting. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. This is where Chugs usually takes over. Happy birthday. I can't do it. Jax. Happy birthday to you. Singing happy birthday to a 4-year-old while dollar bills fall on me is maybe one of the wildest things that I've ever done. There's some states, probably Atlanta, that's more than okay with that. James Harden knows a thing or two about it. Jax will tell you about that in a few years. Cast Joey, cheers to you, my man.
And we're not done because we got another one from Nathan and Lexi.
Bang! Nathan and Lexi Matthews, Raiders. You rock, Mitch. Are we interested in Ingram if we move Mayer? I'll tell you what. I don't think that it's a terrible idea to at least be a little bit interested in Evan Ingram, but there was a report that came out today that said one of the reasons why the Jags decided to let Evan Ingram go was because that they weren't confident he was going to pass his physical. So, got to be able to pass your physical, but at the same time, Ingram is a pass catcher at the tight end position. No disrespect to any other tight end in the NFL. The only guy I really want catching footballs for us is Brock Bowers. So if it was up to me, I put out a video, which some people missed it because I put it out really early yesterday morning, but it was an entire video around if Michael Mayer ended up getting traded, who were some of the tight end people that I would want the Raiders to look at in free agency. And in all honesty, it's not any sexy names. It's a bunch of guys that block because that's what I want. I want our other tight end to be a really good blocker that if we need to be able to use him in the red zone, somebody like a Mo Alley Cox, big guy. Also, that jersey would be electric in Las Vegas. Big guy, former basketball player, got a red zone option there, but he's also a really good blocker. Honestly, Harrison Bryant, Austin Hooper, some other names to throw out there. Like, those would be some dudes that I would look at. Like, you go back and you look at some of those great, what?
We just got a deal. We're making deals already.
Making deals. I'm listening.
Making deals. We got Yodes in the chat saying $500 super before 7:15. I'll do a shotgun bong combo.
So the boss, the CEO.
Ooh, the boss is getting into this?
The boss and CEO of Chat Sports just said he would do a shotgun bong combo. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to get into the cut.
Yep.
Okay? I'm going to break down all of my thoughts on this Geno Smith trade. I want to talk about the draft. I want to talk about Max Crosby. I'm going to talk about everything because I want to be able to do this. And then I'm telling you right now, if your kiddos are watching, after this cut, we're going to get a little bit rowdy here on the show. We're going to get a little bit rowdy here on the show. I'm down to stay and hang out as long as I can. I'm also on dog dad duty, where one of my buddies right now is literally at my house. Shout out to Petey. He's literally at my house right now letting Chuck in. Because Alex, again, is away. She's doing her thing. If anybody wants to buy Alex a bachelorette drink, it's on my Instagram at Mitchell Renz 365. She's like doing her whole thing right now with her girlfriends. Excuse me. That's disgusting. But man, oh man. Wild, wild stuff there. You guys ready to get into this breaking news here? I'm almost like, dude, I'm sweating. Yeah, I don't know a girl named Molly, but she might know me because I'm sweating right now. What a disaster. What am I doing? Hang on. Hang on. All right. Y'all ready? Coming up right now, we're going to get into the breaking news that Geno Smith just got traded to the Las Vegas Raiders, and here is everything, and I mean everything, you need to know about it. Breaking news, the Las Vegas Raiders have traded for Seahawks quarterback Geno Smith. I'm Mitchell Renz, host of the Raiders Report, and coming up here on today's show, I'm going to tell you everything that you need to know about the Raiders trading for Geno because I'll be real, I don't know if it's a move that says I'm trying to win a Super Bowl right now, but the Raiders clearly have a plan in place, and I'm going to tell you what that plan is on today's show. Here's my promise, though. You might not agree with everything that I say on this show. You might not agree with everything that I say during free agency, which we're going to be live every single day next week. But when Raiders news happens, I'm going live, and you're going to get a video about it. I got commitment to excellence. I put out a video every day on this channel, and if you want to rock with the nation, this is the place to do it when breaking news happens, so make sure you're subscribed. Let's talk about the Geno Smith trade. And very interesting that it ended up being the Davante Adams pick. If I was somebody who was amongst the Raiders, I would look at the fact that you were able to trade essentially Davante Adams for Geno Smith. And I know sometimes when you see the third round pick, there's some people who are like, I don't know if I love the idea around it. You traded Davante Adams for Geno Smith. That is a win. Here's what's going to be interesting. And literally as the time that I am looking at this video live and I'm making it with you, there is an update here, which we'll get to in a moment, but Diana Rossini reported that Geno is expected to get a new deal with the Raiders at $40 to $45 million a year. I am somebody that believes that Geno Smith is the Raiders' plan at a bridge quarterback. However, and this is where I'm not going to lie, this report makes me a little bit nervous. According to Jordan Schultz, the Raiders plan to make Geno Smith the quarterback of the future. They have begun negotiating a long-term contract that will reflect that. Not there yet, but headed towards a Smith receiving a multi-year extension in Las Vegas. I'm going to tell you this right now. If the Raiders plan to make Geno Smith the quarterback of the future, I might have a mental breakdown on this show, because that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If you give him a multi-year extension that essentially gives you an out, and that out is after 2 to 3 years, then I am okay with it. I need to see the details in that contract, but I'm telling you this right now. When the Raiders went out and they traded for Geno Smith, the thought process that I had in my mind, because you're only giving up a third-round pick, the thought process that I had in my mind was that the Raiders traded for Geno Smith to essentially be a bridge quarterback that Pete Carroll trusts, and then in the next 2 years or so, you have the quarterback of your future. Maybe you draft a Shedeur Sanders to learn underneath Geno for 2 years. Maybe you draft a Jackson Dart to learn underneath Geno for 2 years. Maybe you draft a Jalen Milroe to learn underneath Geno Smith for 2 years, and then you hand the keys to the car to Smith. But the report that just came out from Jordan Schultz that indicates that the Raiders are going to make Geno Smith the quarterback of their future, that does scare me a little bit. Now, I still got to be able to see what the breakdown of the contract is going to be, and we don't know exactly what it is yet. But making a 34-year-old quarterback the future plan does scare me a little bit. I do wonder, though, if the future plan is them just saying, hey, I'm going to give you, let's say, a 2 to 3 year contract, but it's really going to be a 2-year contract. As long as it's 2 years, I'm okay with it. Anything more than 2 years for Geno Smith, I worry that the Raiders are going to tie themselves in a situation much like the New Orleans Saints are in right now, where they're going, I don't want to pay Derek Carr the amount of money we're paying. Or the Atlanta Falcons, where they're going, I don't want to pay Kirk Cousins after we just drafted Michael Penix. You see a lot of teams give out these big deals. The Giants with Daniel Jones. You can't bury yourself in a veteran contract because you can really, really hurt yourself down the road. I don't know what the details are, but when I first started this video, when you saw me start this video, I was a lot more confident about the Raiders' plan than I am right now. But that is the exact reason why you should tune into our show when we go live, because sometimes shit like that happens, and I love it. So now I want y'all to grade the trade. A, B, C, D, or F. This is going to be the pinned comment on today's show. So that means when you're about to get hit with a YouTube ad break, I want you to scroll on down, give me your answer, give me the grade to the Geno Smith contract. Raiders receive Geno. The Seattle Seahawks receive third-round pick number 73 overall. The reason why I am going to give this trade a B grade, I am a grader where an A is great, B is good, C is average, D is bad, F is a fail. Max Crosby's fired up. He loves the trade, which I know might surprise some people. But the reason why I'm going to give it a B grade is because if the Raiders brought in Geno Smith to be a bridge, a quarterback that Pete Carroll trusts, to help him groom the next quarterback of the future, I love that plan. It's not a Super Bowl winning plan, but it's a plan that makes sense to me. If the Raiders' plan is to trade for Geno Smith and make him the future of this team, which is what was just reported by Jordan Schultz, that is a D plan to me. That's a bad plan. And I like Geno a lot, but saying that he's going to be the future of your team, that makes me think that you only think that the future of your team is as long as Pete Carroll is your head coach. And when you have Chip Kelly, I think that you want Chip Kelly to stay as your head coach. So again, more really interesting rumors that are going down. And speaking of Max Crosby, according to Albert Breer, listen to this, okay? The Seahawks and Geno Smith were far apart in negotiations, with Seattle closer to around $35 million. Smith's camp wants around $45 million per year, which is one of the reasons why the trade ended up going down. Here's also what Albert Breer reported, which I am happy the Raiders didn't trade Max Crosby, because everybody's been saying the Las Vegas Seahawks or the Seattle Raiders. I've already seen it because I dealt with it during the New England Patriot bullshit days. But at the same time, if they would have traded away Max Crosby for Geno Smith and DK Metcalf, people would have had a meltdown. I don't think it would have been as big as Mavs fans with Luka Doncic, but it would have been a big-time meltdown. So the fact that the Raiders said no to a DK Metcalf, Geno Smith for Max Crosby trade is a great, great sign. But speaking of Max Crosby, when they gave him the cap that they did, so again, he signed a 3-year, $106 million deal, $91 million guaranteed. The full contract looks something like 5 years for about $150 million. But usually when teams give a contract like that, they backload it. They put lower numbers at the beginning, higher numbers at the end. When they did this contract, in my mind, because there's $0 million guaranteed these 3 years here, when they did that, my mind said that their Super Bowl window is right here. This is when they're going to go out and try to win. So in my mind, I thought that they signed or traded for Geno Smith, have him be the bridge quarterback, bingo bongo, let a quarterback like Jalen Milroe, Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders fill in the name right here. They're learning with Tom Brady, learning with Geno Smith, the quarterback that Pete Carroll trusts, and then you decide to move on from Geno Smith, and then you have a quarterback that you've been grooming in a cheap year for Max Crosby's contract, and you're trying to win. The other thing maybe you're doing, maybe you're planning for Arch Manning in 2027, which is the year I think that he ends up coming out when you follow reports from people around the Manning family. So again, the breaking news that just happened, the Las Vegas Raiders, they traded for Geno Smith. They gave the Seattle Seahawks a third-round pick, number 73 overall. But one of the things that I want people to think about is also the Raiders could still sign a quarterback, and a quarterback that they could potentially sign, I'm telling you right now, is Zach Wilson. So hear me out. It wouldn't surprise me if the Raiders saw what Geno Smith looked like with the New York Jets compared to the way he looks after joining Pete Carroll and the Seattle Seahawks. So look at somebody like Geno before he ended up going with Pete Carroll, and then after he ended up going with Pete Carroll. 68.5, he has a winning percentage after meeting Pete Carroll. The touchdown-to-interception ratio is a lot different. I'm only bringing up Zach Wilson's name simply because the Raiders are showing interest in him. And according to Vincent Bonsignore, this is from back probably a week ago, it's not a rumor, they are pursuing him. And it honestly wouldn't shock me if the Raiders thought the Jets are just a dumpster fire for quarterbacks because Pete has already been able to rescue Geno. Can Pete rescue somebody like Zach Wilson? They bring in Zach Wilson to compete with Aiden O'Connell. That's the young quarterback battle. And at age 25, if the Raiders don't want to draft a quarterback, I still think that they do, you could look at somebody also like Zach Wilson in free agency. I know it's something that people don't maybe want to hear, but I do think it could potentially happen. And my job on this show is to tell you everything that I think. Just like I think that there's a chance, because other breaking news that happened today was the Raiders are expected to move on from Andre James. You know what I think is going to happen to Andre James? I think the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to trade for Andre James. So hear me out. This was a video that I was getting ready to drop right before the Geno Smith stuff ended up happening. And it's, again, why I want people to subscribe, and it's why I want people to watch this live show. I personally think that the Raiders are also right now trying to work on a deal where John Spytek's talking to Liam Cohen. So hear me out loud and clear, okay? This is where I think it started. The Jacksonville Jaguars lost their center yesterday. Mitch Morse decided to retire. Mitch Morse retires from the NFL. Then the Jacksonville Jaguars plan to release Christian Kirk. Christian Kirk is available. What happens? Christian Kirk is traded to the Houston Texans for a 2026 7th-round pick, okay? When a team announces that they're going to release a player, there's still a chance that they could trade him. I think that the Jags traded Kirk to the Texans for that 2026 7th to trade it to the Raiders for Andre James to be able to replace Mitch Morse. Liam Cohen, offensive coordinator last year for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, brand new head coach now in Jacksonville. I know he's got a great relationship with John Spytek, who worked down in Tampa Bay last season, who is now the general manager of the Raiders. Sometimes teams are working behind closed doors. And I'm just saying, I think by the time NFL free agency hits, the Raiders end up trading Andre James for a 2026 7th-round pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but I like to speculate. It's part of the fun thing that I do on this show. And if you like that type of thought process, hit that subscribe button. If you don't like me talking about what goes in my mind, I'm going to be honest, this is not going to be the show for you. But when breaking news happens, when big stuff goes on and goes down around the Raiders, I don't care that it's Friday night. I mean, I do a little bit. I'm not going to lie. So you know what? If you're watching this right now, I'm staying live here on the Raiders Report. We're going to throw some beers back. It's going to get wet and wild because you know what? I'm going to celebrate that the Raiders upgraded at the quarterback position. I'm going to celebrate that Geno Smith is going to be this guy's. He's going to be the future. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But what I am going to celebrate is we upgraded at the most important position, and it's somebody Pete Carroll believes in. I told myself this year, I'm going to trust this regime. I'm going to buy in, and that's what I'm doing. So if you're buying in as well, pull up to the Raiders Report because shit's about to go down. So grade the trade. Give me an A, B, C, D, or an F. Let me know. Let me know. What do we got here, man? What do we got here? I'm seeing some B's. I'm seeing some C's. I mean, like, let's be honest with ourselves here. After seeing that report from Jordan Schultz, I think we all got to admit, a little bit nervous right now. Like, I like Geno, but at the same time, making him the future, that scares the absolute bejesus out of me. It really does, dude. It really does. Also, I see a few people are getting in our March Madness duck race. If you don't know what I'm talking about, if you want to participate where it's one duck versus one duck, 64 people, only one person per entry. We did it last year. David Zahn ended up winning it. Winner this year gets $1,600. So if you want in, we only got a few spots left because I just saw David Rubio. You're in. And then I also just saw Scott and Renee Kroc. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Also in. So that means I only have 21 spots left. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you're going to kick yourself in the you-know-what if you watch this show all the time because you're going to wish you got in for the March Madness duck race. It is electric. So if you need to be able to scan the QR code, you can scan the QR code right here. If you're like my dad and you're like, I don't know what a QR code even is. You can pull out your phone, you take a picture of it, and if you take a picture of it or just hover over top of it, you can even click on it with those fat fingers, Dad. Focus on it. You click on that link that pops up on screen, and then you got me. You can also add me as a friend. I promise you, we do right here on the show. Thunderlord! Who's going to alley-oop it? He threw it up!
It's up there.
He threw it up!
It's hanging.
I don't know who's going to throw it down. I'm excited. With Geno, let's see what Metcalf does. Also, the draft will be interesting which way they go. The draft's going to be really interesting now. Free agency is going to be really interesting now because obviously you can go in a lot of different ways. But what also I like is now the Raiders can spend Saturday and Sunday, Friday night, and they can plan what they're going to do on Monday. And they're going to have a plan in place instead of trying to get a deal done with a quarterback, which is what they were going to try to do. I knew that the Raiders were going to sign or trade for a quarterback really early in free agency. I knew it was going to happen just based on a lot of the things that we were already hearing. So I'm, in all honesty, if you would have asked me who I would have wanted out of all these quarterbacks, I would have ranked it, and I'm being 100% genuine with everybody watching this show right now. I would have ranked it Justin Fields because I think you could have built a really complete team. Then I would have went Sam Darnold. Then I would have went Aaron Rodgers. And then I would have said Geno Smith. That's me being completely honest with everyone. If you told me I get exactly what I want, I trade up to number 1 for Cam Ward. Thunderlord throws it up. Come in. Bang! Come on, come in. Uh-oh.
Oh,
wait.
Baby.
Do you guys hear that?
Whoo-wee.
Do you feel that little shaking in your feet? Oh, actually, you know what? I'm not ready.
We're not ready?
I'm not ready. You feel that shake?
I'm feeling it. Let's go.
Do you feel the shake?
We're feeling it.
The shake that'll make you quake.
Whew.
Because this one's rolling in from Nathan. Whoa! Nathan! Whoa! the MVP of today's show, and it's not close.
Woo! He's ready to party, man.
It's not close.
Here, tell you what, Mitch, you want to throw me one? I haven't even got started yet.
Nathan told me he's having a tough day.
Appreciate you.
And he needs to have a good time tonight. Nathan, bro, let's freaking go, man. Let's freaking go, man.
Shout out. Here we go. Shout out to Nathan and the one who finished the alley-oop. Common Raider. Things are moving in a good direction. Raiders!
Come on, man. Come on, man. I saw somebody say a fourth rounder for Geno would have sounded a lot better. I agree with you 100%. Like, if you would have told me the Raiders traded the fourth round pick for Geno Smith, I think 100% of all Raiders fans are okay with the trade. Where maybe, I actually shouldn't say that. There's probably still people out there that wouldn't love the Geno Smith trade just because it's Geno Smith. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you this. This is one of those moves where it's a Pete Carroll type of move where it's kind of unsexy. It's kind of an unsexy move. But I'm going to trust Pete. And if you were somebody when the Raiders hired Pete Carroll, you just said, I'm going to trust it. Because last offseason, I thought with my heart and not my head. And I wanted Antonio Pierce to work. I think we all wanted Antonio Pierce to work because there was a little bit of us that was like, you know what? If AP can be a head coach of the Raiders, like, shit, man, like, I would love to be a GM of the Raiders. And when the Raiders hired Spytek, I said the way that Spytek would build a team is the way that, quite frankly, I thought I would build a team. I don't think that this is the way that I would have built it. I'm not going to lie to you, but we got to buy into the process. And I fought with Josh McDaniels, fought with John Gruden, fought with Antonio Pierce at the end. I'm going to buy in, and I'm going to be patient because I know the reports that are out there that say that, you know, the Raiders might try to make Geno Smith the quarterback of the future. And that's a scary thing. You know what also I would do, though, if I was the Raiders, and I kind of wish I would have said this on the video, because all along I was saying that if the Raiders' plan is a bridge quarterback with Geno, and I hope that that's the plan, to try to convince NFL teams out there that I'm not interested in drafting a quarterback like a Shedeur, like a Jackson, Jalen, whoever the hell it is, I would leak out that I'm trying to make Geno Smith the quarterback of the future. Because, again, if in my mind I go Geno Smith, bridge, I would imagine a lot of other NFL teams do the exact same thing. So if I'm the Raiders, I leak out to somebody like Jordan Schultz. And again, Schultz is a very well-connected person. Had the story on Matthew Stafford meeting up with Tom Brady. So obviously Schultz has a good relationship there with somebody, no doubt about it. But I would also leak that to Schultz, and I would say, hey, we're going to make him our long-term guy. And I think that the contract that they're going to put out there, hearing that, it makes me wonder if they give Geno like a 3-year extension on top of that 1-year deal, and it ends up looking like 4 years, 160, kind of like what Tampa Bay gave Baker Mayfield, but it's really 2 years guaranteed.
It could be.
Where it's like, essentially it's a 2-year, $80 million contract. And if Geno can prove that he's good enough to be able to get you to the Super Bowl, be able to get you to the playoffs, maybe you're willing to pay him then in that 3rd year of that deal. Off the top of my head, that's actually, I think, what ends up happening. Also, Cameron Sparrow! Bang! Mr. Cameron! We're going to need some beers.
We are.
Honestly, because we don't have a lot of beers, I've been filling them up.
Yep.
Barely.
That's fair.
Oh.
That's fair. Yeah. Here, I got this one, Mitch. I got this one. Cameron!
Come on, man! If you're not ready to party, then I think you should go somewhere else, man. If you're not ready to party, I think you should go somewhere else. Also, speaking of people that like to party and have a good time, we got a bunch of people in March Madness, where I'm going to tell you this right now. This might be your final opportunity for a chance to win $1,600. I'm not going to do the March Madness race today. The March Madness race starts when March Madness begins. That's how we do it. And we go to the round of 32. Then we go to the Sweet 16. Then we go to the Elite 8, to the Final Four, to the championship, baby, to the cutting down the nets. Dipsy-doo, dunkaroo. It's awesome, baby, with a capital A. With a capital A. All right, let's go to the people that wanted to get in. I see Finesse Lounge. You're in. I see Richard. Oh, boy, hopefully I spelled that right, Richard. I should be able to. It's my dad's name. Magbull. I got you. Marcos and Zola. Gotcha. Azar.
The MVP's back, Mitch.
Who?
The MVP.
The MVP.
He says, I like Dart. Iowa Caleb Johnson late.
Azar.
BPA first.
Stephen Corbel. Dude, Stephen Corbel. What a legend. Francisco Ramirez. I got you. Let me get these. Richard Kelly. Yeah. And then I got Patrick Roche. Patrick Roche. So that means only 13 spots left. It's going to be wild. You've got to be kidding me. Nathan Wolf! Bang! You want to give out the ow?
Absolutely electric, man. Absolutely electric.
Nathan Wolf is on an absolute heater. LV Party Bus says, I can't stand the yelling. Then how do you run a party bus? It's got to be the worst party bus I've ever heard of.
Whew.
You can't stand yelling, dude. I mean, come on.
Come on.
Your name can't be Las Vegas Party Bus and hate yelling. Let's be honest with ourselves. I mean, come on, dude.
I just, I don't.
It doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
Ron,
Nathan Wolf, shout out to you, dude.
Ron's saying he sent a 50 a while back. I'm not seeing it, Ron. I don't know if it came through the system or not. I'm not seeing it on my end.
Who?
Ron Raspberry. He said he's sending a 50 a while back. I apologize, sir. I don't see it. I'm looking through all the supers. I don't see it.
Ron, where did you send it? Like on Venmo or on Super? Because we don't have anything Super Chat wise.
Good to know. Again, apologies, guys. We're running through the supers as much as we can. We know a lot of y'all are down to party. We're trying to get them on screen as quick as we can. We appreciate y'all's patience. Whew.
All right, ma'am. Let's go to the next one. And here's the thing. We're going to run through Super Chats. We're going to run through questions. I want to be able to answer anything you got. And here's what we're going to do. I got to be able to get home to Chuck at a decent time, okay? I'm going to say y'all can keep me here until 8:30, my time. 45 more minutes. 45 more minutes. I can make a deal, though, to increase that time.
Okay.
But we'll visit that when we're 10 minutes away. So how about this? Can you set a timer? Don't set a timer.
I can.
I got a mental timer.
Okay, if you want to.
Killer Cruisin' said 1 hour worth of deals. I kind of like that idea.
Ooh, okay.
1 hour worth of deals. Raiders late night Friday happy hour.
Okay.
You down?
I'm down.
So here's what I want to do. I believe we have a little bit of tequila back there.
Yep.
I think there's only one right way to do this, okay? And this is the way I'm going to do it. Cameron said Chugs can walk Chuck. Well, it's actually not Chugs. All right, hang on a second. I actually have to let my buddy in.
Gotcha. There we go.
They're in. Yep, you're good, Petey. Go.
Shout out, Petey, man.
You're good, Petey. I'm trying to talk to him. Petey, you're good. I don't know if you can hear me.
You're good.
You're good. You're good. You're good. Hang on.
He says he's in.
Okay. Sorry, y'all. One of the guys here at Chat Sports has helped me out with Chuck. Okay. Dude, thank you so much. Oh, dude, what a legend. Can we get some shout-out to Petey's down below? Because, again, Alex is out of town. And, man, I've been looking forward, I'm not going to lie, to having a dude's weekend with Chuck, which maybe that's just like the dog dad in me. What are you doing tomorrow?
What am I doing tomorrow? Shoot.
You want to hang out?
Want to hang out? Sure, we can hang out.
So I'm going to get the UFC fight.
Okay.
I got some buddies coming over. One of my friends' his girlfriend is going to Alex's bachelorette party. We're making pizzas. Are you down to make some pizzas?
What kind of pizzas?
You get to pick.
Ooh.
It's handmade.
Ooh.
So my dad, for my birthday, got me a pizza oven.
Oh, dope.
Pizza oven on the roof.
Sounds like you had me at pizza.
You in?
I'm down.
All right, bro.
Let's do it.
If you get a little bit too crazy, you can crash at my place.
I appreciate that.
I got a king-size bed, so we're fine.
Hey, me and Chuck got the couch, brother. We're good.
Chuck's sleeping with me.
Oh, Chuck's sleeping with you?
0% chance. I'll tell you this right now. Chuck loves Alex. Also knows Alex's mom as grandma. If I slept on the street, he's sleeping next to me. Like,
he's that kind of
I could sleep on the floor.
Okay.
Okay, he loves Alex. Like, snuggles, Alex. Bedtime, anything, I'll say, like, bathroom, all that, me.
Fair.
Chuck's my guy. Can you go over some of the shifts on the offensive line? I read that we might only need one new addition to the O-line to be seen there. Thoughts? So I'm going to show you the depth chart for the Raiders offensive line. This is also the O-line that the Raiders had to start today. So bear with me. Like, Andre James isn't going to be the center, okay? That's not going to happen. So let me paint this picture for you. If I was the Raiders right now, and I believe that if John Spytek and Pete Carroll were to build an offensive line, it would be Colton Miller at left tackle. They would take Jackson Powers-Johnson. They would put him at center. Because the Raiders signed Alex Cappa to a 2-year, $11 million deal, I believe that they would put him at right guard. They would take Dylan Parham. They would move him to left guard, because that's where Parham played his first 2 years, and then they would let DJ Glaze stay at right tackle. If it was up to me, and if I was the one calling shots on what this team decided to do, I would keep Colton Miller at left tackle. I would put Jordan Meredith at left guard. I would put JPJ at center. I would keep Dylan Parham at right guard. And I would keep DJ Glaze at right tackle. And I'm telling you this right now, and this might be an unpopular opinion to some people out there, but there is a part of me that wonders also if they do feel Geno is the future, Marcus Membao, and hopefully I'm pronouncing that name right tackle from Missouri, could be somebody that they could say, you know what, because they went out and got Kappa, if you told me they add only one more piece to that offensive line, I would say that they would look for a right tackle. If that's what you told me, the Raiders add only one more piece to that offensive line, I would say it could be at right tackle. Let's go to a super chat coming in here from Steve. What up, Steve? Also, I don't think I ever mentioned the deal. I never mentioned the deal. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do, and everybody that watches this show knows what tequila does to me, okay? So I'm going to do little tequila shots for 10. I will do full tequila shots for 50. From here on out, Raiders happy hour, Brandon Jasper, 2 o'clock style. I'm going to go grab the tequila. Cullen's going to hang out here with y'all. A reminder, Cullen is a Seahawks guy. So if you got any questions around Geno, I think Cullen, Geno, he's watched more Geno Smith than I have. Like, imagine if a Saints fan back in 2023 asked you about Derek Carr. You're going to be able to talk about Derek Carr way better than what they are. He's going to be able to talk about Geno better than I can because he's watched more Geno, I would hope, than I have. Exactly. So fire him away. Give me 2 minutes.
All good. Steve should have brought back McDaniels, traded Crosby. Jesus. Appreciate the $2, my man. We got Wesley. Where do we go now in free agency now that we got our quarterback? That's an interesting question. Obviously, when you have a quarterback like Geno Smith, and based on everything that we're hearing, it looks like they're signing him to be the long-term option. You could go a bunch of different ways if you're the Raiders. Do you go out and potentially, God, I don't even know. There's a few edges that maybe you could target if you're Las Vegas. You try to bring back Malcolm Koonce. Obviously, Mitch would know that better than I would. There's some options out there. Again, in free agency, we'll try to go through the whole list. Mitch will give you the better option, but in terms of free agency / the draft, it's obviously better to get a running back in the draft. There's obviously a lot of defensive tackles in this draft, so maybe outside of those positions, maybe focus on defense. That could be something for the Raiders. Here we go from Eric Castro. Overpaid for Kappa and going to overpay for Geno. Again, I'm really interested to see what the contract looks like for Geno Smith for the Las Vegas Raiders. Again, if you're just joining in, you're wondering who the hell is this. Mitchell Renz is right back. He's just going to go grab some tequila. We've got a little deal down below. Happy hour going for $10 for some tequila shots, $50 for full tequila shots. We're getting started. We're getting it going, man. We're getting it going. Javi says, so is Godwin more likely now? I don't see, I'm assuming you're talking about Chris Godwin. I'm not sure if Chris Godwin's going to be an option for the Las Vegas Raiders, especially coming off that injury. I'm not even sure really what his market's going to be like, but I would keep an eye on Seattle Seahawks former wide receiver Tyler Lockett. I think he makes a lot of sense coming over to Las Vegas, reuniting with Geno Smith and Pete Carroll. Let's go with Renee. Bro, I just landed in Cali to visit my family. To see this, I just hope you could do something. I'm just so tired, bro. Been a Raider fan since 2001. When I was 10 years old, nothing but disappointed. Listen, here's what I'll say about Geno Smith. He is somebody that if he can return to form, I'll throw up his stats on screen just to kind of give you some perspective. Geno Smith last year was not the greatest at the quarterback position. Not going to try to fool you guys on that. Not going to try to sell you guys on that. But if he can get back to his 2022 form, where he's completing almost 70% of his passes, throwing for over 4,000 yards, 30 touchdowns, 11 picks, which, again, under Pete, that could be a possibility. Again, you'll have to work with Chip Kelly. I'm interested to see how that dynamic works. If you can get that side of Geno, I think you can really stabilize at the quarterback position. For Las Vegas, Mitch is really set on them potentially also adding another quarterback. I think that would be smart, and I think that's something Las Vegas should attempt to do to try and prepare for the future. Because, again, a lot of this makes sense. A lot of this makes sense here as you're coming back up. But, yeah, that's just kind of my thoughts on it personally.
All right, I am back, feeling great. I'll tell you this right now. Oh, all right, hang on. Petey needs to be let back in.
Shout out to Petey, man. There we go.
All right, PD is getting back. All right, I'm going to give you guys a deal, okay? It's going to blow your mind. It's going to blow we got 3,000 people watching this show right now, okay? If we get, it's a big number, but I'm going to throw it out there, 10 bangs. 10 bangs by the time happy hour hits 0. 4 Loco. I feel like Geno Smith is a 4 Loco type of day.
Okay.
You trade for a quarterback in Geno Smith. I've had a member of Mount Raidermore ask me so many times for a 4 Loco. And I just got asked again. If we get 10 bangs, I'm going to send one of our young guys to go get 4 Locos. And I can't even believe I'm doing it. It's like I'd almost rather Mad Dog.
I mean, golly, are we getting like the gold ones or like what flavor are we getting?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had 4 Locos since college.
It's been a while.
It's been a long time.
A long, long time.
Steven Gutierrez said 4 Loco boot race for Cullen. Here's the thing. The only way I'm making Cullen do a boot race of 4 Loco is if we get 12 bangs.
Oh, my God, man.
No, I'm not going to make you do that.
We'll see.
No, I feel like if it happens, you got to spend the night.
I'm about to say, I may not be leaving the office, much less just anything.
I mean, you just hang out with me for the next 24 hours in case any more breaking news happens. We'll get pizza. It's going to be a hell of a weekend, Cullen. Buckle up. It's going to be a hell of a weekend. Let's go to Nathan Wolf. Hungover and Bloodlines. Homemade pizza. I'm in. Nathan, I'm not shitting you, bro. If you want to pull up tomorrow, if you're in Dallas, Texas, let's freaking do it. Let's run it. Though I don't have a full shot glass now that I think about it. I got Fireball and I got tequila. You know what? That's on me.
I'm about to say, do you want me to?
No, I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, you see me twice. We got Cash Joey. Says, look at Geno's stats, 10 wins, no run game, legit nobody over 600 yards. Defense was on par with the Raiders. He was sacked third highest. Get him a good run game. Genty, limit sacks, he'll be successful. See, to me, that's somebody that's really intriguing if you're Las Vegas. Speaking as somebody who watched a lot of Pete Carroll football, he loves his running backs. I mean, it's no secret, but it is the facts. If you could get Ashton Genty potentially at 6 to pair along with Geno Smith, maybe you make another deal for DK Metcalf. I mean, the fact that Seattle was willing to throw him in a trade, and obviously he's requested a trade at this point, I mean, that offense could look potentially very interesting. It really could. It really could. Wow. By the way, I'm just still processing this from my own perspective as well. But obviously for the Raiders, you get now a new quarterback heading in to the 2025 season. I mean, it's absolutely crazy right here. Nah, man, whatever. The staff stinks. I think I'm good with, period. Yeah, no, listen, I'm interested to see what the staff is. Spytek and the Raiders are clearly aggressive and looking and trying to shape this roster in whatever mold they're looking to mold it into. I'm here for it.
Oh, man. Nav, what's going on, my man? Whatever the staff likes, I owe one here for Mr.
Was it Nathan? Yeah, Nathan.
Nathan Wolf. Though, not too many more.
Crazy, man. I'm still, processing it, to be honest, Mitch. I'm still, what just happened?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, dude. It's pretty crazy, dude.
Pretty wild. That's why you have your notifications turned on, man. I mean, we got this thing up and running damn near right after the news happened. So shout out to you guys for pulling up. We got almost 3,000 of you guys still tuning in. Appreciate all the love and everything.
So, I mean, I'll tell you this. I knew that the Raiders were going to add a quarterback. Mm-hmm. If I'm not kidding you, I did a show today with Chugs. You guys are never going to get to see it. Where I talk about the top quarterback options, and I talk about Geno Smith, I talk about Aaron Rodgers, and I do a lot of talk around Sam Darnold. And if you would have had, I'm not kidding you, if you would have held a gun to my head, I probably would have said Darnold I thought would be the guy that they'd go with. But, you got to give a lot of credit to Diana Rossini. She had a report that came out today that said the Raiders are talking to a team about a starting quarterback. And I think everybody thought Geno Smith. There was a few reports out like, it could be Kirk Cousins. But I think all of us deep down thought it was Geno Smith. And the fact that it ended up going down today as quickly as what had happened, man, oh man, oh man. You know what, though? Dave! How the hell do you pronounce that last name?
Giotte!
Bang! Giotte! There's no way that's how it's pronounced.
That's no way, but it made sense with the...
There is a 0% chance.
Dave,
there's a better chance that his last name is pronounced Smith than Giotte. Mitch, I love your work. Now that we have Geno, how do we build around him? How do we spend our money? If it was up to me, and I'm not going to lie, there's a part of me where I almost want to make a show based on a Raiders mock draft, a Raiders free agency targets, but I'm not going to keep culling here. That's pretty brutal. On top of this, though, this is me being real with all of y'all. If I'm the Raiders now, I'm looking at the offensive line. I like DJ Glaze, but if there's an opportunity for me to upgrade my right tackle, I'm going to try to upgrade my right tackle spot. If there's an opportunity to upgrade my offensive guard spot, I might try to do that as well, depending on how much money somebody like a Mekhi Becton could cost. I would look at going out and adding a receiver. I think the Raiders are going to bring in Tyler Lockett, and because I believe the Raiders are going to bring in somebody like Lockett, I then would look at either somebody like a Keenan Allen, or I would go out and get a Chris Godwin. If you don't go out and get a big-name receiver and you only bring in Tyler Lockett, then maybe you look at somebody like T-Mac in the draft. This, though, also screams to me that they're going to get a running back. You don't go make a trade for Geno unless you are planning to run an extremely balanced offense. You got to run an extremely balanced offense. And that's what this team is going to do. But, Dave, you got to tell me how to pronounce this last name.
I'm looking in the chat. I haven't seen anything.
Dave, somebody just said Genty. I think if you would have asked me last week, do I think the Raiders draft Ashton Genty compared to now? I think Geno is more of an inclination, is more of a possibility of them drafting Genty.
Yeah, like an inclination.
Inclination is the word that we're looking for there. Dave Giotti. Cheers to you.
No chance it's Giotti, but
0% chance. We're
Hey.
just going to call you Dave Smith from here on out. Also, Kilo. I'm just doing it. Bang! Let's get it started. Should we bring in Slayton on a one-year deal? I'll be real. I don't think Darius Slayton has to take a one-year deal. You know, to me, he's a receiver that's had to deal with some bad quarterback play, no doubt about it. But at the same time, I don't think that that's somebody that has to take a one-year deal. And if the Raiders are going to sign a wide receiver in that $11 to $12 million range, the name that I would look at is Keenan Allen. And I know, like, again, he's getting up there in age, but due to all the connections that he has with Chris Beatty, our wide receiver coach, being one of the biggest, and him growing up a Raider fan, you know, it's like one of those things. If I grew up a fan of a team and I really thought that this was it for me, I would try to go play for that team. You want to get paid, and getting paid is important. But Keenan's going to get paid, and he's followed Chris Beatty wherever he's went.
we got a pronunciation. It's Guy O.T.
Guy O.T.
I wasn't far off. He
Guy
says it.
O.T., I'll tell you this. You're way closer than I ever thought imaginable.
I'll take it.
Guy O.T.
From the man himself in the chat.
I'll tell you this, man.
I'll take it.
Wild.
Wild, wild, wild.
Wild, wild, wild. All right, so we also got a few more people that decided to get in our March Madness bracket. We're still working through some super chats. Like, we got super chats from way back as well.
Yes.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
way back. Yeah. I'm going to try to motor through some of these. I'm just going to let you know. But I do got to tell the people that did get in for our March Madness bracket, the last name that I got was Patrick Roche. I then see Rupert Daniel, I gotcha. Amanda Frazier, gotcha. Justin Salazar, I gotcha. Tony Knutson, you in. Nathan Wolf, you in. So that means 8 spots left. Maybe 7. I don't know. One of the two numbers. 7 or 8 spots left for March Madness. If you want in, you got to get in. Let's go to Nick. As a Seattle resident, Raider fan, all of my Seahawk fan friends and family are literally blowing up my phone, laughing their asses off at me. And that's okay. I mean, here's the thing. If you're the Seattle Seahawks, what are you going to do at quarterback? You got Sam Howell, and you're picking 18.
So Rossini did report that Seattle is interested in targeting Sam Darnold.
Is interested in Sam Darnold.
Yeah, here, let me pull up the actual tweet.
I mean, that almost sounds like Matt Flynn all over again.
I mean, it's just...
It kind of sounds like Matt Flynn all over again.
Yeah, so she broke down the trade. The Las Vegas Raiders traded for quarterback Geno Smith. The Seattle Seahawks are now targeting Sam Darnold. Wow. Okay. Wow. Like I said, I'm still trying to process it just from my angle over here. I can only imagine what Raider fans are going through right now. It is insane. Listen, I think you're getting a high character guy in Geno. Again, is he a guy that you want to build around for the long term? No one's claiming that. But wow. I mean, they have an idea that they're trying to, make this team for the 2025 NFL season and beyond. And so far, they're aggressive, man. They're aggressive.
All right.
I respect it.
All right. So Nathan is telling me he's actually already in the which I respect Nathan Wolf for doing this. So Nathan is already in the March Madness shenanigans. So this means this. He's throwing up an alley-oop on Venmo to himself. He just threw one up. Nathan Wolf just threw one up. I need another 50 to throw it down. I need another 50
to throw it down. Let's go.
You got any
Do I got any? I'll take some Shotskis.
I was going to say,
I'll take some Shotskis.
that's terrible. I'm not going to lie to you. That's absolutely horrible.
Got you. Appreciate you.
There you go.
There we go.
I see Miles, which I actually think I kind of skipped out on a few shots here for tune o'clock. We're doing tune o'clock here.
Whew. Ugh.
I'm going to be honest. I think I'm out on tequila right now.
Right now?
18 is just not for me, dude. It's not for me. It's not for me. Though, this guy's trying to get wet and wild today. Akilo! Bang! My man, Kilo, is on a freaking heater, man. Oh, you meant Darius Slay on a 1-year deal. I actually feel bad. Legendary move to correct me with a bang. I'll tell you that right now. That I deserve a bow down to.
That's insane, man.
The only reason why I'll say no to Darius Slay, and it has nothing to do with Slay himself. He's up there in age, no doubt about it. But I don't think Slay wants to play for the Raiders. He's come out and said he wants to play for a contender. As much as I love this team and I bleed silver and black, I don't consider the Raiders a contender even with Geno Smith. They are a playoff contender, but there is a really big difference between playoff contender and Super Bowl contender. And don't get me wrong, if you tell me right now the Raiders kill free agency and they crush the draft, we might be able to have a different conversation. But looking at the team that we do now, which, again, it's going to change a lot, I can't sit here and say that the Raiders are a team that Darius Slay would want to go to unless, like you say, on a 1-year deal, that deal would be massive. Like, the only way Darius Slay is coming to the Raiders on a 1-year deal is if you're paying him. And I don't want to do that. Nathan said boot race. I mean, I know this. We're what? We got
we got 2.1 in supers. How many do we got on?
Yeah, we're at I said if we get 10 bangs, I'm doing a loco. So we're 7 bangs away from that.
There we go.
I'll say this. I don't really want to do a boot of loco.
Boot of loco is a lot of loco.
That's crazy.
It's a lot of loco.
That's a crazy amount of loco. But I do know for a fact one of the guys from Chat Sports just went down to go get 4 locos, which is the most reckless thing I've ever done in my 30s. And I've done some reckless shit in my 30s. Kilo! Cheers to you, brother.
Salute. Oh, matter of fact, there we go. Got to match the energy here.
I'm telling you this, though. If you want a normal boot race, Nathan, normal boot race... Oh, dude. Normal boot race. What do you think?
I don't know. You make the deal.
I make the deal?
You make the deal.
Marsh! You got a boot in you.
When does he go live, by the way?
Huh? Is that a yes or a no?
Sounds like a yes.
It's worth it. How about this? 3-way boot race.
Ooh.
$500 Venmo. Or just Cullen and I for $300.
Okay. We'll do that.
I did 3 freaking boots yesterday on Knicks.
Yeah.
At midnight. Navman Raider Ron absolutely kicked my ass. Rebel Montana kicked my ass. But you know whose ass we really kicked? Marsh and Alpert. They were hurt. They were ghosts today. When Marsh was walking, his knees weren't bending. You know what I mean? There, no arm movement.
Nothing.
Just nothing but glide. That's when you know somebody's hurting.
You got a boot?
Alper!
He's got a boot.
All right, how about this then? You got a boot in you? I'd say go fill it up, Buttercup, because Dave Giotti! Bang! All right, you know what? My man Alpert's going to go fill up a boot for Giotti. Yo, Nathan, if you answer the call, 4-way boot race.
What we got over there, is that it?
Is there any cores?
Check the other.
I'll say, is there any in the other kitchen?
Check the other kitchen.
I also just realized we don't have a lot of beer.
Yeah, but let's hope.
I'm praying that there's got to be cores in that other studio.
There's got to be.
There's got to be something in that other studio.
Tell Lopez to pick some up while he's out.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Lopez, we might have to do a loco.
Might have to.
Not a loco boot. Loco boot's the craziest thing I've ever heard of.
Are we drinking or what? Raider Cupid Dazzle boot, guys. Cupid Dazzle boot.
Easy over there. I am being told we have Coors Light. I've never been so excited to see Coors Light in my life, dude.
Mountains are blue.
I hate Coors Light.
Warm Coors
Well,
Light.
I want warm. I want warm. I can't do cold.
Yeah.
Do cold boots.
Those better stay out.
That's
of the
like
fridge,
drinking
Albert.
nails. A cold boot is the worst thing that you could possibly imagine. And I've seen some wild, wild things in my day.
Throw some smoke up there
On the player top.
on the player top.
I think free agency we can smoke on player top.
Smoke on player top.
Is that what you like?
I think for free agency we can smoke on
What do
player
you...
top.
All right, who you taking at 6? Seems they want Sanders, but I want a full-time starter. So I'm thinking defense, as I believe they will lose a lot of our defensive free agents.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Why isn't it? Why wasn't it?
Because you can't do it on a player top,
Huh?
bro.
We drinking?
Can you
Yes, you
also
could.
go fill a boot up for me?
I'm looking at it right now. There's.
All right, so this means this. I need you to check your Slack.
Okay.
This means this. We are 200 away from a 4-way boot
Okay,
race.
I'm gonna leave my bedazzled boot here while I go back to work. If the Raider Nation's actually trying to party, let me know. All right?
Get out of here. Saying that after yesterday
That's
is the
wild.
craziest thing
Are they
ever.
partied out?
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
It's crazy.
Hey, I'm doing it back to back. I don't know if they are.
I'm doing a back-to-back.
Ooh.
Nathan Wolf! Bang! Holy effing cow, man. We are 2 away.
2 away, man.
2 away from a 4-way boot race. Uh-oh, this is interesting.
Wow.
The Steelers have maintained
The
an
Giants
open
are in on
dialogue
Russell Wilson.
with both Russell Wilson and Justin Fields with hope of retaining one.
The Giants are in on Russell Wilson. Oh,
Schultz,
my God.
Jordan Schultz, but both quarterbacks are a strong market with the Jets believed to be interested in Fields, while the Giants are exploring several quarterback options.
Several. Including Aaron Rodgers, and have been in on Russ.
The Giants are in on Russ and Aaron Rodgers. Steelers are trying to bring back Fields and Wilson, and it also sounds like the Jets are in. Dude,
Get that VOD going,
on Justin Fields. Wild stuff. All right, I got to get a few more people here in a second in our March Madness shenanigans here. Ivan Perez, I got you. Philip Bogert, I got you. Trent Hamada, I got you. So that means 61, 2, 3, 5 spots left in March Madness. 5 spots left for our March Madness gig. Thunderlord! Bang! One more! 4-way boot race. 4-way. Here, you got to top those off.
I got you. It's the phone.
You got to
phone.
top those off.
Come on, Alper. Rookie stuff right here. As we got.
You're going to have to fill up another because I got a feeling, and it's in my toes right now, that we're going to do a 4-way boot race. I got a feeling, and it sounds like Kilo Bang! 4 boots! You know what's also insane? I'm a man that keeps his deals.
Yes.
I'm a man that keeps his deal. That tells me, mathematically speaking, I think 4 bangs away from a loco. And I don't know what I'm going to do exactly with a loco, but it's going to be loco.
It's going to be loco.
I hope it's not watermelon. As long as it's not watermelon.
All right, we're drinking the
Full screen.
All right, full screen. I got you.
They got to go do breaking news around the Giants.
There we go.
Flippin' believable. Hey, if you partied with Marsh and I and Alpert yesterday, shout out to y'all. If you're ready for a crazy free agency, hit that subscribe button. Turn on those notifications. I don't have a boot. I thought we had a boot for Sea Breeze.
Oh, my boot was Joe Jackson. Let's go.
Come on, Breeze. Though, if we started right now, Cullen's going to beat us.
Collins would have already had a boot.
Cullen's going to absolutely smoke us. So we told the new guy to get boots ready, and it turns out we only got 3 out of the 4. So, false start, Raiders report. 5-yard penalty.
I dropped the gong on my foot, and I think it's broken.
The gong's definitely broken.
No, the toe.
Oh.
The toe might be broken.
That's on us. All right, you know what?
Darren says a sorry-looking crew. You're sorry, Darren.
You smell like... I don't know what that means. Welch's. Derek said, shave his eyebrows. Bro, I'll tell you this right now. I think that's actually one of my biggest, irrational fears. Imagine you fall asleep at your buddy's house, and you wake up, and they shaved off your eyebrows. That's wild, dude.
KCC, you go home, KCC.
That's wild. False start, Raiders, nothing new. All right, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Jeremy Chugs! I owe Cullen some gum, if you know what I mean. But for real, thanks to Cullen for being the ultimate real one and a freaking tank. Dude, Cullen filled in today for Jeremy Chugs. Pause.
Okay, I was wondering where he was filling in.
I mean, Cullen, with a bod like that, Cullen fills in everywhere he goes.
I'm just stop while I'm ahead.
I mean, I bet you there's a few YMCAs that are like, this guy we can't even let in here.
Is Geno the best Raiders quarterback since Palmer?
No. Derek in 2015, 2016 was still better. I'd even argue maybe 2021, maybe 2020. I think it was 2020 when he threw for 27 and 9. At the same time, though, the most important thing that you can do is upgrade at the quarterback position. They did that. That's a win to me. And also, if you think about it, they traded Devontae Adams for Geno Smith.
Waiting on you, Cully.
Yo, to Mitch, did you get Ron Raspberry in March Madness? There's only one way to find out. Ron. Oh, wait. You know what? I'm an idiot. I looked up Ron. Hang on.
All right.
Hang on, Ron.
Slide over.
Ronald Raspberry. I already got you in. You were the 20. It says the 25th person. So that's a few days ago. Sorry if I didn't announce that to you. All right. This is going to be disgusting. You ready?
Yep. To the real ones.
To all the real ones out there. Nathan.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers. Cheers.
Let's go!
Oh, man. I felt that burp in my butthole. Dude, that was, ooh, man. It's funny. I've been trying to lose weight for the wedding, and I feel like I'm in good shape, minus my stomach. And often I wonder, why? And then I realize what we do every day. And then it makes a little bit more sense. Let's go to Chugs. Shout out to my man Chugs.
Oh, man.
Mister, I was trying to push myself. I didn't want to lose to Marsh. The spillage was crazy. I know you can't. Honestly, I feel like I got to change my shirt.
You might need to.
I feel like I got to go change my shirt. All right, you know what?
If you need to, I got you. I can read some.
Let me go change my shirt because it looks like, I don't know what it looks like. Looks like the Statue of Liberty.
A little bit. You maybe, squint a little bit.
A few more boots, and it's going to look like the Statue of Liberty. All right, give me like 2 minutes. I also got to pee.
I gotcha. All right, Chugs. I'll call in some gum if you know what I mean. But for real, though, thanks for calling for the ultimate real one freaking tank. Chugs, shout out to you, brother. Hey, I got you, bro. I got you. Yeah, shout out to Marsh and Alper for hopping on. We got Nathan Wolf, Cullen Boot. Hey, listen, man. Ugh. I hadn't had a Coors in a minute. I'm not going to lie. We normally drink Happy Dads on the show. But man, oh, man. Whew. Oh, man. It was warm, so that was all right. We've got Yoda. Mitch, did you get Ron Raspberry? Yeah, okay, so we got that. Sergio, I don't get the Ginty hype at 6 deep running back class. Build the trenches or get T-Mac. Raiders for life. Shout out to Takayo. Hopefully I said that right. I'm taking shots at all kinds of pronunciations tonight, so hopefully I pronounced that right. And that's very valid, true. The question you have to ask yourself is, if you're the Raiders, you have to ask yourself, what kind of team are we building for this version with Geno Smith, with this version with Pete Carroll, and everything that's involved here? Because, again, we got to see what happens in free agency. We're going to see what happens in the draft. Ashton Ginty, I think if you ask pretty much anybody in the sports world, no doubt about it, he is the number one running back. Is he worth it at 6? That's the question. We had seen in the NFL this season Saquon Barkley take the Eagles to another level. Now, yes, they were a super loaded team, but Saquon definitely uplifted that team to a whole nother just dimension than what they previously were before. The Ravens invested in Derrick Henry. That took their offense to another level with Lamar Jackson. You see the Packers with Josh Jacobs. He ended up being there pretty much their entire offense this year. So you can build. The running back position isn't as invaluable as it used to be in previous years past. So if you think Ginty could be that type of impact, listen, it's going to be in the conversation. I'll tell you what. It's just going to be in the conversation no matter what. We got Ox 3131. Appreciate you, brother. We're going to make sure the stream stays up. All right, let's see. We're good. We are good. All right. He says, which quarterback do you think we draft in the second round? Mitch named a couple of them. Apparently, Jalen Milroe has impressed the Raiders in previous, throughout the draft process. So that could be an option. I'm really interested to see how the Raiders, if they do get a guy day 2, potentially day 3. Milroe's interesting, man. He's obviously an athletic freak. We always knew he was going to test in terms of his athleticism really highly and well regarded in this class. Man, oh man. I mean, that would be a really interesting fit. I will say. We got Raider Nation. Thanks for y'all, or for all y'all do. Y'all keep me entertained every day when I'm riding around in my dozer. Cheers. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Nathan, we got this one. All right. Thunder saying, I like what's going on here. It's a better outlook in the last 5 years, in my opinion. Listen, you have a direction with Pete Carroll. And again, whether that direction, where it leads to, we'll ultimately have to wait and see. He is in his 70s, but he has a history of winning. He obviously won Super Bowl 48 with the Seattle Seahawks. He got to another Super Bowl in Super Bowl 49. He has a proven winning system. How that will translate in the year of 2025, that remains to be seen. But it is a direction that the Raiders have now, and I'm very interested to see how it gets going. Jersey boy. Now we get DK, draft Ginty, sign Mekhi Becton, Geno will return to his Pete Carroll form. as we got Mitchell joining back. You want to comment on this, Mitch?
Yeah, I got you. Also, shout out, for those that don't know, this is one of Brandon Jasper's jerseys that I still have, which we have so many jerseys. And Nathan, whoever the MVP of today's show is, which I think it's going to end up being Nathan Wolf. Nathan, I'll wear your jersey on free agency on Monday. Unless I was just going through it, and I have so many jerseys that I have. And unless I already sent it to you, which maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I got to document that kind of stuff. I'll say this. I like the idea of going out and get Mekhi Becton. That's not a secret. He's probably one of my top linemen that I would love for the Raiders to go out and get. Drafting Genty, like, that mindset makes a lot of sense because Mekhi's a very powerful blocker. Genty's a powerful runner, so I like both of those. But DK, it depends what it's going to cost. Like, what do you think it costs to go get DK?
So
I think it's a second minimum.
We've been talking about it in the office. I think it's second plus, whether that's a day 3 pick, whether that's potentially another receiver for Seattle to add to that core. Because if you're Seattle, you have Jackson Smith and Jigba. He established himself as the wide receiver 1. Outside of that, it's Jake Bobo. Do you know where Jake Bobo went to college, man? Just off the top of your head.
Kansas State.
UCLA. Close enough, though. I mean, it's truly. Hey, listen, Jake Bobo, we love him in Seattle. He is not a proven commodity in the NFL, so you're going to have to get, whether you go out and sign a Sam Darnold, whether you go and draft a quarterback, you're going to have to get a receiver in return. I think it's going to cost a second plus. Second either in a receiver or second in maybe like a day 3 pick, whatever that may be, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I really thought that the Raiders might have been able to use one of their thirds to go get DK, but I do think DK and Geno, it does make some sense. And honestly, I think Geno asking for a trade lowers DK's trade value for Seattle because now DK wants out even more.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that he wants out even more now lowers the value. And if you're the Raiders and you're going, we're going to get DK. And if you're able to finesse your way to get Geno and DK and it doesn't cost you a first-round pick in order to do it, that's pretty reckless stuff.
I will say there are other teams involved in looking to try to trade for DK Metcalf. I got you.
Which, sure, they might be able to get that asking price.
I'll give that to him, but I'll take those.
Yeah, that's mine.
Yeah. Don't give that to me. But
I said I'm not putting 4 Locos on the company card, so
fair enough.
These 4 Locos are on my card.
But if you look at it like a Los Angeles Chargers, they could be potentially interested. FLAC. You look at the New England Patriots, they could be interested. The Green Bay Packers could be interested. So it's going to be interested kind of how it balances out because, again, like, DK requesting a trade, and obviously with the Geno Smith trade, the value does go down. It's going to come down to a day 2. It was never going to be what Rossini originally reported, which was that first and a third-round pick. It was never going to be that.
Yep.
But we'll see. Do the Raiders potentially get in a bidding war to bring DK Metcalf to Las Vegas?
Joe Maldonado, which, hang on a second here, Joe. I thought you were already in. You were already in the 50-50 wrap, or not 50-50, but the duck race. So therefore, that's what this means. So, Joe, I just want you to know that was the finish to the alley-oop.
Wow.
So somebody earlier threw one up. It was Nathan Wolf. Nathan Wolf, if you remember, said he threw one up to himself, and then that means Joe Maldonado! Bang! 3 bangs away from breaking out the 4 Loco. You got 15 minutes.
We got 2, though, because
Dave Giotti! Bang! Dude, Giotti! Giotti is 1 away from a gong rip.
He's
one away from a gong rip, Giotti.
You got one more in you. Do you got one more in you? By the way,
what are your honest thoughts on Geno? Is the win now mode still alive? I think the win now mode is still alive, but it's a big difference from being Matthew Stafford, Super Bowl contender, Geno Smith, fringe playoff contender. And that's probably what the Raiders are trying to do. Maybe Pete Carroll thinks all you got to do is get into the dance. And if the Raiders play this style of, I like to call it FU football, which maybe they're going to be able to do with Geno. Maybe they go out and draft Ashton Genty. I don't know what the plan's going to be. And I'd be lying to say that I do 100%. But if it was up to me, this is a playoff caliber team. that you know they're going to try to build a defense. They're going to try to win in the trenches. And if it's January and you got the healthiest team and you're built that way, sometimes you just got to win a few games. But if you go NASCAR package, you try to get after teams with 4, that's going to be fun. Guilty. I'll tell you this, man. I don't know how long you've been watching this show for, but what I love about this time of the year, especially in March, is we get people that just start popping up out of nowhere that are excited, because being a Raider fan during the season, it's tough, right? And off season's when it gets fun. But we're doing a competition, and we do this every single month. It's called the March Bang Competition. I will run the numbers. I'm going to be real. Nathan Wolf is in first place, which nobody is surprised about. Whoever is the MVP, the person that bangs the most amount of times in the month of March, the prize you're going to get, it's going to blow your socks off. And if you're like, joke's on you, I don't got socks on, hang on to your underwear. And if you don't have that on, you're on a list. And if you're on a list, then don't watch the show, in all honesty. Hey, real talk, though. Dave, cheers to you, man. I appreciate you.
Salute, salute. Hold on, Mitch. We got to show the people what they could be buying for, what they could be vying for. Look at this. Look at this. This is Sour Galactic Punch. There's also a green apple one over here that he also brought.
This is ice cold.
Ice cold.
Oh, that's going to be see-through.
See-through here. Take a look. That's sick.
I was going to say, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, that's going to levitate. All right, we got 4 Locos. I know Wild One's been asking me for maybe 3 years to get 4 Locos. So we finally got 4 Locos, and we are 2 bangs away from cracking them open. And I said once we get to the 10-minute mark, we're going to start giving out some deals. So we're getting close to that mark. I do, though, want to get the people that are in, for this March Madness. Eric Mitchell, I got you, my man. Bridget Rivera, I got you, my lady. Roberto Serrato, hopefully I got that right. I also got you. So that means 2 spots left. And here's the way I'm going to do it. If you send in a 50 and it is past the 64 teams, I gave you a chance. But at the same time, if you pass it, you might still have a chance to get in. Because here's actually the truth. 1 spot's remaining.
1 spot?
1 spot is remaining. And I forgot. This is the Chugs rule. Chugs not here. He would remind me of it. He said, give 63 spots away. And then there's going to be a bunch of people that try to get in. Okay, a bunch of people that are going to try to get in. The group of people that are too late to the race, I gave you too many chances. The person that wins, like let's say there's 3 or 4. Person that wins, you get in. You'll see what I'm saying.
Fair enough.
I'll tell you, the people are like, this is getting out of hand. This show's about to get really, really out of hand. And I mean really, really out of hand.
Do you have the full list in front of you?
I do have the full list in front of me.
Because we got 2 back-to-back Super Chats asking, did they get in?
All right, I got Troyal Maldonado. New one. So that means that no more spots are available. Well, technically, 1 spot is available. But what I think is going to happen is I'm going to say this. There is 1 spot available to get into March Madness. If only 1 person gets in, it's yours. But if multiple people try to get in, if let's say 4 people, we're going to do a duck race right now, and I'm going to show you exactly what we're going to do. If only 2 people, I'll show you exactly what we're going to do. We need 1 more spot in order to get in. 1 more spot for a chance. Am I in the March Madness from Dave Rubio? Let's find out, Dave.
There we go.
I'll tell you this. You're in. You're number 42 of the people that I have in. Number 42. Rubio, is it still happy hour? You know what, Rubio? It's absolutely happy hour. And we are 1 bang away from busting open these 4 Locos.
1 bang away.
So here's going to be my deal to the nation out there. Okay, I can remember in college one time we used to do power hours. You ever do a power hour in college?
Oh, yeah.
And I found out that if you took shots of Four Loko, it was 24 minutes. If every minute you took a shot of Four Loko, it'd be gone in 24 minutes. When you go to a small school, there's not a lot to do. You know, it's just the truth. My grades weren't good enough to get into a big school, which honestly is probably the best. David Rubio! Bang! All right, so here's what we're going to do. Four Lokos are being cracked open. Which one do you want?
I'll take sour apple. Right. I'll take the one that, because I think you'll be actually able to see it on my screen.
Fair enough. That's fair. Though Sour Galactic Punch is crazy.
That's a Warhead one?
I think it said Warhead on it, huh?
So here's, there's some shot glasses in there.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Lopez.
Well, because Lopez, do you want some of this?
Oh, we got another. Oh. We're not leaving anytime soon, Mitch. Tell Chuck to get comfortable.
My. Oh, my.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness.
It's not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4.
Jason! Hang on. I gotta get the gong! Garcia! Oh my God. Jason Garcia! Come on, dude!
He says, Mitch.
Are you effing kidding me right now?
Mitch, because this super chat's all over the screen. Mitch, 1, pour the Four Lokos down the drain. 2, get some food and water for the crew. 3, no matter what my opinions are on your takes, I greatly respect the works that you do. I am very excited for the season. Let's nail the draft.
I mean, this is going to be the craziest offseason of all time. It's going to be the craziest offseason of all time because I think that this Raiders team is going to be aggressive, but now seeing this Geno move, they're also going to try to plan for the future. I'm going to be real. I'm not going to pour them down the drain because I'm the type of dude where I'm super cheap and, like, I don't throw food away. I don't throw nothing away. I'm not going to drink because it sounds like you don't want me to drink for this one, and I'm going to respect your wishes. But when you do and when people do crazy shit like this, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Everybody has a tough day at work. I love my job, and I'm very appreciative of my job, right? But at the same time, I'm trying to get home to my dog, Chuck. Don't worry, he's taken care of. I got somebody at my house now. But also at the same time, when you get something like this, it is the ultimate proof of I'm doing the right things. And everybody in life, once in a while, needs a little bit of a reminder of, you know what? I'm doing the right thing. So Jason Garcia, if you're out in Vegas, bro, let's freaking get this thing going. Let's get this freaking thing going, man.
Oh, he said, Jason, he's in the chat. At least pour a bit out for fall veterans, as I am a vet, as well as my dad and my son is active duty. Much love.
I'll tell you this right now. We got a lot of very, very proud veterans that watch this show. My man, 93 Nabman, I don't know if he's here. My dude, Killa Cruzin, he was here earlier. This is probably one of the shows that my man, LA Crash Dog, he literally always finishes his shows with Semper Fi. I actually have a Semper Fi jersey, but he usually shows up late and he's like, what did I miss? He'll probably show up today and be like, what did I miss? But I'll tell you this. Thank you so much for allowing us to do, like all this crazy stuff, right? I mean, we don't do what we're able to do if it wasn't for a lot of y'all. So from the bottom of my heart, man, I appreciate that.
Jason
I appreciate
says,
that.
Vegas local, now 20 years, season ticket holder. Let's connect sometime.
All right, I got you. I'm going to be in Vegas soon. I'm going to be in Vegas for the Raiders Gala. So I don't know if you got an opportunity to go to that, but hit me up on Instagram, Mitchell Renz 365. If your name is similar to that, I'll keep a reminder. The other reason why I would tell you, if you have a Venmo me $1. Say that you're the guy that sent this money, and that's also an easy way for me to communicate with you on that. Appreciate you, dude. That's legendary shit.
Legendary shit.
That's legendary shit. He said, let's pour one out. I actually
Honestly,
don't have.
how about the trash can? Yeah.
Well, all right, pour out a little bit.
You can pour it out in the
All
trash
right.
can. Out of respect for the veterans. Here,
I'll tell you this right now.
Here, you got it first. I'll do it next. Out of respect. Out of respect.
Jason Garcia.
God, I'm about to take a whiff of this.
I'll tell you this. I feel 21.
That smells, dude. That smells like a green apple Jolly Rancher.
That smells like 21. Can you do something for me?
Whew.
I feel like I'm back in college, dude.
Just pour a little bit, just out of respect. Out of respect for our guy Jason. I want to try this. I'll take a little sip, just a small sip.
I'm gonna be honest. That's awful. I guess I have not had Four Loko in a long time.
Really? Try this one. This one ain't that bad. This one's not that bad. I'm going to be honest. You do feel the Loco, but
I feel like if you went to a gas station right now and you clicked 85, that's what would come out.
Oh, it's gold. The gold one will. That one's better.
Oh, that's better than this.
Really? I think that one's not that bad.
Oh, my God, dude. You got to be kidding me.
I sent Venmo.
I can't even believe I used to drink that. That is absolute.
I'll take a little sip of this.
That's gasoline.
Jason says in the chat, I sent Venmo for Duck Race Elimination Race if you can find that. So he did send a Venmo.
Who?
Jason did. He said he sent a Venmo. I'm going to take a little sip of this. I'm curious because I think that tastes pretty good.
Jason, you're saying you sent me something? Because
No, I disagree. This one? I got you.
Jason.
I'll be honest.
I got Jason Gutierrez and Jason Garcia. All right, that's you. Jason Garcia. You're number 38 on my list. So, Jason, I'm tripping?
You are very tripping.
I think you guys are just more fresh out of college, I guess, than me, especially Lopez. You're like almost my age.
Yeah, but I'm still fresh out of college.
All right, I guess that's true. I'll tell you this right now. That's when this clock hits 0, I'm going to give you guys a brand new deal that's going to involve those things. And I'll tell you this. If any other breaking news happens around the Raiders tonight, it's not going to be good. It's not going to happen.
That's what I heard.
It's not going to happen. Though, I'm not even kidding you when I tell you this. There is a beer in college that I tried to do that with.
Why do I 100% believe that? I mean, it's just very believable.
I'll tell you my story, but we're 10 bangs away.
10 bangs away from the story.
The story. It's never going to happen.
So we can't get like 100 bangs for recreation?
100 bangs?
No chance I'm doing it again.
If y'all haven't met Lopez
if
yet,
I
by the
tried
way,
it again, I think our YouTube channel would get shut down.
it would. 100% it would. The fact Lopez is an absolute legend, by the way. He's off camera, so y'all can't hear him. Dude,
John said original Four Locos are killers. What's crazy is I can remember the OG ones. So I used to live in Pennsylvania, but I went to college in New Jersey. And I feel like they were legal in PA, but they were illegal in New Jersey, or it was like vice versa. I forget what it was. But my buddy, we used to go get them, and we used to just have them at college all the time. Like, Dad, hold your ears. When I was a freshman, me and my buddy, his name was Travis. He was also one of the pitchers on our team. He was by far our best freshman pitcher. And we used to get Four Locos all the time. We used to do power hours. And then, you guys remember the song Cat Daddy?
Cat Daddy.
The Cat Daddy? I can't do it because my knee's so effed up right now. Bro, we used to jam to that power hour. Like, I went to a really, really small college, which I'm happy I did because I never would have made it out. Never, ever would have made it out, man. I'll say this, though. This is kind of a little bit of a glimpse what you're going to get next week when we go live. And we're going to go live every single day for free agency coverage. I'm telling you, it is by far the most fun that we have. We're going to keep it serious. I will also say, like, you're going to see some shenanigans. You're going to see some crazy shit from time to time. But I mean this. There's nobody that talks about the Raiders more than I do. And even on crazy days where, I'm not kidding you, like I'm going to put down 6, 7, 8 beers, But I'm telling you this right now, and it's only from practice, and I'm not proud to say it, but it's to the audience out there that sees somebody that's doing this. I honestly do it all the time, and I'm really good at what I do. And I hope that people appreciate the content that we're going to be able to provide here at Chat Sports, because even if you're not a Raiders fan, we're going to be putting out so much content this week around Chat Sports, it's going to blow your mind. And we are growing as a company because we hustle. And you don't got to agree with everything we talk about. But if you're somebody that you just want to be able to sit at a bar, talk a little ball, and you're somebody that really grinds for what you got, I promise you, you're going to rock with Chat Sports a lot. It's why people do the shit that they do. We've been able to build a community here we built an amazing family. It's even more than a community. All right, so here's the deal that I'm going to put out there, okay?
We got Dave, too. We'll read his super in a second.
Dave, give me a moment here. Mitch, you're a real one from John Simpson. I appreciate that because I know how difficult Raider fans can be, and I get it, right? Like, I wasn't born a Raiders fan. I get it. But I am a Raiders fan now. And if you don't think I'm a Raiders fan because I see it all the time out there, then you think really little of me. Which then I would say just watch a different show. All right, so here's what we're going to do. There is one spot left in our March Madness bracket, okay? The next person that gets in, it's yours. It's yours. You got it. It's totally yours, okay? Next person that gets in, it's yours. Unless 2 people try to get in, or 3 people. Then I'll tell you. But yeah. So here's what we're going to do. We are officially at the point of end of happy hour, okay? Every single bang from here on out, we're going to add 5 minutes to the clock. On top of that, let's add 10. 10's fair. We're going to add 10 minutes to the clock, and on top of that, we're going to take down some Four Loko. Whew! If you guys make us finish one Four Loko, pick which one you want.
I got this one.
We will split up the last one.
Okay.
And we'll chug it in a race.
Mucho Loco.
What does that mean?
So I don't know if y'all can see that.
What is Ocho Loco? I'm saying we only have 2.
Oh, yeah, okay. I get it.
All right, talk to me.
4 Loco.
Yep.
2.
Yep.
Multiply.
Okay, but there's 3 of us.
I can run back to 7-Eleven. He's saying he's down to get more. Oh, my goodness.
I can buy out 7-Eleven. They were 2 for 6.
Lopez, I think Raider Nation needs to actually, meet Nick Lopez. Can he step up for a screen for a little bit? Come on, Lopez, get up on screen, brother. Let the people know who you are.
Let the people...
First of all, he did a lot of help behind the scenes. Shout out to Nick Lopez. He's one of the new guys here at Chat Sports. Lopez, introduce yourself to the people.
What's up? Like they were saying, I'm Nick Lopez. I know they were saying just out of college, which is true. Just graduated LSU, last year? Yeah, we know how to drink down in the bayou. A couple Four Locos. It's never that bad.
That's awful.
No,
Mitch is not a fan of the Locos.
I don't know how I'm going to be able to do it.
He's not a fan.
I'm actually going to take a little bit.
Lopez, I know this is your first time really on the Raiders Report being in the driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
But I need to know the answer to this question.
Let's do it.
How well can you bang? Because we got one coming in from Corbs. Bang!
Yo, Corbs, what's up, man? All right, so here's what we're going to do. That's 10 extra minutes.
It is.
For happy hour.
Okay, where are we setting? What was the original timer at?
Well, no, now you just put 10 minutes on
10 minutes, okay.
So if we get down to below 10 minutes, the show ends. Show's over. But every time somebody bangs, we're going to take down some Four Loko. I'm going to go get some glasses that are perfect for Four Loko.
Okay.
We're going to do some chugging, and if we get through this before that time hits 0, then we're going to split the last one. We're going to keep 10 minutes, and then we're getting the F out.
All right.
Okay?
Sounds good.
10 minutes on the clock, Cullen.
All right, there it is.
What, Cullen?
We'll read this super chat too. Corbs says checkered flags are Raiders colors. Let's go take the flag. like Rollicking Raider and knock the AFC West around. This is to the Renz family and Jugs who rocked the Vegas party last year at the Ahern. At the time, baby, Indiana, bang.
Honestly, I think we're down in Four Locos fast.
I think
I'm
so.
scared of.
I'm more confident in you than I am of myself, but I'm down to drink some Four Loko.
Like Raider Nation. Some of the stories I've heard. This is a terrifying group of people when it comes to.
Hey, listen,
getting you a
man.
drink.
Terrifying. Learn your adjectives, Lopez. This is a great group of people.
Oh no, terrifying for some people. I like to have a
Great,
good time.
great group of people. All right,
I'll do a Four Loko.
This is first of all, and we can't even say group of people. It's a family.
You're right.
Here at the Raiders Report.
You're right.
All right, they love to get down. They love to party. They embrace you. By the way, Lopez, like if you truly become a legend on the show, you will get a nickname from the Raiders Report. Mine. If you know my nickname down in the chat, spam it down below. I want to see if Lopez can get it. Okay. If you know my nickname down below, I want you to spam it down below in the chat. What's my nickname down in the chat?
Timu Chugs.
Timu Chugs. That is one of my nicknames at the chat. It's one of my nicknames. I see one person that said my nickname. Who's got it? There we go. There we go. I see some more. See,
Is there a way he could get a headset and sit next to you?
Yes, Lopez. Do you know where the headsets are at?
Go grab
Well,
Chugs.
actually, no. With this,
Go grab Chugs' headset.
actually, he can't because this audio box it can't.
Okay, I don't
Yeah,
know.
'cause
I don't
the
know how
audio-
it works. So
Yeah, unfortunately, here we'll share a mic, Lopez. So we'll
say if you got to turn yours up just a little bit, move it like in
Yeah.
the middle.
no, we'll just share.
We're gonna have a good time. All right, so here's what we're doing. Because that bang came in, let's
Yep.
start the clock.
Yep, gotcha.
I also need you to go back to the $50 one because I actually never read it. So first off, Corbs, this is what we're doing. Every bang, I'm gonna pour this much into mine. They're gonna pour that much into theirs, and the deal is every bang, I'm gonna add 10 minutes to this clock. We're gonna add a little bit of Four Loko. I'm gonna be real. You don't need that much.
Look at this. I'm about to say. Either way, we'll split it somehow. It's fine.
Here, I'll drink out of that one.
There we go. I can sip on this one.
I don't even think. I would say you don't need to drink. Like that was.
I'll sip on this for a little bit.
You got to sip on it.
A little sip on it. We'll be
Hey,
good.
cheers to all y'all, man.
Here, Lopez, get in here, man. Shout out to the real one, man.
I'm not gonna do well with that.
Here, cheers, brother.
Oh my god, dude, that's bad, bro. That's bad.
Woo!
I used to have a method back at school. I could down one in about
Oh,
2 minutes.
okay. Brent says
My
check
fastest Four Loko time ever. I swear to you on this, 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
But did you enjoy that 30 seconds? Because I enjoyed my 10 minutes.
I did not. I remember we had one of those giant. It was like long straw, super skinny, like tall plastic cups in college.
Yeah.
And my buddy and I were like, let's just pour it in there. First one to chug it wins. And I was able to get the dub, but I'm not kidding you. It was one of the worst nights I ever had in college. I was a mess.
Yeah.
To this day, it's why I can't drink watermelon Four Loko, which is why I was like, do not get me watermelon. Which I don't even know if they make those anymore. I can wait for your content next week. I love free agency. I've been watching for years. One question, who's on the other side of Max? Name one of your free agents that we should sign. Sorry, all these dollar bills are getting on my eyeballs. I've hit the limit. You've hit the limit. So when you hit the limit, that means it's a gong.
Okay. So he maxed out.
When you max out.
Guy OT.
Dave! Coyote! Coyote!
Bang!
What up, Coyote? All right. So, name one of our free agents we sign next week. I want number 7 back. I got a text earlier in the week around Robert Spillane saying that, hey, keep an eye out for him. And then the Raiders ended up getting the Max Crosby deal done. To me, they're going to prioritize Spillane just because he's like the quarterback of the defense, the green dot. That is very important on a defense, especially when both of your linebackers are free agents. So I would say keep an eye out for Spillane. It depends how much money Nate Hobbs is looking for. It's been reported that Hobbs is somewhere in the like 3 for 30 range. Way too high for Hobbs, and I love Hobbs. I want them to bring back K'Lavon Chasen. I think he could do magic with Rob Leonard. And then I want Trevon Merrick back as well. Excuse me. But at the exact same time, if he's going to get 15 to 16, I'd rather you just spend maybe the exact same price or a little bit more on a Javon Holland, because Holland to me is more of a center fielder, where the Raiders already showed you that they like Isaiah Polamau, who's kind of like this hybrid box safety 3. I still want them to add another safety, and maybe they do it, in the draft. Like maybe they go out and get an Xavier Watts. Maybe they like Billy Bowman, and they add Trevon Merrick. You can do a lot of different things, but I hear you. I want Merrick back because when the Raiders drafted him, I love the Jim Thorpe winner. But they also have another Jim Thorpe winner. Maybe Trey Taylor will be something. I don't know.
100%.
I don't know. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep rolling through some Super Chats because I know we got a lot to get to.
We do. I mean, we've been trying to get to as many as we can. We appreciate the patience and everything.
I'll say this. We will get through every Super Chat. And it might not be in that 5-minute time frame now that I realize that. Because there's a lot to get to.
Oh, you're telling me.
All right, Jeff, let's go. By Petey, do you mean Matthew Peterson? Yes, I do. Petey took Chuck out. Shout out to Matthew Peterson for helping this show keep it going. The new Kingsman. How much would DK cost after trading the 3rd-round pick? I mean, they apparently have been looking for something in the 1st, 3rd, 2nd-round range. If it was up to me, I would say a 2nd-round pick at number 37 would be enough to get it done. And if they did that, look for the Raiders to trade back from pick 6. Let's go to Aaron Lewis. Do we know which 3rd? That's how long ago this was. Yes, we do. Pick number 73. That was the trade for Devontae Adams. So essentially, the Raiders traded Devontae straight up for Geno Smith. Let's go to Cameron. Mitch, when are we having taco eating contests? Chugs and I already tried that last year, and I absolutely dusted them. So I've never lost a competitive eating contest, and believe me, I know that people would beat me. But I'm sneaky good. I've beaten Jermaine Illuminor. I've beaten Jonathan Hankins. Dusted Chugs. Beat Colt Miller.
Chug, so it was
I'm waiting.
So it was a taco eating contest.
So one time Chugs and I got 48 Taco Bell tacos.
So 24 each.
Yep, 24 each. And they were the biggest Taco Bell tacos you have ever seen.
Doritos Locos or like regular like?
No, they were just like the soft shell, but I've had them before where I'm not kidding, they were the most stuffed Taco Bells we've ever had. Chugs got off to a hot start. It's on YouTube. You can go watch it. Chugs got off to a hot start, and he finished with 7. I did 12, which even that number I'm not proud of, but they were big tacos. That's what we were trying to do. We were like, we're going to first one to 24, and we were talking so much shit all week. And
kind of like the 3-point contest thing? Or
honestly, it was the 2 Texas guys. It was the 2 Texas guys that were like, I'm going to run a 4-1. And then we ended up running. But it was like if Chugs and I would have ran a 4-7.
At what point did Chugs kind of like slow down? Because again,
Chugs came out fast, but I know that I have my stomach can expand, so I know I have longevity. I saw him starting to sweat when he was at probably like Taco 5, and I'm like, dude, I'm about to dust him.
Taco 5 he was done? Or he was slowing down?
Yeah, he was in trouble. He was in trouble.
I don't know if you're watching Chugs.
He was in trouble.
I think he just came out of the gate too hot. I think if he would have paced himself, I think 7, I think he could do that.
Dude.
Jerry Deadly Bang! Cullen, I'm going to need you to add 10 minutes to that clock.
There we go,
I wanted
baby.
Stafford to trade up for Ward. Now got Geno. What do you think about it? We trade our 6th to Seattle for the 18th pick. We give them a 6th for Metcalf. I would want more. And I actually talked about this, and it's a shame. I'm going to try to actually still figure out a way to push out my blockbuster trade video. Yeah, I got a video scheduled for all of y'all to go out tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And the trade that I talk about is, it might be available in trade if you look at the graphic. It was Raiders and Seahawks swap 6 and 18. Raiders get a third-round pick and DK Metcalf. It is a favorable Raiders trade. Not afraid to admit it. But when you look at the trade value chart, it is based on if the Seahawks would try to go up from 18 to 6. Based on the value from the trade value chart, that would require a second and a third-round pick. So in my mind, they give us the swap of the first. Cool. You give us a third-round pick. Maybe it's the third-round pick we just sent you. And then also DK then in that trade would go for a second. I know when I put that trade out there on my live show, people were like, man, that's a lot. But again, like if the trade value is the first, second, and a third from go to 18 all the way up to 6, the trade then would be Raiders get a third, Raiders get DK, Seahawks get pick 6, we get pick 18, maybe Seattle, if they can't get Sam Darnold, can draft a quarterback of their future.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a really interesting just kind of outlook from both sides, obviously. But
What's crazy now, and I don't mean to cut you off.
No, go for it. Go for it.
What's crazy about that trade now is if you go back and you watch that live show, when Chugs and I talked about it, we were like, I think the only way this happens is if Geno gets traded to the Raiders. Because we were like, the only way that Seattle would trade up to 6, in my mind, is if they want a quarterback.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
It's pretty wild.
Jerry, shout out to you. But actually, can you also do me another favor?
What's up?
And can you add another 10 minutes? Because
Another 10.
Josh!
Bang!
Josh I! All right, I'm going to need some of this 4.
Yeah, you are.
Getting loco.
Getting loco.
I'm telling you this right now. This is
Hey,
bad.
new nickname for our guy Lopez. Lopez, get in here.
This is bad.
Hey, Loco Lopez.
Loco
Lopez. How do we feel about the nickname? Loco Lopez.
That
what are you
name
saying?
is going to hit so hard
I'm
when you're
rocking with that
48.
I'll get the tattoo.
How much for you to get a Loco Lopez tattoo? But it's got to be like that lettering.
Oh, yeah, 100% has to be the 4 Loco font. Yeah, you got to embrace it.
How much for you to get that tatted on your leg or wherever you want it? You can pick your spot.
I think it would be more someone just has to pay for the tattoo. I ain't making money like that yet.
All right, so how about this?
So, all right, we got to work with the negotiation here.
If we get... Oh, dude. I would say... Because you're going to have that on you for the rest of your life.
Yes.
All right, hear me out.
Really think about this. Really think
20
about
bangs.
this, by the way.
If we get 20 bangs, I will pay for the tattoo on your leg, and it says Loco Lopez. I get to put it on my phone, and I'll put it as a YouTube short.
I was going to say, can we go live?
I mean, it's not the first tattoo that we've had live on the show. There was a few people many years ago. I don't even know if they work here anymore. Their first day at work was when I had my Raiders leg sleeve. Dude.
Really? Again, this is up to you. So you make the call.
I'll tell you this. That could be something. If you wanted to do it live, I'd have to call up my guy. I got a guy.
Oh, you got a guy?
Because then if you're going to get that tatted, then he's going to probably want to tat up me. That's a lot. That's a steep one. I'm going to say 20 bangs for Lopez to get Loco Lopez tatted on his wherever you want it.
Wherever you want it.
Okay.
He says, okay. You don't have to if you don't want to. You can say you don't want to if you don't want it.
I can find a spot. I'll be fine. I'll find a spot.
This kid's an absolute legend.
All right, here's the deal. This is crazy. This is crazy. 20 bangs. Lopez
bangs.
gets tatted. Loco Lopez
Lopez.
on his leg or wherever. Wherever he wants.
At this point.
Dude, that's kind of wild. I'm not going to lie to you.
Are we cheers? And by the way, Lopez, get back in
Come
here,
on.
man. We got cheers.
Come on.
Oh, the day that it happens, though, we go out right after and we get hammered.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
That's a given.
You're not really supposed to, but
That's a given.
it depends.
You're not my doctor.
Touche.
Touche. Cheers up, boys. All right. I am getting that much closer to sleeping with Chuck tonight. Oh,
I think at this point, you might just have to spend the night.
might have to.
All right, so here's the thing. I got a few people that just tried to get in for that final spot on March Madness. So here's what we're going to do. Actually, Marcus, I don't know what Marcus just sent me. He sent me a pizza emoji. Marcus, cheers to you. So, Cullen, I'm going to show people what this duck race looks like. So, Martin Martinez.
Darren, yes, we will take precautions in getting home tonight. Believe
Against
me.
Annette Wilson. To everybody that watches this show, I know this. I'm a very passionate person about what I do. I have lived close enough to chat sports for the past 5 years so I could walk. It's the truth. I walk to work every day. I walk home every day because the first year where I started like doing this shit like all the time, the amount of money that I was spending in Ubers was, it's crazy because you drive to work, but then you Uber home. You got to Uber back in the morning, get your car, and then you drive. And again, not a big deal, but it's still like some money out of my pocket. So over the past 5 years, I have lived close enough to where we work here in these studios so I can walk. And don't get me wrong, I've had some questionable walks home, but it's a walk, and I'll make it home just fine. If Cullen's got to, stay at my place, Cullen can stay at my place, Lopez can stay at my place. I don't give a shit. Alex is out of town. But also at the same time, here at Chat Sports, and it's why I wish the Raiders would do it, because we don't make nearly the amount of money that Raiders do. We pay for our people to Uber home. Like, if you're going to do some crazy shit like this, we're going to pay for the Uber to get you home. So it's like, we can do it. Why can't the Raiders do it? So I promise you this. Anybody that participates in tonight's show, we will get home safe.
So those names you just sent me, are those just a bang?
So the two names that I sent you is going to be a dog race. Do you know how to do a duck race, dog race?
Yeah.
To get the final spot.
Okay.
So here's what we're going to have. I have Annette Wilson, and I have Martin Martinez. That is 65 people that try to get into the round of 64. The winner between those two gets in. The loser, I don't know. I was going to say you're going to get the last place prize, but I can't say that because one of them is a woman, which I would never do.
Think about it this way. You think about March Madness, right? There's play-in games for
Live
March Madness.
What'd you say?
There's play-in games for March Madness. This is what it is.
It's a play-in game.
Exactly. 2-16
That's true.
teams, 2-16 seed
It's a play-in
teams.
game.
Yeah, just trying to
All
get
right.
into March Madness. All right?
It's a play-in game.
It's a play-in game.
So this year we're doing dog races. So last year, Chugs and I, for every single March Madness duck race, did ducks. Do you know how to make it dogs?
I will see if I can figure it out, but just keep talking until
If you can't figure it out, we'll do a duck. If that's all we can do.
we'll figure it out one way or another.
Sorry.
I'm drinking Four Loko. Give me a little slack here. Got you. Though. One way or another, you're getting a race. It just depends on what animal.
I'll tell you what, this is going to be electric.
Okay, so it's.
I was looking for my phone.
I was just going to say, I'm like, I just picked this up.
I was like,
Got you. Yep, got you.
I was like, I don't know what that is. Reminder,
I don't know
y'all, we
what
are
that
live
is.
here on the Raiders Report.
Oh my God.
Appreciate everyone tuning in today, man.
So it's just those two names though in this race.
That's it.
All
Winner
right.
gets in. Winner gets in.
All right, I can't figure out the dog part, but
All right, we're just going to do ducks.
it's
That's
two
fine.
people, that's gonna be intense as hell.
So
I'm-
essentially what you guys are about to witness is what a duck race is going to look like for the March Madness tournament, okay? It's going to be 1v1. We do round of 64, round of 32, Sweet 16, Elite 8, Final 4, championship race. You basically have to win, 64? I mean, if Martin Martinez or Annette Wilson win the $1,600, that's iconic. That's iconic. All right, y'all. So we got 12 minutes, 15 seconds left. Though, again, I promise you this. We will get through every super chat that was sent in on today's show. So how about this, Colin? While they're figuring that, let's keep running through some soups. Running through the soups with my woe. Oh, man. Yo, hang on a second. That was nerve-wracking. That was scary, dude. All right. Crash, what's up, fam? What the heck? Geno Smith, did I miss anything? I hate to say that I called this, but there is death taxes in this super chat from LA Crash Dog. Gunny, we had a super chat earlier today, and I hope, I'm trying to look for it actually right now, and I really, really hope they're still here. You can't get it? Jason Garcia, okay? Jason Garcia, military member, Gunny. He's like, watches the show, enjoys the show, but I called out, I go, wait until you see, there's going to be a guy, LA Crash Dog, he's going to show up later, and he's just going to say exactly what you just did. And I can't believe that you just did, man. Gunny, you know I love you, bro. You want to do a little sip? Because Jerry Danley! Bang! Jerry!
I just realized I'm muted. Jerry. Let's go, baby.
Have you ever watched Jerry Springer?
Oh, yeah. That was like a staple back in...
Calling it a staple's that's a bad look on your childhood.
As a TV show? I mean, judge me if you will.
I will. No, I'm not going to lie. I watched a lot of Jerry Springer growing up.
See?
I turned out just fine.
That's what I'm saying. I'm here on the Raiders Report, so we ended up in the same place, so either way.
Lopez, you ever watch Jerry Springer?
A couple episodes, but it was a little past my time.
It's definitely past your time.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this right now, though, okay? I'm glad you added the 10 minutes. I'll tell you this right now. Going to Jerry Springer live, electric.
Oh, that's electric.
Went live. The episode, I've said it a few times, Lesbians on Ice. True story. It was two girls fighting over the love of another girl. They had to get their way through a giant ice block to get a ring. First person to get through married the girl. What I love about Jerry Springer, though, was it was 100% free to go to.
Yep.
They fed you. They gave you drinks. You sit in a random spot. And because they would do different shows on the hour, you just would wait in line. And if you got done doing a show, if you wanted to go to another, you hop right back in line. The only class I ever missed as a freshman was I skipped class to go to Jerry Springer with my buddies.
Like, honestly, it's pretty impressive. You only skipped one class as a freshman.
I would have thought.
I'll be real. I was a good student where I actually only skipped 2 classes my entire college career.
Really, that was
Interesting.
Well, again, you went to a big school.
LSU, I mean, that's...
I went to like my college campus. There was 1,000 people on campus.
Yeah.
Like it was a high school for a lot of people.
We're drinking some Four Loko for our guy, Jerry.
Jerry Danley. Cheers to you, bro.
There, salute. He says, Mitch, you know I can't Venmo. I love to be in the duck race for March Madness. If you can't put me in, I understand. Take this bang and use a marker on Rocco Lopez. What the tattoo looked like.
Dude, 19 away.
19.
We're 9 away from you telling your butt chug story.
That's true.
I actually totally forgot about that. 9 away from the butt chug story, which was not a butt chug. It was a story. Let's just say that.
Let's just leave it at that. We got a duck race that we're going to do here on the Raiders Report. We got our ducks.
All right, so here's what's going to happen. Jerry, unfortunately, what I don't want to happen is I don't want you to win, and I can't send you the money on Venmo. So I already got my man Brandon Jasper in. I hope that you understand that, and I know you're a loyal watcher. So please, 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 I hope you do. So what we're going to do here is a race between Annette Wilson and Martinez. Winner is going to get into March Madness. But before we do that, Cullen, I need you to add another 10 minutes because Jerry Danley!
Bang!
Hey, man, if you don't spam Jerry Danley, get the F out of here.
Jerry!
You don't spam Jerry Danley, get the F out of here.
Let's freaking go, man. Shout out to Jerry ×2. Here's a banged up Jerry
want some
Springer.
of that, please. Don't be shy.
Woo!
Get
Lopez, let's go. Nah, man, me and Lopez got the sour apple over here.
Yeah, that pink one kind of gas. I might buy that one
Just for fun, Lopez says. Loco Lopez!
If you want some of it, 18 bangs away from Lopez getting Loco Lopez tatted on him. That's craziness.
Woo! Wow.
All right, here we go. Duck race time. The winner of this race gets the final spot for March Madness. This is unbelievable.
This is unbelievable. By the way, we're one bang away.
According to Josina Anderson,
Whoa.
I am told the Jets' interest in quarterback Justin Fields has been discussed within the last 2 weeks. So another report that the Jets are in on Justin Fields.
Yes. That was reported earlier.
Earlier today.
Yes.
Correct.
Interesting.
Is there any way we can stop all this Marshall Green from falling on me?
I mean, you can, but I mean, they're making it rain. Here's the thing.
Make it rain, Trick. All right, here we go. Annette Wilson up against Martinez. Winner gets the final spot
Here's the
in
thing.
March Madness. This is what it's going to look like, though. It's got to be 30 seconds.
Got to be 30.
That's on me.
30.
So we do 30.
Okay.
So when we do it for March Madness, we try to get through a region, right? So like there'll be a day, and you guys will know when your game is going to be coming up. We'll go by region, which I think what we usually do here is we do a Los Angeles region, we do an Oakland region, we do a Las Vegas region, and then we do another random region. Actually, can you do me a quick favor?
Oh, my God. We're at another 10 minutes.
I'm going to need you to add another 10 minutes because Jerry Danley Bay!
Let's go!
All right.
God, we're taking more drinks, Lopez.
Oh, no. That sounds awful.
We're 17 bangs away from
I understand,
Lopez.
Mitch. Here is a bang to get you to do a watermelon logo. Bro, Jerry, I don't know. I'll tell you this right now. The only way I'm doing is there watermelon 4 Loco down there?
I don't remember if it was at 7-Eleven, but I know I can find you one.
He said, I could find you
I
one.
will drive around every goddamn
If
7-Eleven.
Lopez has to get a Loco tattoo, I'm going to drink a watermelon 4 Loco while he gets it done.
Ooh.
Remember, we're going out and getting fucked up after, too. I tried that. It's a lot.
It's
a lot.
bad, dude. It's
Do
Loco.
you have a tattoo, by the way?
Dude, I'm not
Lopez?
going to lie to you. This Loco is...
Did you hear that?
What?
I asked him, I was like, are you tatted? He does not have a tattoo yet.
You don't
That would be
have a tattoo
his
yet,
first
dude?
tattoo.
If you need some tattoo goo, I got some numbing cream. I've never used it. I'll also say this. I've talked to a few tattoo artists. They usually recommend not using it because sometimes like the ink doesn't go in your skin the best way.
Because you're supposed to keep blood flow, like flowing through.
But
our
if you are worried, because we're not getting we're not getting a no regrets, no Loco tattoo, right?
Loco, just across.
Dude, that's
Hey,
a million bangs.
Mitch, I'm
What?
adding another 10 minutes.
There's no way.
I'm adding another 10 minutes because Jerry Daly Bang! Hold on, Lopez, we got to take the shot. We're taking another one. Let's go.
16 away. This is getting I'm honestly getting nervous for you. I'm also getting nervous that I might have to tell my butthole story. Jonathan Smith! Bang! All right, hang on a second here.
Got to read this one.
Hang on a second here. Don't be scared, bro.
Don't be scared.
All right, you guys are going to get mad. About to make a new deal, okay? And it's only because I can't be live for as long as I can't be here for like 3, 4, 5 hours. That can't happen, okay? So here's what we're going to do. Every bang now has got to be 5 minutes added. And it's only because I'm on dog dad duty with Chuck. I hate to be that guy, but I promise you this. I'm going to give you everything I got, okay? I'm going to give you everything I got. So here's how we're going to make this fair. Here's how I'm going to make it fair. We're at what, 46?
This is with Jonathan's, yeah.
With Jonathan's.
Which we'll hit here in a second. We're going to give you the proper bang treatment.
We're going to... Dude, I'm not going to lie. These four
Hey,
Locos...
Lopez, cheers. Oh, my fault, brother. My fault, Loco
This
Lopez.
four Loco is not good, dude.
All right. Hey, Lopez, get in here, man. Get in here, brother. Cheers up, man.
I'm going to give you the best, and I mean the best, hour that I got.
Here we go. Because you know what, Mitch? We are now up to 46 minutes because of one man. Jonathan Smith! Bang!
Come on, Jonathan! Maybe I grab a jersey now. LOL. Love you guys. And to this nation here, my wife is battling stage 4 breast cancer. F cancer, dude. I'll tell you this right now. I lost my grandfather, and it's not even close to what you're dealing with right now. One of my cousins, his name is Ronnie. I can remember the day he told me that his wife was diagnosed with cancer. It was on the same day that they found out that they were pregnant. Wife went through 7 months of chemotherapy, and the baby is as healthy as possibly can be. Miracles can happen, dude. I am a believer when you keep good hope alive and you keep good energy going, good shit happens in this world. Bottom of my heart, and I mean this, bottom of my heart, I'm sorry that you're going through what you're going through. When I was a kid, so my mom, she's the youngest of 9. My mom has lost every member of her family to cancer. I know it's an absolute bitch. We used to do this thing all the time. It's called the Relay for Life. I hope that they still do it, but you walk to raise awareness and money for cancer. And we're going to do something this year. I'm hoping actually we're able to do it this year. It's called St. Baldrick's. And you raise money for childhood cancer awareness. And it's the worst of the worst, dude. It destroys people.
It really does.
But I'll also say this. You got to keep your hopes up. I hope your wife is as strong as what I'm hoping she is. Keep on battling. But also, man, like if you ever need a spot to vent, if your wife ever needs a spot to vent, you always know we got you covered. We can do a lot of crazy stuff here. And I love the thing that you said there at the bottom, though. Salute to Tuna, because Tuna was always about giving back. But I promise you this. Life's going to throw you a lot of shit. And if you can watch this show and take away from all the seriousness just for even an hour or two, that's what we're going to do here. So, Jonathan, bottom of my heart, to your wife, I don't say the F word often, but fucking cancer, dude.
Fuck cancer.
Jonathan Smith, shout out to you. Let's keep riling. Hey, can I get some prayer emojis down below for Jonathan Smith? I'm not somebody that's a very religious dude, but I will give up 30 seconds of my time tonight. And if you're watching the show tonight, to the 1,000 people out there, if you're a believer, you put good vibes into the world, you Give 30 seconds tonight. Say a prayer for Jonathan Smith's wife. If you're a member of Raider Nation, this is family, dude. And I mean it. 30 seconds is all I ask. Let's do it for Jonathan Smith. I know we can do it. Jonathan, keep me in the loop, dude. That's all I ask you to do. Keep me in the loop, dude.
Shout out to Crash Dog, Low Life Rev, SSG, Jack, Ron Raspberry. Hey, prayers up, man. Everybody, if chances are, if you meet somebody in this crazy life that we're living in, someone's been affected by cancer in their life. And hey, we all know somebody. So shout out to everybody that has gone through it or knows somebody that gone through it, because it's not an easy thing to do. Prayers up. And yeah, fuck cancer, man. Fuck cancer. Hey.
I wish you the best of luck, man. I really do, man. Stage 4 is no joke.
Not at all.
No joke. All right, man. We're going to keep it rolling here. We got to do that duck race.
We do. I got it loaded up.
We got to do the duck race.
That money's going to keep falling, by the way. Y'all are making it rain. It's going to keep falling on Mitch.
I'll also say this, Jonathan. The fact that you feel like this is a safe place to share that,
yep,
that's awesome. You know, where that's not an easy thing to be able to share. My entire life, I have never been afraid to say what I want to say, and, you know, I've never been afraid to express the way that I feel, which, you know, with my fiance, Alex, maybe it's the Mexican culture. I don't know, you could speak on that, Lopez, but she's like, nobody speaks about their feelings, like, and she never did, and she never knew that she could. It's a safe place here, and no one's going to judge you, because if you judge somebody on this channel, you're not a part of the family, and I'll say that to their face. I don't care who you are, so I appreciate that, dude. Even in a crazy show like this, I appreciate that. So here's what we're going to do. Winner of this race, which, can we switch up the ducks?
There we go.
All right.
That's all right. Hold on. There we go. We got a doc and a.
So we got a doctor and we got Sherlock Holmes over there. I'm not trying to do a Trump duck.
Listen,
I don't care if you're red,
we got Sherlock
blue.
Holmes and Dr. Duck in a Kentucky Derby.
I'm
all right?
about keeping people together, and I hate politics. So I'll tell you this. I will always try to keep politics out of this show.
That's fair.
Winner of this race gets into our March Madness tournament. Let me know down below who you got. If you're going with Martinez, type M. If you're going for Wilson, type W. If you enjoy the next 30 seconds of the show, you missed out on March Madness. 3, 2, 1, let's run it. Here we go. 1,000 people watching this duck race right now. Winner of this race gets in to March Madness. We got Annette Wilson. We got Martin Martinez. And I'll tell you this, I really thought Martin was going to be in trouble. But now with 12 seconds left, this is anybody's race. 8 seconds to go. Somebody's got to make a move. Annette!
3,
Annette!
2, 1.
Annette!
Let's go.
A 3, and it finds the bottom of Annette. Let's go, man.
Let's go.
Annette, you in. Annette Wilson. So the bracket is set. The 64 teams are in.
They're in. We're locked and loaded.
I will come up with the rankings. I will get the bracket together. March 16th, I believe, is the first March Madness game, which is when we will start our March Madness races here on the Raiders Report.
Is there any chance to sway the judge's opinion on the rankings between now and March Madness?
Yes.
Okay.
There is.
So y'all know what that means.
I'll tell you this, though. The rankings mean absolutely nothing.
That's true.
Like, in terms of you winning, the rankings mean nothing. A 16 has just as much of a chance to win as a 1 seed, like, in all honesty. But the way that I do the rankings is we got a cool little thing here at Chat Sports where we're able to, like, analyze a lot of different data. And I put my rankings in based on, you know, comments on YouTube, based on how many times you hit that like button, based on how long you've been a subscriber, based on how many times you bang in a show. And essentially, we take all these different numbers, beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, it puts it into a computer, and it spits out a seed. And it spits it out based on how much you participate with us. So the people that you see as 1, 2, 3, 4 seeds, they rock with the Raiders. Those are my real ones. The bottom seeds, 16, 15, 14, whatever it is in the middle, you're working on it. But I'll also say this. There's a lot of people that are going to watch this show a lot that are going to be 10, 9, 8 seeds. I don't want you to take it personal. It's just more of, it's a calculation that I have no control over, and that's how we're going to do it this season, just so you know. All right, y'all. Let's keep on rolling through some of these super chats here. Josh, don't got much green, but love to drink with you, FKC. Oh, McDaniels, you got $60 million in your pocket. I think you're good. Can we sip for the great tuna? John, I will pray for. And I mean this when I say this. I hope everybody takes time out of their day. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, dude.
By the way.
Say something nice.
Say something nice.
Huh? We went through a loco.
That is one loco down.
That's
Lopez.
not good. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, man. You've been an absolute real one.
That's not good, man. Cruising all day says, can we do a duck race for 20? All right, how about this? Why for yes and for no, we do a duck race?
I don't hate it.
Why for yes and for no, we do a duck race? I'm not ducking around, man.
No. Never duck around. Never duck around, man.
Annette just sent me a message. All right. Do you want me to put your name as... I'm going to... Brent. I'm just going to put you in as your name, just so you know. You know what I'm going to do? Brent Wilson, a.k.a. Annette. How about that, all right? That's what we're going to do. I got you. And I'll be real with you. I've had a lot of people that watch this show that are like, hey, man, can you, instead of saying, totally fine, my wife's name or girlfriend or whoever's name, can you just say my name? I don't do a great job of reading messages on Venmo because it's actually not easy for me to see. In the future, and I'm not saying you have to do it, but in the future, if there's something that you absolutely don't want me to say on screen, you got to put it in. You got to put it on YouTube, just because I know for a fact I'll see it then. What's up, Ox? All right, I didn't read this one. Go back. That's on me. That's on me. Hey.
Oh, whoa.
That's on me.
Whoa.
How many bangs away?
Here's the thing. How many bangs do we have on Venmo? I need to get a full count here. Because we're in the mood of making deals. We still got 35 minutes of happy hour.
That's true.
You tell me how many bangs we got on Venmo. Just tell me how many.
I'll be real. I have no idea.
No idea.
I have no idea.
Just if you had to give a rough guess, because I'll make a deal. I'll spin it some way. Just give me a number.
4.
Okay. So we're at 4.2 in supers. We're at 4 bangs on Venmo. Excuse me. Jesus, that 4 locos hit. Feeling loco. If we get to 5K total, another boot? At least for me. I'm not saying for you, but if we get to 5K total, that's got to be it. I'm down to drink a boot. I seen the Coors literally over there in the kitchen.
This? If we get 8, it's 8 more bangs. If we get 8 more bangs, Cullen's doing a boot.
Okay.
I'm going to send you on another loco run.
Oh.
And I'll tell my weird story.
Ooh.
I gotta get the playlist. Keep going. I'm going on loco run.
Oh, man.
There's a walkable 7-Eleven.
See?
Oh, I went to that 7-Eleven, but
Be careful. It's.
I know. I pulled up and I was like, okay, let's make sure everything's in my pockets.
So I used to walk by that 7-Eleven every day,
I was gonna try.
morning and night.
I was gonna.
Well, no, there's one that's if you walk down, if you come out the door where you walk into work, go to the right, it's 2 blocks.
Maybe I did not go to that 7-Eleven.
Yeah. There's a 7-Eleven right down the road, walking distance, that takes you less than 5 minutes to walk to.
Yep. the exact one you're talking about.
So, like, go out where the Subway or whatever the hell that thing's called. Go to the right. 7-Eleven right there. I'll be honest, though. Like, keep your head on a swivel. Like, that's an interesting 7-Eleven. I'm not going to lie.
Jake says no falling money. It's been going for like 10 minutes. We stopped it a while ago, brother.
Cruising. Can we do a duck race for 20? Can you shout out my fam? Go get Caleb Johnson, running back, and pick up Dart. I know Caleb Johnson had a little bit of a down NFL combine, but that's still a back that I think is a good Pete Carroll back. Where I need somebody sometimes for a Pete Carroll back. I don't need a home run hitter all the time, but I need somebody that can hit some singles, that can hit some doubles, pick up a few first downs. Like, I need somebody that can hit 300 baseball term.
Yep.
Which doesn't happen a lot in today's day and age. But, like, if I can get a guy that picks up 4 yards a chunk, that's the type of running back that I think Pete's going to look for with somebody like Geno Smith. Let's go to Ox. Which quarterback do you think we draft in the second round? I mean, if you had a gun to my head right now, I'd say the most likely quarterback that the Raiders try to draft is Shedeur Sanders. And that totally changed from 24 hours ago. But I think Geno Smith is, I'm going to draft Shedeur Sanders. And I know it was reported that Geno is their long-term answer. He's 34 years old. If I was the Raiders, I would leak out Geno's my long-term answer. That way people don't think that I'm about to draft Shedeur Sanders in potentially round 1. I would trade back, though. Nathan, Cullen, boo. I don't know how long ago that was, though.
That was a while ago.
Like, there was a super chat that I know for a fact, I think came in from Wild114, and that was like 3 hours ago.
There are some, like, again, that are just...
They're buried.
They're buried.
Okay, I got you.
Buried.
Yoda, Mitch, did you get Ron Raspberry? Yep, that's 3 hours ago. Sergio, I'm don't get the Genty hype at 6. Deep running back class, build the trenches or get T-Mac. I think the Genty hype is based on best player available. And this past year, we drafted Bowers, drafted JPJ, best player available. So there's a lot of Raiders fans out there that want to go this route. But at the same time, if you don't have a complete team, your running back is just a running back, right? Like, I think Saquon Barkley this year proved the ultimate point of you put Saquon Barkley on a bad football team in the New York Giants. He doesn't look all that good. You put Saquon Barkley on a great team, he looks like Saquon Barkley. What?
Ooh.
A beer bong? So I just got Rolly,
Yep.
who, by the way, is a Josh McDaniels fan.
Yeah.
He just said $100. $100. He's doing a beer bong.
Can we get it
I'll
going?
tell you this right now. Every single hundo that we get in the next 3 minutes, a beer bong's going down.
Feels like it has to, right?
A beer bong's going down. I need a break from this loco.
How far are you finished from the loco? Or how close
I'm going to
are
tell you
you
this right now. I'm about 75% way through that.
You're like Dose Loco.
Feel
You're
that.
not fully 4.
I'll tell you this right now. Loco's not for me.
He's leaning towards 3, but you're not 4.
You're getting close to
I'm telling you this right now. 4 Loco is disgusting.
Honestly,
I'm not a fan of that one, to be honest.
worse. Maybe
I remember him being worse too, but I was also in college when it didn't matter.
but you have to try.
I can remember in college, my buddies and I, when we wanted to splurge on a night out, we would get Labatt Blue, which was $19 for a 30 rack. I can remember in college, we would sit there and debate, are we going to get Keystone Light, which was $14 for a 30 rack, or are we going to get Miller Lite for $15? We'd sit there and we would debate about it.
Yep.
College probs, dude. Like, the cheapest beer that we could get was Natty Light was $13 for a 30.
Yep.
I can remember one time, I'm not kidding you when I say this, my buddy, he ended up getting a 24 rack of Blue Moon. And it was like it was honestly like $22.
Yeah.
Dude, we thought he was the freaking dude. We were like, this guy is getting so much ass tonight for spending $22 on Blue Moon.
Yeah.
It's the craziest thing ever.
Yeah, Natty Light was a classic. I'm not going to lie. I drank a lot of PBR back in the day.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of
PBR guy.
Pabst
What
Blue
was your
Ribbon.
college beer of choice?
Honestly, it was Natty Light, but it was like one of the season ones. It was the, what's the fall season one? You know what I'm talking about? Like, not pumpkin, but it was like something, I forget what it was called, but there was like a seasonal flavor of Natty Light that was really good that we used to drink a bunch, especially when it got to like, football season and everything.
I got a small favor to ask. Can you show the photo of $20 Venmo?
Yeah, I got you.
So here's what we're going to do. Killa wanted a $20 Venmo duck race. We're going to do a duck race tonight. So if you want a chance to win some money. So this is going to be a race that we do at the very, very end of today's show. Every bang, we're adding 5 minutes to that clock down there below, and we're going to keep it going. But if you want a chance to win some money, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. I want to get this pot heavy. I want this to get to be a big
It's up
pot.
to y'all, really. I mean,
It is up to y'all, and that's totally it. It's a 50-50 raffle, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365, Anthony Green, Jason Gutierrez are already in. They're already in. They're in.
Read that one.
Let's get this going, man.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, dude, Nico Laz. Nico Laz is a party. You got to be careful with him. No 6 to midnight, more like 6 to 9 of a move. Draft Milrow or draft Dart in the second or third round if you can. I really don't know if Jackson Dart's going to fall to the second, though I do wonder if the Dart hype is a lot like Will Levis, where we heard Will Levis is going to be a first-round pick. Will Levis falls to the second round. I get the upside around Dart, but then there's also that, I'm just being honest, he's not close to being ready. Like, he's just not. He's way too inconsistent. But if you're the Raiders and you want to draft Dart, let him learn for a year or two underneath Geno, then that's a plan that I'm a little bit more excited about. But I agree with you. The Geno Smith deal, if somebody's like, this is the greatest move the Raiders could have made, they're lying to themselves. I mean, they are. This is I'm trying to make the playoffs now, but my window to win a Super Bowl is in 2 to 3 years type of move. Let's go to depth. Why do I see this like Rich Gannon move? Love it. If it's a Rich Gannon move, I love it too, man. I don't think Geno Smith is Rich Gannon. I don't think Geno is about to be the MVP. I'll tell you this right now, though. If Geno Smith wins MVP, we got a shot. Blaine, what's up, bro? I was only able to catch part of the show on March 5th. I just wanted to confirm that I am in the March Madness bracket. Ooh, Blaine. Some of these guys are making me nervous. Blaine, you in. Nathan, just bought a box of Illusion footballs. I don't know what that means. And pulled Geno, DK, and Lockett. It's a sign, Mitch. I'm telling you, it's a sign. All right, Nathan. So you're telling me Geno, DK, and Lockett. I'll tell you this right now. I think Tyler Lockett is a Raiders receiver. I think you almost lock it in.
Literally. I agree.
The DK trade, if the DK trade happens and the Raiders sign Tyler Lockett, Cullen told me he would do an entire show shirtless. Let's go to Trevor. Seattle's offered DK and Geno for Crosby. Yeah, Cullen actually was the one that brought that one in.
Yeah.
I'm happy the Raiders didn't do it. Really, truly am.
It truly was like I think Seattle looked at this as, a really true changing of the culture that they've been. Tyler Lockett that's been there forever. Geno, obviously, who took over for Russ after that era was over. And obviously DK was drafted and developed by the team. They went all in. They tried it. And you know what? You have to ask at the end of the day. Credit to the Raiders. They said no. To be honest, if I was the Raiders, I'd agree. I would say no.
Shoot or shoot. If you're not, if you're the type of dude that's not going to go up to a girl at a bar and that you're interested in, and you don't at least go up and try to strike a conversation, you're not going to get a trade done for Max Crosby.
100%.
Shoot or shoot. And I respect it. But here's the thing. You can also get turned down. Seattle, I feel you, man. Let's go to Born, a Raiders fan, drafting Will Howard in the second round. Good or bad?
Bad.
Horrific.
Bad.
I don't think Will Howard's very good. I'd rather draft Kyle McCord. I think Kyle McCord is a better quarterback. Where Howard, to me, the proof that Chip Kelly is amazing is Will Howard.
Yeah.
Where Howard is a good college quarterback, and he had a ton of talent around him. Like,
He did.
realistically, if Jeremiah Smith comes out this year, he might be the number 1 overall pick.
Honestly, and Caleb Downs, his teammate on the other side, the safety from Ohio State, he might be top 5.
Caleb
Downs is an elite.
The Ohio State Buckeyes were the most talented team in college football.
In slight defense of Will Howard, he did also, I think, perform well as a Kansas State, quarterback as well.
Quarterback. Yep.
Just not
the
a guy
final
that
4
translates.
games, Will Howard, after that Michigan game, Will Howard is incredible. And I said it earlier, like 3 hours ago on this live stream. Some of the best college tape I've ever seen on a quarterback, the final 4 games of Will Howard. I mean, you go watch it, it's a clinic. But it's also great spacing. It's calling the right plays. It's a balanced offense. And if you can make an average quarterback, that's Will Howard. He is an average elite college quarterback, right? Like, I think if you put Quinn Ewers on Ohio State, I think they're a better football team.
They are.
But I think Will Howard, I have higher rank for the Raiders because of Chip Kelly than I do Quinn Ewers.
Agreed.
Will Howard ain't going to get the separation that his Ohio State receivers are getting. And that's a fact.
Mitch, we're getting somebody in the chat saying, did you check your Venmo? Check the Venmo.
What do you got for me, Gunny?
As we got Slurricane Senpai says, can I get a Raiders?
Come on, man. I got a few more people.
I'm just saying, we're down to party. We've been partying now for over 3 hours. If y'all want to continue this thing going, you see the clock on screen. You know the goal. Mitch, we got to get some bangs going if we want to keep this party rolling. Am I right? Let's get it going.
Joe Maldonado, you in. Ron Rez, in. Philip Bogert, in. L.A. Crash, in. Allie Marie, you in. Derek Constantino in. Moshav, you in. I see Julian Jara. Wow, Gilbert Moreno in. I'm going to tell you this right now. Some of the names are going to be so badly spelled.
They're in there, though.
It's going to be unbelievable.
They are.
You will get your money, though. David Giotti in. I love it, David. Randall Carter in. I see Steven Corbell in. Josh Davis in. Savannah in. Patrick B in. All right, so as it stands right now, Michael Andrews. Oh, Anders. Excuse me. Anders. I went to a college with Michael Andrews. And then Marcus and $20 Venmo right now. I'm going to put in Tuna. $20 Venmo right now. You go home with $200.
Hey.
$20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365.
You
go home $200.
What was it? Patrick B says, I didn't Venmo you tonight. Patrick B, I'm not even on the Raiders report as a regular. I know how much of a legend you are. Don't even worry about it, brother. Shout out to you, though, man. Appreciate all y'all tuning in the stream. We got 870
I got one from
people.
Savannah, Pat.
Oh, okay. There we go. We got 870 people tuned in, and we're almost 3.5 hours into this thing.
So, I don't know what Savannah said. Maybe I got to check.
Jersey Boy Greaser says, Trey Harris or Jaden Higgins? Have you looked at this receiver class that much at all, Mitch, or what do you got to say about that?
Hang on a second. Savannah's once in for March.
I'll say Jaden Higgins.
Savannah, you're too late for March Madness. So what do you want me to do?
He has got.
He has that build.
He does. He's athletically gifted. Obviously coming from Ole Miss. They've got a lot of players that could go potentially day 2 of the draft. Princely Uman Milan.
Rob, you're in.
Walter Nolan. I mean, they got a lot of draft players.
Sav, I'm going to give you an extra duck spot, okay?
Jackson Dart.
So I'm going to give you 3 duck spots.
He could potentially go day 2, though.
I think
Day 2.
I'm sorry.
I like both Iowa State guys. I like, obviously, Higgins, and I also love Jalen Noel as well. I think Noel is a guy that he's a human joystick as a slot receiver. I think he's a mismatch problem for a lot of
Killa, I thought I did.
nickel cornerbacks in the NFL. I think, 4.39 speed. It's pretty fast. I don't know.
Killa. Shout out to Killa's fam, man. That's one of our OG Raiders Report watchers. Appreciate you for tuning in tonight, Killa. Do you think Tom Brady will be involved on Geno's growth? I mean, sure. Here's the thing. If you're the Raiders and you don't use Tom Brady to your advantage, you're a really bad franchise, right? Where, think about what Brady's name is. I don't care who you are in the NFL circle. I don't care who you are in sports. There is I actually think legitimately, and there's maybe only a handful of people that you can say this about. Maybe there's more. I'm in a sports bubble. I think if you were to ask 100 people, I think all 100 people say, yes, I would love to sit down and talk to Tom Brady. So if you're a quarterback and you have the ability to sit down with the greatest player of all time, that boosts your value. Where if I'm a quarterback like Geno Smith, right? One of the reasons why I said I think the Raiders are low-key a great destination no matter what is because if you're coming to the Raiders, you're also trying to build a resume. You put on that resume that you got the opportunity to work with Tom Brady every single day or however many times that you did, that's a resume booster. So I would hope the Raiders are smart enough to get Tom Brady involved. Let's go to Low Life. Is Philip Bogert in? Philip Bogert is in, Low Life. I got you, man. You in. Locho, I don't know who. Dr. K, if we get 3 and 30, 10 INTs, then we can. I agree. Though 3,800 yards and 30 touchdowns is, I would say if you throw for 3,800, you're probably somewhere a little bit closer to 25 to 24 touchdowns. 3,830 touchdowns, that's like Lamar Jackson type of efficiency where Geno's not going to be that efficient. If you throw for 3,800 yards, you're probably going to be around 24 to 25 touchdowns. That's what I think. Let's go Raiders, retired Army. Love the nation. Derek, trade for DK and draft T-Mac. Also, I'd love the Raiders to draft Caleb Johnson. Johnson, I do think, could fall a little bit in the draft because he had a little bit of a bad combine, but he is the type of running back that Pete Carroll loves. Wild one. I saw you in person. You're a true Raiders fan. Wild one, I appreciate that. That's Mount Raidermore. That one is from a long, long time ago.
I know.
So let's keep it rolling. Harold, I like the pick for you Manning in 2027, but I like out of Tennessee better. There's no way. We should have gotten Hooker, though. I hope you would agree, Mitch. I don't agree with that, where now you got to trade for Hendon Hooker. If the Raiders would have got Ben Johnson, I get the idea of Hendon Hooker, but now I'm not as much on board with it. Victor, love the last name. We still have the 4th best quarterback in the AFC West, just more expensive. I actually disagree with that take. And again, I'm not the biggest Bo Nix fan, but I think Pete Carroll, Geno Smith at a table with Chip Kelly is better than Bo Nix and Sean Payton. I'm not going to say it's better than Justin Herbert and Harbaugh. Obviously, I'm not going to say it's better than Mahomes, but Geno Smith or Bo Nix, you ask me right now, I take Geno Smith every single day of the week. Okay. Sean, I'm so upset with this move, I feel heartbroken. Look at it more as it's a long-term play than just a win-now move. Sean, again, I've just wanted the quarterback, and it seems like all we've done is move an inch backwards since Carr. I mean, Geno's an upgrade over Derek Carr. At least Geno's got a winning record. At least Geno's won a few important games. I know Raiders fans love DC, and I respect DC too. He's done a lot of great things for me in my career, but also at the same time, Derek Carr is the girl that you
Geno
dated in
tweeted.
high school that you just got to move on from.
Geno Smith officially tweeted out, God is the greatest, excited to work and win in all caps. The time is now 7 world. He's embracing being a Las Vegas Raider.
I love it, man. Also, you got to remember, when you look at Geno Smith's stats, how many Hail Marys did he throw this year? He threw a lot of Hail Mary interceptions.
He did. He, at times, was careless with the football. There was a couple of games where he could have made some better decisions. But I think, I was talking about it with the chat earlier when you were either getting a new shirt or you're going to the restroom or whatever. But if Geno Smith can return back to that 22 form where he's throwing for over 4,000 yards, when he's, 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio.
Yep.
That's the ideal goal if you're the Raiders, because that's the best Geno's ever been. And under Pete Carroll, who's always been a Geno believer, hey, Chip Kelly, you never know what you can unlock.
It is the Geno Smith move is Pete Carroll trusting his guy to groom the next quarterback of the future. And I don't think that you can change my mind on that. I really, really don't. All right, got a few more people getting in the duck race. Patrick B., Sab, Hunter Jackson, Jonathan Smith, Rob Fravor. Right now, $20 Venmo. You would go home with $270. Crash Dog, what's up, my man? Geno, you guys legit stole me from Seattle. If this was actually Geno Smith, that would be wild. Caleb, been a fun night. Glad we got a big signing. Mitch, love the trade plan for you moving up from 6 to 18 and draft Henderson. I do think Trevion Henderson is a little bit more of a likelihood now with Geno Smith. I could also see the Raiders trying to draft both Henderson and Quinshon Judkins. The Raiders met with only 3 running backs at the Combine, formally. Ashton Genty, Trevion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins. Let's go to Gilbert. What's up, Mitch? What do you think about Geno Smith? Bridge quarterback? Got to be thinking we're in win-now mode in 2027, but we did upgrade, at least have a shot to make the playoffs. Did you get my Venmo for the duck race, LA? Yes, I did. Reminder, saveawarrior.org for veterans and first responders struggling. They also don't take any of the percentage. If you guys want to get back to your veterans, saveawarrior.org for veterans. Tell them Uncle Tom sent you. Lost Oak, what record do you see the Raiders? I say 10-7. Too early to tell. The Raiders right now with this roster with Geno Smith, you're hoping to win 7 games. With our salary cap, with our draft, we'll see what happens. But in my mind, with Geno, I agree with you. I'm hoping for 10. Cruising. Thanks, bro. Vegas trip. I was your Uber. It was fun. Dude, cruising. You were an experience, no doubt about that, man. I appreciate the time that we were able to spend together. Savannah! Alley-oop! Throws one up! Who's going to throw it down? Because here's the thing. We are 6 bangs away, technically 5.5 away from my weird college story about how I'm going to tell y'all. I'm going to tell you this. I attempted to do something
You'll have to wait
that
and
you
see.
guys are going to laugh about. I'm telling you that right now. We're going to throw it up. Jamal! Geno had a 70% completion percentage last year. And with better receivers, Brock Bowers, the Raiders are going to care a lot about completion percentage. It's what Tom Brady cares about. Something to look at. Sancho, you got me in the duck race. I said a 20 earlier, assuming there was going to be a race. Sancho, let me see. Sancho, I'm going to be honest. I don't got you in.
Hey, you know what we do got, though?
All right, Sancho. I trust you.
Sancho's a real one. But we're adding another 5 minutes on the timer. That's not the one that's supposed to be on screen. Give me 1 second. Why is it not on? Of course, Venmo. Give me 1 second. Keep chanting the name because he's a real one here on the Raiders Report. It is Vendrick Bay,
the newest member of Mount Raidermore.
Woo!
Venthrak.
Let's go.
Venthrak. Solid bridge option. I'm cool with it. And if it's a bridge option and only a bridge, I am also cool with it. If
So
it's anything more than that, I don't know if I love it.
I guess we're about to find out. It's been a while since me and Lopez took some. Here,
Since we got Loco over here.
we got Loco. So we're still waiting for someone to alley-oop. Here we go. Vin Thrack. Mitch, cheers it up to the. Oh, you already took yours.
I already drank mine. Yeah, the Four Locos going down.
It is.
The Four Locos going down. Antonio, Mitch, do you think we should draft Abdul Carter with the 6th pick now that we have Geno Smith? If Abdul Carter's there at 6, I would take Abdul Carter. And it would just be about best player available, because if you told me our front is Abdul Carter, Max Crosby, Christian Wilkins, and then hopefully we were able to bring back a kid, Levon Chasen, maybe we bring back an Adam Butler, you put that also with Tyree Wilson. I mean, Abdul Carter, I think, actually has a chance to be better than Max Crosby. And I don't say those words lightly. And I actually think I'm one of the Raiders guys that speaks a little bit higher of Max than some other people out there. But I think Abdul Carter has a chance to be better than Max Crosby. I think he has a chance to be better than Micah Parsons. And I'm not afraid to say it. Jonathan, Crosby, Pat B defense will push Smith to be better. I think it's going to just push Smith to be exactly what he is, and he knows what type of quarterback he is. And if he can be somebody that takes care of the football, be somewhere around, I don't know, the top 15, you got yourself something special. So we threw one up, and it slammed down from Blaine. Craig! Bang!
Lopez, you got a drink for that one, man? Yeah. Here, let's drink.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. I got to take a leak.
Mitch, can you finish this one? This finishes the Loco if you finish it. It's the can if you finish it.
Oh, God. You gave me the spit.
It's a little backwash, maybe.
Hey, we don't spit over here. You know what they say, spitters are quitters.
Do we add 5 minutes, by the way, for an alley-oop?
What?
Do we add 5 minutes for an alley-oop? All right, we're adding 5 minutes, so give me a second.
You add 5 minutes. So here's the deal. Blaine Craig. Oh, dude.
Don't tell me you took that shot without me. Oh, my.
He didn't take it.
Okay, you didn't take it. All right, hey, cheers up. Cheers up.
Four Loko is not any good. What is good, though, we are 4 bangs away. 4 bangs away from me telling my story.
Ooh.
And we are 14 bangs away from Lopez getting a 4 Loko tattoo. It's not exactly a 4 Loko tattoo. It's a Lopez Lopez.
Yeah. Loco Lopez. You said
Loco Lopez.
I don't know what you just said.
I combined them. Neither was right. Nothing that I said was right there. Oh, the 4 Locos got me. It's got me feeling good. That would be crazy. I'll tell you what. There's a part of me where I'm like, I kind of want to be at our Devontae Adams stream, and that's going to take a lot. That's going to be a big old bear down moment. But we're going to try to do it. So here's what we're going to do. Cullen, I got to go take a quick leak.
I got you, brother. Me and Lopez got you, bro.
Here's what we're going to do.
All right.
Every $5 super chat that comes in, I want you to add a minute.
At a minute.
Add a minute. Every $10 super chat, I want you to add 2 minutes. And I'm going to do a shot of Fireball when we get back.
Let's do it. You heard the man.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Bro, don't drink 4 Loco. It's for the week, says Jamal. Yeah. Lopez, get in here. We got a big camera here, man. So this is one of our new guys, Nick Lopez, Loco Lopez, as I think he will be referred to from now on.
I think it's how it's heading.
Lopez, have you sat in on a Raiders Report live kind of experience like this?
I've done one Raiders stream, and it was against the Saints during the NFL season. It was nothing like this.
Yeah. Listen, Raiders fans get down, and I have a lot of respect. I've been here at Chat Sports now for a little over a year, about a year and about 14 months to be exact. But the Raiders faithful is no joke. It really isn't. It really isn't. So let's see. I have another one. But they know how to get down, and they know how to party. We've got less than 15 minutes. Again, Mitch gave the deal. If it's $5 We had 1 minute. If it's $10, it was shots, and then did he say add?
He said he's doing Fireball.
He's doing Fireball. So there you go.
I think that's worse than the Four Loko. I'd much rather Four Loko
Yeah.
than Fireball.
Giuseppe says we are a nation. Oh, okay, sorry, not faithful nation. That's the bastards out in San Francisco. My apologies. That's correct on me. So Loco Lopez's elite nickname from Harrison Graham. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Is
Shout
that
out
the
to
real
Harry,
Harrison
man.
Graham is the question.
Oh, I
Versus the
believe it.
burner.
Oh, I believe it. He was in the chit chat earlier, man. So here we go. We're waiting on these super chats to load in here. We got Low Life Red said, here, give me your best Raiders here, Lopez.
Raiders.
Not bad. Rate them out of 1 to 10. Rate them out of 1 to 10 in the comments below. I'm giving shout outs to everybody who rates it 1 out of 10. He says Raiders, baby, from Low Life Rev. Shout out to you. We got Blaine Craig coming in here in just a second whenever the software loads up. We got 3 from Blaine. We got 1 from Leaf. They're saying weak. They're rating you 5 or below, brother. Do you want a second opportunity to redeem yourself?
No, because I feel like it's gonna be even harsher. I'll take my 5 and run with it.
Here's the thing. You got to set the tone, man. You can't be afraid, man. You cannot be afraid.
I'm intimidated by him right now.
Blaine says shots. We got you, Blaine. So we're adding, you know what? I'm going to call it add 2 minutes. I'm going to add 2 minutes to the clock if you send in a 10. So here we go.
That's 2 minutes of Fireball shot, huh?
Fair enough. All right, we got 9, 5, 5. Like, we're getting a lot of low numbers.
Hey, I got a 9.
You got a 9, you got
That
an
helps
11.
the averages.
10.
11. 11.
You also got
the scale.
you got a lot of 3s, too. You got to look up in the chat.
The 11 with a couple 3s, averages out. I'm liking my averages here.
Here's the thing. The next person that sends a super chat, I'm going to give my best Raiders that I can. And keep in mind, this is a 4 Loco, a boot, and however many drinks that we've had in. And I'll give my best Raiders. Next super chat that rolls in. But shout out to Blaine. Mitch, you got a shot, brother. You got a shot.
Oh, man. I'll tell you what. Today has been the definition of a shit show.
Really has.
I'll tell you this right now. What's crazy is I love doing what we do here. All right, there's a few more coming in.
There's more. Well,
All right, we're going to let the fax machine roll in here, as the OGs would say.
Honestly, so I'm about to give a Raiders right here. Y'all let me know. Honest opinion. Don't be
Grade
soft
it
on
down
me.
below. I'm going to give some shout-outs to some of the grades. Here we go.
Here we go. I'm going to wait for the super to load on screen, but shout out to Mitch for taking the shot of Fireball. Here.
How you feeling when you straighten out the bottle? Let's see. Here
we go.
You ain't going shot glass? Just going for it?
At this point, I mean, come on.
I mean,
Respect it.
I respect. Hey, listen.
But, like, when you drink
Sometimes,
out the bottle, you're like, he
sometimes you just got to drink straight at the bottom. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you do. If it's 10 and 20, how many minutes do we add on? By the way,
What's up?
how many minutes do we add on if it's $10 and $20 super chats?
Dude. If you're looking for numbers, I'm not your guy right now. Let's just do this.
Oh, I just added some on, so there we go.
Perfect.
Perfect. Perfect. As
You
we
could
did.
have put any number up there. I probably would have been okay with it.
All right. Rizzo, I apologize if I got that wrong. He says, let's
Come
hear
on.
it. For the nation. Raiders! Raider Nation! Let's get ready to party!
Dude,
Hey, man. Hey,
I'll tell you
rate a
this
1 out of
right
10.
now.
Let's go.
I'll tell you this right now. It was a phenomenal start.
I know. I trailed off towards the end.
If you would have broke it up where a second earlier, that I'll tell you this, I would love to see, and here's the proof where I'm
I know.
almost
I'm named negatives.
Did I win?
Who did a better, me or Lopez?
Mine better?
So here's the thing. I didn't hear Lopez's.
Oh,
But
you need a redemption.
But how long you were able to keep that tone, you and Chugs, like the lungs you guys must have, it's got to be connected to boots.
It's got to be.
Like when I try to when Chugs and I sing Happy Birthday, or when we try to actually sing on this show, there are times I try to keep up with his tone and how long he keeps it. I can't do it. I timed it in my head. Dude, you and Chugs are close.
We're close.
You could sing. Dude, you could sing.
I could sing. Sing well is another discussion, but yes.
Slammy says you owe 15 minutes. It says 18:11, and that clock hasn't moved.
It hasn't moved.
And maybe 18 minutes and 11 seconds.
It has not moved. It has not moved.
Hey,
to be
you
fair.
know what? I respect y'all for not saying anything. We're going to keep it. We're going to keep it. That's actually hilarious.
Mitch, watch you all the time, but always pretty quiet. Love you in the nation. 2-time bone and lung cancer survivor.
Wow.
Prayers up for everyone in the Raider Nation going through something. God bless and go Raiders.
I'll tell you this, man. Again, the fact that you feel like you're comfortable to share that is a beautiful thing, and it's why I tell myself every day, this is so much more than a YouTube channel, right? When people ask me what do, I have that actual mental struggle because at times, don't get me wrong, I'm proud to call myself a YouTuber, but at the same time, I also want to call myself, so much more than that, because I think when people are able to share these type of stories, again, we were able to raise $2,200 2 weeks ago for our guy Brandon Jasper and his family, and what they're going to be able to do with a lot of those funds, it's going to blow y'all's mind. We are trying to get his ashes at the Oakland Coliseum, and maybe that's not important to everybody, but that was one of the things Brandon wanted, and I think a lot of times you get to meet people here through this show, and it's a really beautiful thing that we're able to create. But when you see somebody go through that path of those last final few days, and the amount of people that were on this show watching right now that were a part of that journey for Brandon, dude, that's a special thing that we're able to create here. And I appreciate everyone that's always a part of that journey. But I mean this, Tuna's watching down right now. Shout out to Def Jasper. Shout out to everyone that's always a part rocking with us, Kevin. The fact that you feel like that you can rock with us, I promise, man. We're always going to put our best foot forward here. Let's keep it going, man. Low Life Rev. Luigi, the throat goat.
Hey, Lopez, do you want to run it back for round 2? We'll do it at the same time. We'll see who goes longer.
Oh, God. 2 guys saying who goes longer.
We're having a length contest right now.
Hey, if you're afraid of it.
I'll tell you this right now. You're going to have to delete your history after this stream. It's going to be the history you don't want your wife to see. You're like, honey, I can't explain this.
Oh, man.
Here we go.
Count us down, Mitch.
50.
Shit.
3, 2, 1.
Raiders! Bang!
All right. So,
You won the length contest.
Yeah,
there's not a doubt in my mind that Cullen was winning the length contest.
Oh,
So here's
man.
the thing, though. You're going too much of the the D in the Raiders is so important. That you gotta hit harder.
Gotta hit harder.
The D's gotta hit harder in the Raiders. I mean it. It's the truth.
Nah, the D hits hard.
That's
right?
crazy.
I'm telling you right. It's the truth, though.
Robert backs you.
The D, it's gotta hit hard in Raiders. If it doesn't, it's not gonna be a good one. We're you start out strong, and it's you're waiting for it.
Yeah. I think I'm just testing.
Imagine
my
a
own waters.
firework that goes up,
Yep.
and it's freaking going up,
Yep.
and it's up there, and you're like, wow, that's really high.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna
And then
lie.
it's
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was not gonna be outlasted by Lopez there, so I would just gotta keep the Ray in there.
I got you.
We'll work on it.
The D's got to hit harder.
They do.
It's got to. Let's keep it going. Lost, what's up, man? More shots, dude. I'm telling you this right now. Yesterday, I was on our Knicks show, and, dude, you guys cooked me. Nabman, Raider Ron, they were doing, listen to this, on our Knicks show the other day here at Chat Sports, $100 boots. And I said to people up here, I said, if y'all hit them with 7 boots, I'll pull up here to the crib, and I'll do the 7th boot. Nabman, frickin' Raider Ron, Jurassic Raider, frickin' Buddy Bear, Rebel Montana, they kicked their ass. And again, we got a lot of Lakers fans that watch this show. But so we pulled up last night, dude. I did 3 boots last night. The amount of debt Marshall is in is debt that is like an uncomfortable amount of debt.
Oh, he's still in debt?
If he's not, I don't know what he did. Because when I left last night, the only way he's not in debt if he created an OnlyFans. Like that's the only way.
Marshall Green OnlyFans?
That's the only way, dude. It was wild. But I woke up this morning and I came to work. And in my mind, so hear me out, right? Today is my Friday. I left work today at 4:30 and I got home and I was getting ready to walk through my door, right? Like hear me out. I'm getting ready to like walk through my door. I get to see Chuck. And I'm like, wow.
We are, but the
Breaking
future
news.
is very uncertain. Sorry, our Seahawks host just came in here and said we're free. I listen.
Seahawks guy's happy.
Here's the thing.
Today's been a marathon. Dude.
It has been an absolute marathon. We are
An
approaching
absolute
4
marathon.
hours here on the Raiders Report. Teaser, give your thoughts.
All
on
right,
the
how
trade.
about this? Here's our Seahawks host.
Have fun.
I'm going to give you guys, I actually want your take on the trade.
Go for it.
I'm not used to having the mic on the left side. Oh, pause. Hello, Raider Nation. What's going on?
Tyler.
Can I get a bang while I'm here? Anybody want to bang?
I mean, hey, listen, it's up there. You called it for it. Hey, the Seahawks guy is calling you out. If you
Can I
guys
get a
wanna bang
bang
or
while
not.
I'm here? I would love to bang with Raider Nation.
Initial first reaction. By the way, Tyler, for the credit. So for the people that don't know, behind the scenes, we're sitting there, we're getting everything ready. Obviously, we're still here at HQ. Tyler, you were nowhere near HQ.
I had the day off today.
Yep.
I was at dinner in Plano, Texas.
Great
I
city.
literally just got some pizza. I was about to order a margarita. And I get the alert on my phone. And I literally said to myself, well, I guess I'm not drinking this margarita. And I finished up my food real quick, film a couple videos outside, and hustled as fast as I could to get to the studio. I was meeting up with friends of mine that were in town from New Mexico.
Shout out to them.
And I had to say bye. Sorry, guys, got to cut the night early. Got to get here and react to this news. But I'll say this. From a Seahawks perspective, I am glad. I am relieved that Seattle is not having to pay Geno Smith $40 to $45 million
a year? Yes.
year for a 34-year-old quarterback who had never won a playoff game.
Yeah.
And I know some people are saying that, hey, all you got was a third-round pick. Well, you got to take 2 steps back and remember he was your backup quarterback a couple years ago, and you turn that into winning seasons and a third-round pick.
Playoff appearance.
And you got out of the Russell Wilson situation, too.
Yes.
He was a bridge quarterback for that. So I would say it worked out in that sense.
So
So
now-
Seattle, they get out of purgatory, being in that middle ground. That's the toughest place to be when
Right.
you're trying to rebuild a team. You either got to be at the top or you got to be at the bottom. And Seattle was stuck in the middle, and there was no sign that they were going to get out of the middle
100%.
in that circumstance. So
You
I
never
think
want
that
to be in
worked out.
purgatory.
For the
100%.
Raiders, I would say this for y'all, is that you now have Pete Carroll. You now have Geno Smith. And, like, you're going to be okay with maybe winning 8 to 10 games, potentially.
It seems like they are a lock
Like,
to be at
there's-
least a bare minimum 7-1 team
There's
next year.
only so far you could go. You're in a division with the dynasty that is the Kansas City Chiefs. The Denver Broncos are ascending. The Los Angeles Chargers are ascending. And you're stuck with Geno Smith as your quarterback with not a whole lot of talent around him. I don't think it's a great situation for the Raiders to be in. Is it better than being, at the bottom, I mean, if you want a team just to root for, just to be entertained, maybe. But you're never going to win a Super Bowl with this guy. And I think that's what the bottom line was for Seattle of why they moved on, was they said to themselves, we can't win a Super Bowl. We can't compete for championships. We got to do something better here. And
100%.
if you're Vegas, Pete Carroll's not going to be here a long time. You're kind of in win-now mode. I guess this was the best of what you could make of the circumstance. I think the Raiders would have been better off drafting Shedeur at 6 than going this route with Geno. That takes Shedeur pretty much out of the equation. So
It'll be interesting to see how the Raiders approach the draft, how they approach free agency.
I think we're in a bag.
Teaser, I'll ask you one more question, Mitch, before you give back the headset. Sam Darnold, Diana Rossini reported it, that they're potentially targeting the Minnesota Vikings quarterback. What are your thoughts on that?
Sam Darnold's not a bad quarterback. If it's the $40 to $45 million range, Spotrac has his value at 40, then essentially, okay, you are getting a quarterback that's younger, who's had better years than Geno Smith, 35 touchdowns this year. Geno's never thrown to 35 in his life.
Ooh.
And, he's younger, he's had better numbers, and he's the same cost. I think that's a much better situation, and you get a third-round pick. If it ends up being Sam Darnold, I have some concerns about Sam Darnold. I wonder if last year was a one-hit wonder, but I'd rather take the chance. If you make me choose between paying Geno and paying Sam Darnold, I'm paying Sam Darnold personally.
Well, that is
so we got a bang now, right?
That we do.
What are we drinking?
Hold on, this is not the right one. God, I don't know why it does this. George Rodriguez! Bang!
Spam George! Spam George!
Jones. Man, oh man.
What are we drinking?
We are drinking.
All right, so here's what we're doing. We are out of beer.
I noticed
out.
that. I think I drank the last
No,
beer.
I'm not kidding you. We are out of beer. The only thing we have left is our boss's liquor. I'm not even kidding you. James, I'm sorry. We got to keep the party going. So to make sure that we don't get in trouble, we got to make tonight worth it. I'm not kidding you. I went into my boss's office.
Look at this glass, man.
Johnny Walker.
Black Label.
Black Label.
This ain't cheap.
Let's go.
So how much of this do I have to drink?
I think just enough.
Enough.
I'm going to read this super chat.
Raider Nation, enjoy Geno. Enjoy Pete Carroll. You're not going to win much, but it'll be entertaining. You'll have fun. Cheers to Raider Nation.
He's also
Go
our
Hawks.
Chiefs Report host, so FKC in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
He says, as a Raiders fan that lives in Washington, Geno is absolute
strong.
trash. What a waste of resources.
It
We are
tastes
just
great,
destined for subpar Raider football. So hard to watch. If you want a quarterback that's average and leaves you with blue balls, it's Geno. Keep killing it, Mitch.
See, I'll say this, and I'll say this.
I'll take one more for the
Hey, you take
Hey,
take one more for the
T-shirt.
nation.
Hey, salute, brother.
Hey, Raider Nation, follow me on Instagram.
That was not the first word he was going to say.
I was worried what was coming out of.
Tyler Jones Live.
I was worried what was going to come out of his mouth.
Salute, brother.
Hey, in all honesty, though, we were talking about earlier in this show what a real one is, and I think when I left, and I look at like little things at this, and I hope that y'all don't mind when I do it. When I left the stream, we were at 800 people watching this thing, which is a beautiful thing. We are still at 800 people watching, and I haven't been on screen for 10 minutes. To me, people that want to rock with Chat Sports and the family that we've been able to create, that's a really cool thing that I'm very proud of. So I mean it. Pat yourself on the back. Those are the little things that I think mean a lot to me. But also at the same time, dude, I hope Geno Smith is at least a playoff contending quarterback. But I agree, it's not the Super Bowl contender that I think a lot of people always hope for at the end of the day. But maybe we can have some luck.
Average veteran quarterbacks like Pete Carroll.
See, my hope, and you said you don't think that they're going to draft Shedeur, in my mind, I think now that they're planning on the future where they're trying to win in 3 years from now, where they try to draft a guy like Shedeur, let him learn underneath Geno for 2 years, and then when Crosby's contract is actually cheaper, they can then have like a cheaper quarterback with a cheaper contract, a little bit more cap space. That's their win now mode, and they go for it. Or Arch Manning. Oh, dude, it's bad.
I'm reading the comments.
It's bad. I'm wrecked. I'm not going to lie.
Nation hate me yet, by the way?
Yeah, they're not
I mean,
happy with you.
you're
On
probably
screen.
not their favorite person.
You guys ever heard of the Kansas City Chiefs?
He's like, actually.
If they want to really hate me, I can talk about the Chiefs.
No, I don't want to do that. All right, let's keep it moving. Mitch is correct from Jonathan Smith.
Shout out to Teaser, man.
Dude, Teej.
How'd y'all
Shout
do on
out for
Seahawks, by
Teej
the
for
way?
holding it down.
How'd y'all do? Good. Good stuff.
Shout out to Teej for holding it
Crazy
down.
night for me, going from rushing my ass from Plano to get here.
Hey,
Yes.
hell of a background, though, for the
Dude, I'll tell you what.
Seattle
Wild.
Very wild.
I was
All right.
just about to sip on a margarita, and then that news broke.
You should have finished.
I
the
see
margarita.
Troyel Maldonado, you're in. Joseph Pena, you're in.
Harold.
Colton Boro, you're in.
So I'll read the super chat.
$20 Venmo for a chance to win $310. And I'm going to say this right now. I'm feeling good, which is very obvious. If you're like with your kid and you don't want them to be around, I'm telling you, there's some shit that's going to go down tonight. Tonight's going to be a wild night.
That it
And I'm
will.
sorry I'm this banged up, but it's like end of the night, Friday. Y'all have been kicking my ass. I don't know what we've been drinking. That Four Loko messed me up, dude.
He's feeling loco.
Dude, like,
Lopez.
I am such like a believer of like, I know what I can drink. Like, I know I can handle Fireball.
Like, what's your normal go-to at this point in life?
I'm telling you this right now. If the world's ending and the only thing left is Four Loko, I'm not drinking it, right? Like,
But, like, you're at a
no, but like, I'm the type of dude, like, I know what I can handle. Like, Happy Dads, that's why we always get those, because we know we can crush those. Tequila, I do not like. Fireball, I can absolutely crush. Miller Lite is the beer that I would choose. Bud Light's a beer that I would choose. I haven't had Four Loko in so long. It ruined me. Dude, I'm not kidding you. I am a comfortable person where I don't know how this clock isn't moving.
Because this is why.
Oh, God.
Chase!
Go!
Bang! He says,
Oh,
followed the
dude.
channel for years, but this is my first bang. I've
Oh, dude,
definitely
that's legendary.
been drinking tonight, so cheers, gentlemen. I'll do another shot of Rumplemints. And
Oh,
last but not least,
Rumplemints will
no,
ruin
hold
you,
on.
dude.
Lopez, get in here.
Hey.
He's calling for it. But
Johnny,
last but not
Johnny
least,
Walker.
3, 2, 1, Raiders!
No.
Oh my God! It dies! It dies!
You got to hit the D.
Dude, it is. Just,
I don't know how else I can explain it to you.
I'm sorry, my throat game isn't that good.
Raiders!
It's just up. You just got to hit the D better.
We get it. Your throat handles the deep.
I mean, yeah, that's clearly what it means.
I'll tell you this right now. If that's what it takes, I'm
That's what
happy
it
to.
takes.
I'm okay with it.
That's what it
But
takes.
I mean this right now. I don't actually like being this banged up when I'm live on YouTube. And when we first started the show, it would happen a lot more often. But we get more people that watch the show now. Like, we got over 700 people. I don't like being this banged up. But at the same time, you got to understand how the show goes sometimes. And I apologize in advance. But we're still going to navigate through this, and we're going to have ourselves a good time.
The worst part is like we're egging each other on because I saw you look.
I
from
mean,
the corner
it's
of your
kind
eye.
of fun, though.
It's just like we're trying to keep it going for as long as we can, and we just die at the end. Oh man!
Like, genuinely, at this point in this show, you're watching it because you enjoy just hanging out with us, which, envision this, we are hanging out at a bar with
33 people.
733 people. Let's just have a bar conversation
like a
from here
great
on
time.
out. Ask us anything. Let's keep it going. Harold, what's up, man? You really think Hooker would not have been a better than Geno? It depends what the plan is. Like, I wouldn't want the Raiders' plan to be Hendon Hooker for the future. And I think if you trade for a young quarterback like Hooker, you're probably thinking there's maybe a little bit of a future there. I think the plan with Geno Smith is this is a guy that Pete Carroll trusts. I think they're going to draft somebody young. Maybe it's Shedeur. We'll see what they end up doing. And then Geno's going to be able to teach that young quarterback, Tom Brady, John Spytek, Pete Carroll, and they're going to mold the future. And like the Crosby contract makes me think that. Why would you front load a contract like that? You don't see contracts made like that. Like, there's a reason to that process to me. So, and it's because those first 2 years are the highest paid years. No deals in the NFL are made like that. It's always the lowest years at the top, and they just backload the shit out of it.
Yep.
That's how contracts work. So for the Raiders to do that, there's a reason. So I think that what they're honestly trying to do is say, hey, we're giving ourselves a 2-year window. And in that 2-year window, in that third year, because Pete has a 4-year option, if we're freaking really good in that third year, we're going to give Pete that 4th year. And it's that 2027 year that I think they're doing it. And that, in my mind, is the way that I am wrapping my mind around everything that they've done in the last 24 hours. I could be completely wrong. I don't know. But at the same time, that's the most logical thing that I can come up with in my mind. What do you guys think? Yes, no, is it crazy? I don't know. And you know what the best thing about the NFL is? The NFL proves to me each and every year that anything is freaking possible. Like, if you tell me right now, the Raiders go out, they get a guy like Chris Godwin, right? Who they can put on the outside, very great catcher of the football. Jacoby Myers, obviously, not a high drop rate as well. Brock Bowers, absolute stud. You draft a guy like Ashton Genty. You go out and sign a guy like Mekhi Becton, and you're going to play a very pound and ground type of game, a very physical football game, FU style of football. And then you also go out on the outside. Maybe you get a guy like Josh Sweat. Maybe you get a guy like Javon Holland, DJ Reed. You have a lot of money still to be able to go out there and spend. But then you can still add a lot of solid talent in the draft. Like, nobody thought the Washington Commanders could get to the NFC Championship game. If you were somebody who was like, the Commanders are going to the NFC Championship game, you know, you're a rich man. And like, congratulations to you. But teams can do it in 1 year, and it takes a lot of good moves. It takes a few Robert Spillanes, a signing where a lot of people aren't sold about it. And I'll admit, and I am so happy that I was wrong on it, where I was like, Robert Spillane's not a good signing by the Raiders. And he's one of the guys that, damn it, man, I hope the Raiders are able to bring back because he's got that green dot captain mentality. But those are the type of moves that need to happen when you're able to create something great, and that's what the Washington Commanders did. And I think the Raiders could do it too, man. Like Chip Kelly, I believe in Chip Kelly, and Chugs will be happy with this. Let's go to Anthony G. He's happy getting rid of Geno, so Seattle going to pay another quarterback without a playoff win. Like, I don't know what Seattle's going to do. Maybe they're going to go play Sam Darnold.
Honestly, it's if I, were running Seattle and I was in John Schneider's position.
Yep.
I'd either commit to Sam Darnold, which again, he is the number one by far free agent quarterback, at least in my opinion, in this class.
Okay.
Or I'm running it with Sam Howell and I'm tanking basically this year, which again, it doesn't make a lot of sense in your mind because you just won 10 games. You were essentially almost a game essentially out of potentially competing for the division title with the Rams. This past season, I don't know. Like, I feel like you just kind of have to run it back or otherwise you might lose the locker room. Because you go from 10 wins and then you trade away a DK Metcalf. You release a Tyler Lockett. You potentially trade a DK Metcalf. Where do you go from there?
I mean, it's what, his second year?
For McDonald, yes.
If it's your second year, you got to have a serious conversation with your GM, the owner, and say, hey, am I allowed to rebuild this?
Yeah.
If the answer is no, then you can't do anything that we're talking about right now.
Agreed.
If they're like, yeah, you can do it, then if I'm a head coach and you tell me right now I can design a team the way that I want to be able to design a team, I would try to do it. But if you tell me I can't do that, which is what a team I think should tell a head coach,
Right.
then you can't you can't strip your team.
Exactly.
And right now, Seattle is losing parts left and right.
Left and right. And again, these parts are never going to take you to where you hope as a team you hope to get to, which is competing for a Super Bowl and hopefully winning, the ultimate prize. So, again, this is a major risk if you're
The
Schneider.
ultimate prize, a Cullen boot.
It's there. They're available.
It'd be wild. All right, hang on. I got to put some numbers together here. So, reminder, it's a $20 Venmo. Mitchell Renz 365 to get in for this duck race. The last name that I got is Colton.
John says,
right.
Bro, I love Sea Chicken's voice.
Chase Co. 20 to get in for a chance to win $320.
Ooh,
Dude, that's a spicy meatball.
that's a spicy meatball.
All right, how about this? Are you guys okay with this? Y for yes and for no. I'm going to let the public vote on this. I'm going to pay for a duck for Cullen,
Ooh,
and I'm going to pay for a duck for Lopez
Loco Lopez.
for hanging out with us tonight. If it's their duck, it is so random, okay?
If it's my duck, how much would I win?
I don't know.
I will buy
$320. Don't.
$300 towards Four Locos for the show, and I will keep 20.
I'm going to be honest, that's gas money for me, so I'm going to...
That's craziness. He just
No,
said-
here's the thing. If it's 320, I'll do something. I'll make a deal. I'll make a deal. How about that? If I even win it, which I don't
exactly.
think I will.
It's
I'll make a
my
deal.
point is we never allow I don't usually allow Chugs to get in just because God forbid if it hits him, people are gonna be like who watches for the first time.
It's
They
rigged.
rigged it, like all this shit. I hope people who are watching the show right now who are in the race can testify for us in the chat. It is 100% random. Like we do not know. But I appreciate again, Chugs is my guy. He's my producer. He had a family thing tonight, and it was a Friday, which we were like, I don't know if anything's going to happen.
Which something did happen, and then this happened.
And exactly. And Andre James happened, and dude, Chugs was stressing. He's like, man, I gotta get out of here. I'm like, all right, man, I'm sorry. So like, I felt bad about that. When Geno Smith happened, dude.
It wasn't even a question.
But Cullen was like, hey, man, I'll hang out. Lopez said, hey, he would hang out. And, like, for me personally, it's a great way for me to be able to get a second or two for a break. But it's also, opportunity for you guys to hear, like, different opinions here from some of our chat sports guys. So, bottom line, they're going to go in the duck race. If they win, don't give me any shit. Because if you do, it sucks to suck. So, Cullen,
we'll come up with something.
you're going in. Lopez, you're going in. All right, so right now it is a $20 Venmo for a chance to win. Hear me out. $340. All right, we got a few more people going. We got Eric. Oh, dude, Eric Wortman. You know what's crazy? And this always blows my mind. Workman is from my hometown.
A local.
No, actually, from my hometown, like Danville, Pennsylvania.
Like, y'all know each other, or just he is from your
He was friends with my cousin. He was older than me, but he watches the show, heard me say that I was from Danville, and he's like connected the dots. And honestly, it's pretty cool now. Like, I don't know when I'll be in Danville again, but I promise you, I'll let you know. You at least got to let me get a few rounds. But I don't want to go to, Shooters. Shooters sucks. The pub's not great. I'm going to be honest. We got to at least go to a halfway decent spot. If you'd be down to travel to Trogs, Trogs is low-key, it's in Hershey, but it's, low-key, one of my favorite, just craft brewery spots. Because Danville sucks. Like, it's bad. It's one of those towns where I'm not going to lie to you. It could be in a Hallmark commercial, but it's only a commercial. Like, it's not a whole movie. You know, like it's cute for a commercial's length. And that's a great description of Danville.
That's great. Great description.
I hope, at least. If that's inaccurate, Wortman, and you're the only one that's going to get that, and that's fine. It is what it is. Ron Raspberry, Mitch looks lit. I mean, we're talking about Christmas and Hallmark, so
we are.
You can imagine.
Vin Thrak, assuming the Raiders carry 3 quarterbacks into the final 2025 opening day roster, predict those 3 quarterbacks. Geno?
Go.
I'm gonna see. I honestly don't think they carry 3, but Geno,
Yeah.
AOC.
Uh-huh.
And I was looking this on your depth chart, so I'm gonna cheat.
Oh.
Oh my goodness, because otherwise I have no idea. But I do think AOC is gonna be one of them. It doesn't make sense for them to move off AOC, but Carter Bradley's currently
All right,
listed.
so
as
you got Geno Smith,
Geno,
Aiden O'Connell.
Carter Bradley. Why not?
No,
You think they're drafting a QB after this?
I do.
They draft one at least in the later.
In all honesty,
call your
now,
shot right now. Call your shot right now. Who are they drafting?
Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders. You think he falls, or do you think he gets there to 6? Like, what are they doing?
I think they take Shedeur Sanders.
At 6 or where?
I'm just going to say,
You're just speaking into
based off
existence.
of what they did today, in all honesty, I think they trade back. And I think they're going to try to go from somewhere in the 9 to 13 range. And if Shedeur's there, they're going to take him. Like, I don't care what the Jordan Schultz report is. And Jordan, you know I respect you, dude. Like, I appreciate all the time we talk. But at the same time, I think what Jordan got was, in my mind for the Raiders, when they went out and they traded for Geno, and the way that they structured Max's contract, it's a team that's trying to win in 2027. Like, it's just so, like, in my mind, like, that's what it is. So to them, they're going to go out and they're going to bring in the guy that they think can win in 2 years. Tom Brady's guy is Shedeur Sanders. I mean, it just is. And for Pete Carroll, he's going to go out, he's going to trade for the guy that he thinks is the best way to mold that future quarterback that he's looking for in his 3rd year. Because, again, he's got a 4-year option. Like, to me, that's just the clear picture, and it's not what I would have said 24 hours ago, but to give up a 3, and again, Devontae Adams essentially for Geno Smith, a 3 is a little bit more than what I would have wanted to give up for Geno, especially if you're about to give him 40 to 45. But to me, in my mind, like, Geno's not a quarterback you're trying to win a Super Bowl with now.
No.
But you're trying to win a Super Bowl in that 3rd year. That year where Max Crosby takes a massive pay gap to what he was making in a contract year where he's got $0 million guaranteed. It's a prove-it year. And if it doesn't get done then you don't go on. But I don't know. This is going to be a win-now team, but it's not going to be a Super Bowl winning team.
Harrison Graham, one of our Chat Sports hosts here at Chat Sports, said Geno, AOC, Will Howard.
I think that's more accurate.
I feel like that actually makes a lot of sense.
To me, though, I think Chip Kelly, I hope, is smart enough to know that, yes, they just won a natty with Will Howard, but at the same time, imagine what you could do with something else. Like,
No, I agree with
like
you.
I think Chip Kelly probably thinks he's Jeff Gordon, and he's Ricky Bobby trying to race in a Civic.
Mhm.
You know, you got to let him free, Cullen. Yodes, take Cullen to the Rhino.
I've
after
heard
the
that
show.
Yodes' jersey's hung up in the rafters at Rhino. So if Yodes is buying, I'm down.
When Yodes walks in, they call him James Harden.
100%. 100%.
Oh, man. Dude sinking threes. Let's go to basketball stud Camden. Hey, man, thank you so much for supporting the show. I'll tell you what, we are battling through this thing right now. Oscar Captain. All right, here's my deal. This is going to be bad. I hope you guys don't get mad at me. If we get a bang, 10 minutes on the clock.
10 minutes. Y'all hear
Only
it?
one, though. Only
If we
one.
get a bang-
We got 100 seconds
We
left.
need to pour that whiskey over there. If we get a bang.
I'm about to say, I got the whiskey over here.
Dude, I'll tell you this. Yo, what is that?
I'm you know.
There you go.
There
I'll
you
split
go.
it with you. I don't need all yours.
Pete
can
wants
have
to run the
some
rock.
sips. I'll
Genty
tell
at
you
6
this
for
right
his
now.
Larry
Though
possible.
we're not just gonna like cut the stream off. By the way, it's like the drinking part of the show is
It really is.
over. So final call to get in for a chance to win right now. In my mind, $380.
Yeah. All right. Raider Lover says, Hunter's not retiring. Do we bring him back cheap?
No.
Fair enough.
And I hate to be this guy all the time because I love Hunter Renfrow, right? Like Hunter Renfrow is a phenomenal NFL receiver. It just unfortunately he got injured. Since the injuries happened, he changed, and it's sad because he was a he was a magician. Like what he was able to do in the routes he was able to run is why he was able to be so great. And it's sad that the injuries he suffered. But at this point, no, man. He's cooked. He's
100%.
me. Dude, I know I'm cooked right now.
Yeah.
Like-
Would you sign Hufunga from the 49ers from Las Vegas Raiders 94?
I mean, honestly, dude, I want the Raiders to bring back Javon Merrick because I think he's such a dynamic safety overall. I'll admit I still would want them to add like a true like center fielder because if it's Trevon and if it's Paul Mao, like I don't think either of those guys is a true center field type of safety, which I kind of like in the NFL. If they could figure out a way to get Javon Holland, I would love that. But no, I'm not on it. What is this?
Danville, you say, I'm 2.5 hours south from there.
Bro, 570. That's where I'm from. I promise this. Like the next time I go back home, which I'm hoping is around like Thanksgiving. It's a long time, I know, but I'll let y'all know. We'll grab some beers. I'm down. Chase, get rid of Carter Bradley, draft Milroe in the second, trade back to 10-ish, and draft Genty. I like Jalen Milroe, but I genuinely, based on what we've heard from the NFL Combine, I really do not think that we're going to have to take him in the second. I think he's going to be a quarterback to the falls of the third because there's going to be certain teams that value his mental, which the Raiders do, but there's also going to be a lot of teams that are just scared that he's just not a good thrower. And right now, he's not a good thrower of the football. But if you got a guy like Chip Kelly, Greg Olson, good quarterback coach, maybe you can coach him up and develop him. But not all teams have a 2-year plan. Maybe the Raiders do, 2-year plan. Let's go to, is that all of them?
That's it. We're caught
That's
up.
it. All right, man. I'll tell you what. This has been a pretty legendary show, and I appreciate everyone who's been a part of it. Nathan Wolf, tonight's MVP. Nathan Wolf, shout out to you, dude. I'll tell you what, man. It's been a hell of a ride. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to send all the names to Cullen, which right now we got $20 Venmo for a chance to win 300. Oh, wait, I got to send it
If
to
you want to
TV.
send it to TV,
Yep. Relax.
it's your first time, apparently.
Oh, my
Send
God.
send it to me.
Who's this guy over here? What is this?
What is this?
What is this?
What is this? Oh, wow. Look at all the names.
All right, so it is a $20 Venmo for a chance to win $380, okay? This is going to be an iconic thing. I love these type of races. After a night long, I mean, this has been a marathon type of night. Let's be real.
Almost 4.5 hours.
I'm going to be honest. If the Raiders do anything else tonight, Mark, I know that you do not like me.
I'm stumbling down to that 7.
Bro, I'm telling you this right now.
What's the time limit?
If they do anything else tonight, Mark, I get it. You do not like me.
A
What?
minute long or 30 seconds? How long are we doing it? It's up to you.
How long do you want to do it, Colin?
We'll do it for 30 minutes if we want to.
Wow. A 30-minute long duck race would be a terrible idea. All right, how about this? Tonight's been kind of fun. I want to try something that we've never done before. All right, are you guys in?
Let's do it.
Hear me out. Are you guys in for something that we've never done before? And I'm going to say something that we've never done before.
Why for yes
But
and
if
for
we
no?
do it, you got to do it. And I mean it. It's going to be a deal. It's not going to be a crazy deal, but it's going to be a deal. I need to know. I need to know. because it's going to be fun. I think
I'm seeing a lot of yeses in the chat.
I actually think it's going to be fun. All right, hear me out, okay? Hear me out. First off, I also got to get one more in here.
Jesus. Jesus.
For Todd T, you're in.
Also, just saw our names in there.
Todd T, you're in. So that's 390.
Todd T.
All right, hear me out. 5-minute race. 5-minute race, okay? 5-minute race. Every single $10 super chat, 2 o'clock, is a sip of this Johnny. Doesn't have to be a big sip, but it's going to be a good sip. Let's be respectable. Every 10. So if we get 110, that's one for Lopez. Get another 10, Cullen. Me. You ready?
Let's do it.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. And then after this,
It's somewhere in there.
we're getting the F out of here.
You're going to see
Okay?
it.
We're getting the F out of
You're
here
gonna be
after
a plain
this.
dunk or
What?
are you gonna be? Lopez is like, is this duck dripped out? I'm like, you're going to be the plain duck.
I need
All right.
a drippy duck.
There you go. You got to...
We got our drinks over here. You don't worry about us, Mitchell.
Hang on.
What kind of Johnny you got?
By the way, if Chuck's watching from Casa de Renz, shout out to Chuck.
Dude, Chuck is...
Chuck's definitely too.
I promise you this right now. There's nobody on the planet that watches this show more than Chuck.
Then Chuck. All
There's
right.
nobody on this planet that watches this
Chuck's
show
locked
more.
in, baby.
Bro, he's pissed at this point.
He's like, where the fuck you at?
That motherfucker, what's his name?
Bro, I promise you this right now. We're going to go on the roof when I
Sorry
get
for the
home.
language. You count us down, brother.
What are we doing?
Well, you count us down. 3, 2, 1, brother. We'll start the clock.
3, 2, 1, let's rock. Come on. 5-minute long duck race.
Oh, my goodness.
Never been done before. Yoder.
Yoder.
Loco Lopez.
Oh, that's sticking.
Yo,
It may not be
that's
a
a
tattoo.
sip. Let's go.
Hey.
You got the first
hold
one.
on, hold-
Cullen, you're up next. Cullen, you're up next.
Let's do it.
Every 10 is a sip. You're not even up yet. What are you doing?
Pre-gaming.
I just pre-gamed it.
Oh, my
Where the
God.
fuck's my duck?
This is going to be a disaster.
I see mine up at the top. I'm a purple duck.
There's
Where's
no
Lopez?
way this is
Oh, you're
going
at
to
the
be
back.
a bad
You're
idea.
you're a bench.
Look at his fucking hairline.
Only
You're a
4 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
You're a Benjamin Franklin.
Hunter
duck.
Jackson right now did not get the memo. I'll tell you that. Somebody showed up wearing the wrong color.
Somebody did.
If you had to guess what temperature that water is right now, what do you think?
Oh, lukewarm at best.
warm.
Yeah, piss warm.
What about Josh Warm? That's a sip, Cullen.
All right.
Low life.
Mm.
I'll tell you what right now. I've never met Savannah Jean, but she looks like somebody that would dress up as a panda.
Savannah Jean.
Patrick B., can you back me up on that one? Only 3 minutes and 36 seconds to go. Who you got?
Who you got?
Derek Constantino.
If you believe Mitch is going to win, type M. You don't even have a duck.
I was
C
gonna
for
say,
Cullen. L for Loco
that's
Lopez.
a bad
or O
M
for
to
other.
type.
I didn't even realize.
Darren says it's P warm. We're in Dallas right now. It's not going to be warm water.
It's not.
Oh, I was just assuming my duck was.
Dude, Lopez is back there right now. I can see his name. Cullen, I'll
By
be
the
real.
way,
I don't
how
see
the
you
hell
at
do
all.
you misspell Patrick like that? I just see his duck.
I'll
at the
tell you
front.
this right now. Patrick B., I apologize.
Look at this.
I'll tell you what. There's the names. They're challenging at times, okay? We're just going to go with it.
That Northeast education, fellas.
Chase Cole!
The longest duck
Cheers to
race.
you, man.
Salute, brother. Salute.
Lopez, you're up next.
Oh, I'm ready. That's
2 minutes.
2.5 minutes,
35
let's go.
seconds to go.
Let's go.
I want to finish my drink.
Appreciate you, Patrick.
Let's
You
go,
know I
let's
love
go.
you, man. Though, quite frankly, I don't know how I spelled it like that. I mean,
I'm
Savannah
impressed.
Jean's got a bracket for crying out loud.
A bracket. I shout out to Tuna. You got Tuna down.
I mean, Toon I got down pat. Apparently I don't have Pat, though. Down pat.
You got an apostrophe by Michael Anders. Look at that.
Dude,
you got
there
an
is
apostrophe.
there is 2 minutes to go. This is a disaster.
Mitch is faded from Mando. I think you should drink a drink just for that. Mitch is Oh, Lopez, you're winning.
Oh no! Back up!
That is not what I expected Lopez to look like.
I know.
Joe Maps, Rob Fravor.
You're an old duck, Lopez.
I was going for drippy duck. I got old.
Got old.
Dude, Savannah with the lead right now, followed by Randall Carter.
I legit haven't seen my duck in probably 2 minutes.
I'm going to be real with you. I haven't seen your duck either.
There's Colton Inbro.
If I had to guess right now which duck do I think is going to win, Beth Reeder is my
Beth
choice.
Reeder. Okay.
Beth Reeder.
Beth Reeder. We got Rob Fravor.
Who also did not get the dress memo. I'll tell you this right now. If I get this right, that's going to be unbelievable.
Dude, that attempt to spell Patrick is hilarious. P-R-T-A-I-C-K.
Anna Marie, Mo Chavez. Here we go. One minute. Lock the F in. Every single 10, we're taking a sip. Let's go. Hey, man, if you've been rocking with us this far, I'm sorry. First off, get a better life. That's on you. Second, I appreciate the hell that you've been rocking with us.
100%.
Seriously, man.
It's
We're also going to be live a ton next week, Monday through Friday. Hit that subscribe button. Let's freaking go. 32 seconds to go. Somebody's going to win. I think it's, what, $390?
Yep.
It could have been any number. You had no idea.
Said yes.
Come on, Beth.
Let's go.
Come on, Beth. Let's go, man.
We got Eric.
Or
we got
woman.
Marcus.
Sorry,
we got
I don't
Jason.
know. F me, right? Eric Workman from the 570. Come on, Eric. Todd T.
7.
Watch out
6,
for Marcus.
5,
Who's going to do it?
3.
Come on.
2,
Marcus.
1.
Maps.
Oh, Maps.
Joe Maps. All right, Joe. If you're not here, I'm going to be mad. All right?
Joe Maps. Can we
Joe.
run it back another 5-minute race?
Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
No, it's all right.
That's what we call a thank you. Harrison says there's no chance Maps is here. Harry, spend time with your family, man. Honestly, hey, Harry, how's PJ doing, man?
All right, can you tell me
How's PJ
real quick? Can you tell me what number? He's number 3? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that helps.
That does help.
Okay.
PJ passed out 10.
So the number 3 means, I just want you guys to be very clear on this. The number 3 means he was the third person to get in the duck race.
Trace.
The third person to get in the duck race, and I apologize, but also blame yourselves, was Joe Maldonado, which unfortunately for me came out as Joe Maps. So I want you to know that Joe Maldonado, who watches the show all the time, was the winner. He was the third duck. So Joe Maldonado, you are the winner of 300. Joe Maps.
Bro was gone by the third duck.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's where we're at right now.
Harry says, I knew Maps wasn't a real name.
Joe Maps. Joe Maldonado, can you please confirm? And I'm sorry, guys. I really am. That's shitty of me. It really is. Joe Maps.
Raider Peanut says, sent money 5 minutes ago. Well, hopefully you were in the race. I think
One
you were.
Son's jacked up says, got it.
All
Joe
right.
Maldonado, Joe Maps. That's on me. But I think that's the perfect way to describe how this map has kind of directed us
Hold
on this one.
We got.
Jurassic Raider!
Shout out to you.
Hear me
Oh,
out.
no.
Hear me
Lopez,
out.
you know what you need to do?
We all go to the desk. We finish our drinks.
Finish our drinks. Here's the thing. You need to take a Raiders for our CEO because he says, Loco Lopez. This is all for you, brother.
Oh no, we got that. But then
Hold on. We'll do that.
Yodes, I'm
Do a
sorry.
little countdown.
Yodes,
All right.
I'm sorry. But At the same time, blame Brett because we don't have anything here. So at the end of the day, we had to go in the cabinet because we don't have anything out there.
Sorry about you.
So that Cullen told me to tell you that.
I actually, I was the one that made the call on that, so yeah.
Appreciate that.
Total wine run tomorrow.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. All right, Lopez. 3, 2, 1. Raiders!
Not bad. Better.
Not bad.
Better.
Not
the
bad.
D is more important than what you're giving it.
I learned.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm just telling you.
If someone
I'm just telling you.
someone give me an opportunity. Say Luigi's got this.
Having me back on the show, I'm ready.
I got one final one. That's it.
All right. How about this?
Maps would have done better.
How about
for Mary.
this? How about this? Hear me out. This is going to be ridiculous.
As if
If you
anything
guys
else on the
agree to
show is
this.
sane, but yes.
Every single 20, somebody has to yell Raiders,
Ooh.
and you got to take a shot.
Oh,
So
We got it
you
poured
would
out.
be up right now.
I would be.
So now yours Raiders. What? We're going to do this Johnny Walker, unless you want Fireball.
No, I fucking hate Fireball.
Fireball is.
Yeah,
for
I actually
children.
love Fireball.
I would take a Four Loko over Fireball.
You are a.
No, you
Fireball
would
is
not.
a drink I am not touching.
No,
How-
you would not.
How old?
I definitely would.
How old are you, by the way? Mitch.
How old do you think I am?
You're
47.
30s. I know you're above 30. You're not 40.
I
You're
hope not.
30. You're
Christ.
31, 32.
No, he was 30 until he showed up with a knee brace. Now he's like 40.
Actually, yeah,
I
that,
know,
that does
it
add.
sucks, dude. Do you want to know why I wore that knee brace?
What's that?
So yesterday, shout out to Raider Nation again. This is why I love this freaking show. Marshall pulled up here yesterday on our live like Thursday show, which is like a show like
Yep.
it's like a more casual show. Like it's not like this where we get effed up and
Yep.
your kids whatever maybe they shouldn't watch. Marshall goes, if Raider Nation pulls up to our Lakers Knicks stream, every 100 I'll do a boot.
On him. 100%.
Bad choice on him.
Yep.
So I said, if you guys get to 7, I'll come in to the studio, I'll run in, and I'll do the 7th boot. The Nation freaking showed out. Rebel 93, Ron, dude, it was honestly, it was craziness. And I got the call, but I had Chuck, and I didn't really want to leave him. So I tried to walk in with Chuck, and we were doing pretty good, but he gets like really skittish, and a big truck came by. He was instantly out of it.
Just
So we had
not
to
there.
turn back around, and I knew I was taking so long where I was like, all right, I'm not going to order an Uber. I'm going to run in. And I got a good jog in, but when I woke up this morning, dude, I'm not kidding you, my knee today, when I did my show today, like earlier when I put out the video that I did earlier, I had a bag of peas. Chase has had, our one guy, his name's Chase Sr., he's had these like bag of peas at Chat Sports that he puts on his knees. He's got like a run streak of like 1,000,000 days. It's an incredible streak. It's actually, no, in all honesty, it's like 600 days. It's actually incredible. Where he runs at least 1 mile for 600 straight days. That's insane. But we have these bag of peas. I put them on my knees today, and I did an entire show. Yo, I'm not kidding you. My knee right now, not good. Your boy's cooked, and so is his knee. But I've had a lot of knee shit. Where are we at, Cullen?
Waiting for the next super chat, brother. Whenever you want to get to it. We got about like 4 or 5 more.
Oh, dude. I'll tell you what. We are
Low Life Rev says, let's drink, boys.
snorkeling.
Hey, can we drink? Hey, cheers to Low Life Rev.
All right,
Hey.
who's up? Who's got the Raiders?
Oh, this is for 10. Yeah, this is me. All right.
Oh, well, technically, you want to do it for every 10? That would be reckless.
Up to you. It's your show.
Dude, honestly, man, 10s. We're feeling pretty good right now. Little sips. Little sips.
Either Siebes.
Little sips. Little sips for 10. Jacob Serb said, I think it's time for closing time. You know what, Serb? You might not be wrong.
We literally have 5 more supers after this.
After this? All right, take a sip then.
All right, take a sip.
It's only 11 o'clock.
Only 11.
Closing time.
Closing time.
We got Chase saying this is the longest duck race. This was obviously during the duck race. Shout out to you, brother.
Oh, dude. I'll tell you this right now. All right. I say this. Tonight's been kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Well, no. How about after tonight's show, we go get some food?
We need it.
You guys in?
What are we thinking? That is a very good question. What's the food?
We're gonna go get some food after this.
100%.
We're gonna go get some food after this.
I didn't take restroom breaks like Mitch. Like, I'm heading straight to there after this.
Bro,
Then go pee.
Dude, we're almost there.
All right, let's keep it moving then.
Mitch is faded. LOL.
Mando, you're not wrong. Jurassic Raider.
Also
The
said-
question
hey,
is,
Can we... Hey,
what's your favorite dinosaur in the Jurassic period? Oh, God. What is happening?
favorite dinosaur in the Jurassic series? Lopez, you got an answer?
never seen any of the Jurassic Parks, so.
Oh, my God. That is... Never? I'll tell you this right now. I've never seen any Star Wars.
Me either.
That was
Lopez.
quick. That was quick.
That was so
That was a quick pull.
Never seen a Star Wars.
I'll say
Never in my
I've never
life.
seen Star Wars. I've heard a lot of people that are like, bro, I can't believe you've never seen Star Wars. When you just said you've never seen Jurassic Park. All right, this is going to be a weird thing that I'm about to ask y'all. Honestly, it's kind of weird, yeah. I kind of want to... Yeah, I want to watch Jurassic Park. Let's get a shit ton of food.
This food's about to hit like no other, by the way.
Watch
Like Ray Rice.
Jurassic Park Marathon.
Did you hear him? Say
What?
it again.
It's gonna hit like Ray Rice in a fucking elevator.
Nope. Nope.
Lopez, you might be cut off from the night,
No,
brother.
it's not. Here we go.
We got the new Kingsman. Your season record predictions for this year. For the Raiders, I'm assuming.
Genuinely, I have no idea right now because we have a lot of money to spend. Got a lot of draft picks. If it's Geno Smith on our current roster, that's a 6-win team. I'm hoping with our salary cap and our draft picks and our regime that we can get that to 9 to 10. It's going to take a few guys to get it right. Geno's obviously got to be a really solid option there, but we'll see. I mean, genuinely, as a Raiders fan this season, I'm hoping that we get to 9 to 10 wins. And after what we've had, it's sad to say, but like that's a little bit hopeful to me. But also, if the Raiders can play a blend of like U football, I think it could be interesting when you get into the playoffs because then you give yourself a chance to win. What up, Raider Peanut? Real one for life, man. Meet up when? I will genuinely try to do a meetup. There's actually a Raiders event. It is with the DFW. If anybody, his name is Also Raider. I hope I get that right. Also Raider on Instagram. Look him up. There is an event. It's like April. It's early in April. I'm going to try to make that event. I got to try to look up the details to it. And I'm ashamed of myself that I am too banged up right now to be able to do that. But if anybody knows who Also Raider is, OSO Raider, look him up on Instagram. He will have the details to it. I will be at that event. As long as like nothing crazy happens. If breaking news happens around the Raiders, obviously I can't go, but I am going to try to go to that event. Mitch is cooked, dude. Bro, I'm telling you, I know I am. Chase, with the addition of Geno, would you rather have Genty or McMillan in round 1?
Depends if we get DK, right?
Yeah, and that's... I love draft questions, and I guess I'm going to just try to start answering draft questions based on the way that the team is right now. If it was up to me right now, if I got to pick between Genty or McMillan, with a guy like Geno Smith, I'm probably going to go with Genty. And I say that because to me, the running game is more important with Geno than it is in the passing game with McMillan. And I also think that as much as a talent McMillan is, I think Genty is just that much more of a special player. Also, Pete Carroll's son is more of a run style of a offensive line coach. They're going to go with more of a game managing style. I don't know. Like that's how I think they're going to win. Let's go to my man, Lord Buddy Bear. No more Darnold rumors. I'm seeing the plus side. Genuinely, I can't tell you how happy that I am that I don't have to talk about quarterbacks anymore. And I think a lot of people always assume that I love to talk about quarterbacks, where it's totally not the case. But when you do this as a job, you also got to think about it. It's like, what are people wanting to know about? What do people care about? Like, what are people thinking about? And I'm not an idiot where I know people want to know what the quarterback situation is. But there's a lot of shows where, dude, I love talking about defensive tackles. I love talking about offensive guards. Give me some fatties on the inside. Absolutely love it, right? Like, I like talking about certain players where, think about, the people that are watching the show right now. It is in my mind, it is 11 o'clock at night. Cullen has been rocking with us all freaking day. We got 600 people watching right now. These are the type of people, where I sit down at a bar, you start talking to me about a Luke Masterson, a Trey Taylor,
Jamari Caldwell from a defensive tackle perspective. Yeah.
Some of these bottom of the roster guys, I'm all right, talk dirty to me a little bit.
A little bit.
And I kind of like that. So I like talking about that because in my mind, that's where, and I hope that this isn't a weird thing to say, but it's where I can kind of flex my Raiders knowledge of a team where I feel like I know this team from top to bottom. I love talking about that stuff. Talking about quarterbacks every day, it's dragging, dude. It's very surface
it's with that
level.
with any topic, right? If the Raiders needed a cornerback one, or if they needed a defensive tackle, or if they needed a kicker, or whatever, fill in the blank. If you talk about the same topic every day, even the quarterback position, right? That's interesting, right? You talk about it, there's different perspectives you can give. Eventually, you're going to be like, damn, can I give another take? Whereas now, you get Geno. At worst, you could talk about potential options, drafting behind Geno, but now it opens the conversation to other, positions that you could draft in the for the Raiders.
Son of a bitch, Morty. I'm in. Let's go to Mark Brand. How do you feel about Kupp draft Genty? I think Cooper Kupp is a solid receiver, but that's not somebody that I'm really looking to target. If you're looking for a more possession receiver, just go with John Spytek's guy and Chris Godwin. Genty, I do think is an interesting choice, but I don't know if it's just I want the Raiders to trade back now, and that's maybe a weird thing to say, but I want the Raiders to trade back. I want them to try to recoup maybe that third-round pick, and that's how I want them to try to go about this. And I think there's enough good players where where players the Raiders could draft from 6 to 14, in all honesty, I can make an argument for a lot of those guys. I can make an argument for T-Mac. I guess it depends where you think certain guys are going to go. I can make a Campbell, Will Campbell.
Will Johnson, if he falls.
Will Johnson, Mason Graham,
Armand
Shedeur
Minbu.
Sanders. I don't think Abdul's going to go there.
Armand Minbu, that's what I said.
Oh, dude. The tackle from Missouri?
Missouri, yeah.
Absolutely. He deserves to be in that conversation. I'm not kidding you. One of the guys that we heard from who's a very well-connected guy in the NFL Combine said Jahdae Barron.
He's rising up draft boards.
Jahdae Barron, I'm telling you, is going to be one of those guys where he could go in the top 10. And people are like, wow, he's just because of his versatility. Think of a guy like Kyle Hamilton for Baltimore, where some of these NFL dudes now are looking for a player where it's not as much as a free safety or a strong safety or he's as a corner. You can put him on the field and he's an athlete. And just because, as a quarterback, you might not know where he's going to go. They're starting to utilize a lot of those type of players. So
another name I'll throw out, Donovan Ezeraku out of Boston College. He was second in the college football FBS ranks for sacks. Mike Green, James Pierce, they got off the field stuff that they're going to have to answer whenever they're taking these meetings and everything. Donovan Ezraku, he's shorter in terms of an edge prospect. He is flying up draft boards right now. He's a definite first-round talent in my eyes and productive in college. I think, again, if you're looking at edge, Donovan Ezraku in terms of like rising, because he was probably a day 2 guy coming into this draft process. He could potentially go round 1.
I can remember one of the notes, one of our guys here from Chat Sports, who, again, was at the Combine. And, again, I'm not going to share who it was from, but, again, it's a very well-credited person, said that they thought Matthew Golden could be the first wide receiver drafted.
I've heard that rumor, too.
Which I think a lot of people just assume it's going to be T-Mac from Arizona, which I kind of assume as well. But we've seen sometimes, like, I mean, I can remember the Raiders draft where I thought Henry Ruggs was a good speedster, but I wanted CeeDee Lamb. And I can remember just being like, damn it, I want CeeDee Lamb. They ended up going with Ruggs, and, I don't even want to talk about the situation with him, but I don't think even if Ruggs' situation would have happened, he would have been the receiver that CeeDee is. So sometimes they can get you. What up? First year subscribe. Love the channel. Thanks for the content. Dude, Cullen hung on as long as he could. He's got to go take a leak. Dude, Cullen's about to put a hole in that urinal. Yikes. Oh, no. Poor Cullen. Yo, shout out to Cullen for being a real one. Also, shout out to Lopez for hanging out with us tonight as well. Jersey Boy, predict where the remaining free agent quarterbacks go. Genuinely now, I'm curious if Seattle just goes for Sam Darnold, because they're at pick 18. I don't exactly know which direction that they're going to go. I think the Jets could go for Justin Fields, though. I could genuinely see either of the New York teams trying to trade up for Cam Ward. I can remember that the Giants last year, there was a report that they liked Russell Wilson a lot. So let's get ballsy here. Let's go. Sam Darnold's going to go to the Seahawks. Let's go. Cam Ward is going to be a New York Jet. Russell Wilson is going to be a New York Giant. Justin Fields. I'm going to stick to this one. This is going to be maybe a very unpopular take. To the Browns.
Where do you have Shedeur in those rankings?
Well, I actually don't think Shedeur is going to start year 1.
I missed the question.
No, you're okay. Who could draft Shedeur? I really don't think the Titans are. Which in my head scenario there, the Titans would have traded back. Maybe the Titans could have taken him. There's a part of me that wonders if Dallas would. Like in the craziest of worlds, like Jerry Jones. Like, you think about this, and I've made this example before, and this is maybe a shitty example, but you're Jerry Jones, you're old, right? Father Time's ticking.
Yeah.
The one thing that Jerry Jones cares about is money.
Shedeur Sanders.
Who is
would
the
put
one person
butts
that
in
makes
seats.
you more money than anybody possibly in your final few years of life? I don't care what anybody says, it's Shedeur Sanders. And it's not close.
From a money standpoint, that's what scares me, because we haven't covered this. I am a Cowboys fan on the stream right here.
Yep.
I am scared of what Jerry Jones could do at 12, because beginning of the draft process, I was like, Ashton Genty will probably be there at 12. I'm not confident of that anymore. I have no idea what Jerry Jones could do at 12, and that scares the living shit out of me.
I mean, Jerry Jones is a scary dude. And, I mean, Jerry Jones makes Mark Davis look like the best GM in the NFL. And that's scary. And GM, owner, we're cooked.
Not as cooked as Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. Like, we are fucked.
All right, y'all. So here's what's going to happen. I think we are through. Are we through all of them?
No,
We got 2 more. Oh, shit. AOC can still beat Smith for quarterback 1. I'll say this. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And I will always give Pete Carroll respect for this where, they brought in Matt Flynn. They drafted Russell Wilson. And, they went with the guy that they felt gave them the best chance to win. Low-key, I will always root for Aiden O'Connell. And I hate the fact that people think that I don't like AOC because I'm always trying to be a straight shooter. And when I'm wrong, right? I hope I'm wrong on AOC the way I was wrong on Robert Splain. Nothing would make me happier because, dude, if you don't root for Aiden O'Connell, you're a shitty human being in all honesty, right? But, if Aiden O'Connell beats out Geno Smith, in my mind, I think Geno Smith can get us to 8 to 9 to 10 wins. If Aiden O'Connell beats out that quarterback, that's 9, 10 to 11. That's an amazing thing. Sign me up for that every single day of the week, man. Jersey boy, predict where the remaining free agent quarterbacks go. I feel like I already did that. That one already happened. Oh, man. So, are you guys coming over tomorrow for the fight? That's the question.
Send the invite. I'm in.
I'm getting the fight. You're here. You're invited.
No, you're not going to get the fight. I will send you the link that I use to watch the fights for free.
I'm not going to do that.
Why? I've done it for years, and it has been great. I will bring more Four Locos.
I don't want any Four Locos. All right. Here's what we're doing tomorrow. So, think about 6 o'clock. The invite's there. You guys, you're rocking with us. 6 o'clock. My place. I'm going to get some pizza doughs. We're going to make some pizzas. And then when the fights get started, we're going to watch UFC 313.
Okay.
Who you got?
I might be a little late because...
In all honesty, that's totally fine.
No. Lakers game. Big Lakers fan. Lakers Celtics tomorrow.
You can watch. We can watch the game at my place. I'm not kidding you. I'm not doing anything tomorrow unless the Raiders do some crazy shit. I'm not doing anything tomorrow.
Hey.
I'm chilling tomorrow.
If I'm promised UFC in a Lakers game, I'll pull up.
Dude, let's do it. I'm in, dude. I'm not kidding you. I'm in. Though, you got to dress warm. I don't know what the weather looks like. I have no idea. What's the weather like tomorrow in Dallas? Let's find out. Because if it's shitty, it might not be great. What's tomorrow? Is it Saturday?
Yeah.
We're almost at Saturday.
Is today Saturday?
Dude, I'm not going to lie.
Less than 40 minutes from Saturday.
I'll
We're
tell you this
approaching
right now.
Saturday.
It's a lot of rain. We'll see. That's going to be kind of close.
That's
I
perfect basketball UFC weather.
I promise you this much, wherever I'm at, I'm going to be sleeping a lot. We got free agency next week. Saturday is the time to get some sleep.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not. I'm getting some sleep.
Huh? Still going strong? No. Still going? Yes. All right, we got what? We're going to go Pereira.
Oh, Pereira's kicking his ass. I know the
I'm gonna
Vegas
go
odds
Pereira.
are pretty close. I'm taking Pereira. I've seen him way too much. He's gonna win. I don't know how he's gonna win. He will win.
We still got some Johnny. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get the F out of here. Shout out to all of y'all for pulling up tonight. I think tonight's show has ran its course. I appreciate each and every one of y'all for pulling up tonight. Seriously, it was a crazy, crazy night. Geno Smith, welcome to the nation. If you come across this stream and you're like, dude, those guys are some crazy mother effers, the invite is here. I promise you're more than welcome to come up here on the show. But Raider Nation's going to show you out, show you love. Got to put in the time, got to put in the effort. But we want some wins, man. And even if people don't think that you can win a Super Bowl, and I'll look you dead in the eyes right now, I tell you, I don't think you can win a Super Bowl. Prove me wrong. Nothing would make me happier than you prove me wrong. So from me, shout out to Cullen. Shout out to Lopez for pulling up tonight. Also, big shout out to Nathan Wolf. I think he fell asleep a few hours ago. But Nathan Wolf really got tonight's show started. And what's great, I literally was trying to go home 5 hours ago, but you guys kept the party rolling. It's like the wave. If you enjoyed tonight's stream, remember, next week, I mean this, and this is something that we do here at Chat Sports that I'm very passionate about. If crazy shit happens, like the Raiders go out and they trade for DK Metcalf, I'm here with y'all on Monday all fucking night. If the following night the Raiders go out and they, I don't know, sign Josh Sweat, I'm here all freaking night. Wednesday, Raiders go out and they sign Mekhi Becton, I'm here all night. Bottom line is this. If you had fun tonight, subscribe for next week. We're here. We're going to be rocking with y'all. It's going to be a good time. And you're also going to be able to win a shit ton of money, a lot of prizes, and a lot of other cool experiences. All right, so I'm heading out. Cullen, shout out to you. Shout out to you. From me to all y'all. Geno Smith, welcome to the nation. I'm out.